Prologue. Xander. Blood. There's so much blood. Coating my hands, soaking into my Scooby-Doo pajama pants, the ones with the hole in the knee from that nice lady with the funny glasses at the Salvation Army. It's easier to think about her, focus on her, instead of the blood. It's everywhere, and it keeps coming out, keeps spreading. It won't stop. I can't make it stop. Dust dances in the air. Little pieces float in the light, showing through the crack of the blackout blinds of the hotel room. My eyesight is fuzzy, my mind exhausted. And buzzed. Because this alcohol-induced haze is much better than the dreams that won't stop. The ones that aren't really dreams anymore. The ones that started the minute I opened that box 3 weeks ago and pulled out the piece of paper that rocked my world. I lift the bottle of Jameson to my lips, take a swig. Except the burn's not there. The warmth is fleeting, but it's enough to numb my mind, to let the dreams fade, to let the truth seem false. The Band-Aids, they're everywhere. The box is almost empty. The white pieces I peel off stick to my arms, but they don't matter. The blood keeps coming. It doesn't stop. I can't make it stop. Another sip, and then another. I'm so tired, but I'm so sick of feeling this way, so sick of wondering if my adoptive parents knew. Of course they knew. So why'd they lie to me? Didn't I have a right to know what was on that paper? To accept? To deal with it? Fuck no. Fuck yes. I just don't know. Another sip, then a gulp. The scissors, the shine of silver lying next to her, the dark red coming through my closed fingers as I try to fix her, help her, save her, stop the blood. The taste of fear, my scared pleas, the helpless feeling. I can remember all that. So why can't I remember if I did or if I didn't? I must have. That's what the report said. Why would it lie? Wait. There's sunlight. I can see the dust dancing. When did that happen? A lift of the bottle. There's nothing left. A deep breath. Slumping back in the chair. Now I can't forget anymore. Fuck. The pounding on the door startles me. I know I should have expected it. No, I'm fucking up again. But does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? I know who it is before he even speaks. Somehow I knew he'd find me. Just like I know he's going to be pissed before I hear his voice. Ask me if I care. Xander? Boom, boom, boom. His fist on the hotel room door sounds like thunder in my head. Open up! Boom, boom, boom. Open the goddamn door! And when I open it, there's the lightning. The bright light of the hall blinds me after so much darkness. I block the glare with my forearm. It's futile until he shifts his stance and blocks its blaze. Colton, my mentor, my boss, the person who knows me best. My dad. Well, adopted dad. But does it really matter? We stare at each other. His green eyes fill with concerned disgust as he gives me a once-over to take in my rumpled clothes, the same ones from last night, and makes a show of sniffing the air to let me know he can smell the stench of alcohol that's probably seeping out of my pores. Yes, it does matter. Lies always matter, especially when they're from people you thought loved you. You forget something? There's a bite of anger to his question, and I'm buzzed enough that I don't think twice about my smart-ass response. Not that I can think of. My hand's on the door, swinging it shut in his face before I finish the sentence. If I thought the sound of his fist knocking on the wood was loud, the sound when he slams it back against the interior wall is deafening. I deserve nothing less than his wrath, but it's proving really hard beneath this alcoholic haze to find any fucks to give. He shoves past me, flicking the light switch on and bumping me in the chest with his shoulder as he passes by. It's all I have not to take everything out on him right now. Use my fists to relieve the anger and disbelief and hurt and every damn thing bottled up inside me. Like all the shit that's definitely my fault, but that I'd rather blame on him. On my adoptive mom, Riley. On the whole fucking world. The thoughts stagger me. I shake my head, trying to figure out how I could want to raise my fists at the man who has helped to give me everything. And yet the images fill my head again. The blood, the Band-Aids, the scissors. My mom. The truth my mind has been hiding from me. The one he has obviously been keeping from me, too. With my fists clenched and entire body vibrating, I force myself to remain where I stand and hold back the anger that's been running like a river through my veins the past few weeks. You know what I can't figure out? He asks nonchalantly as he picks up the empty bottle of Jameson before tossing it on the perfectly made bed with a chuckle, and then a sigh. Why? Such a loaded question. One I'm not quite positive I feel like pulling the trigger on answering, and yet my finger's itching to. I'm just not sure I can handle the blowback right now. So I don't answer. The question hangs in the stale air of the hotel room, his silence weighing on me as he surveys the space. After a few seconds, his eyes find mine and ask the question again. But I choose to be the asshole. It's just so much easier than having to admit out loud what I still don't want to believe myself. Why what? I finally answer. Sarcasm tinges my tone, along with a healthy dose of, it's none of your fucking business. This isn't a joke, son. A lift of his eyebrows, another shake of his head, his face a mask of disgust. Just more shit I don't want to deal with. Questions bubbling up inside me, fester like infected wounds, eat at me until I can't bite back the anger. Nope. It seems I'm the joke these days. The autopsy report flashes in my mind's eye, fuels my fire. He narrows his eyes, tries to figure out where my hostility is coming from. Damn straight you are, he says, and for the first time I notice his lucky shirt and workout pants. His superstitious pre-fire suit getup. Then it hits me that I've just royally fucked up. The thoughts flash through my mind. It's daylight. I'm supposed to be somewhere, do something other than get lost in this bottle. Ah, did you forget about your scheduled track time this morning? Team testing for final adjustments? Or maybe you forgot about the race tomorrow altogether. After last night, I'd want to forget all about being here in Alabama, too. His last comment jogs a memory. Images flash. Loud music, huge VIP bar tab, race bunnies sliding up, wanting a piece of me. Everyone wanting a piece of me. Push, push, push. Everyone pushing. Snap. Smitty restraining me, biceps locked under my arms in a vice grip, pulling my shoulders back. But why? How? What the hell happened? All I remember is him dropping me off back here. The hotel. My home for the week. Just having a good time, I say with a sneer, covering up for the blank spots in my memory. What the fuck do you care? He's on me in a flash, forearm pressed into my chest, my shoulders backed up against the wall. He's quick. Guess I've never tested this side of him before. Our eyes hold, father to son, mentor to protege, boss to employee, man to man. And for one split second, I see the hurt in his eyes that I want to ignore. Why do I care? Why do I care? He growls, voice escalating on each word and forearm pressing harder against my chest. Let me count the ways. Showing up late to training at home is one thing, Xander. Thumbing your nose to your sponsors by standing them up at the dinner they throw in your honor as you sat in the bar next door and laughed so loud they know it's you? Inexcusable. The endless stream of questionable women? Sweet Jesus, Xander. I was all for getting laid when I was your age, but even I had some standards. I roll my eyes, snort in disbelief. Does he think I'm buying his holier-than-thou bullshit right now when I've heard the old stories? Like he didn't play the field in his day. You think this is funny? He shouts with another hard shove to my chest. My idea of funny isn't missing testing the day before a race when you're in the goddamn driver's seat to take another championship. Just blowing it off without a word, letting your team down, your crew, the 100 or so fans you had sitting in a VIP tent 2 hours ago waiting to meet their idol, and guess what? He didn't show because he was too goddamn busy getting shit-faced on cheap whiskey like a drunk. So you tell me, golden boy, how is that funny? Get off me. I grit the words out even as I welcome the biting pressure of his forearm on my chest. He steps back, but his hands take a little longer to let go from where they're fisted in my shirt. But I still don't move. His glare pins me motionless. There's disappointment there, concern, and a shitload of anger. I cling to the anger he's giving off, can relate to it, but for completely different reasons from the ones he has. The irony. He's pissed because he expects more from his son, and I'm furious because I expect more from my dad. You've been late, showed up to the track hungover, and have chewed out your crew and treated them like shit for no reason. You've blown off Riley, been an asshole to me, and pulled away from your brothers. You've fucked up royally, and you're asking me why I care? I think you need to ask yourself that question, son. It's none of your business. Bet your ass it's my business. Everything about you is my business, and you're out of control. He talks right over me. The resentment I can hear in his tone causes my chest to constrict. You've stepped way over the line. Like you are right now by getting in my business? Get the fuck out. I spit the words out, not caring that my anger is misplaced or that I can't take them back. He takes a step toward me, head angled, jaw clenched, hands fisted. The proverbial gloves are off. You hurting, son? Want to lash out at someone for something you don't want to talk about? Trying to throw all your hard work away with your bullshit stunts? It's best you remember who you're talking to, he says between gritted teeth, referring to the abusive childhood he survived before being saved and adopted. The implication being that he understands what's going on in my head. I know rage like you feel, Xander. I know hate that burns in your gut and turns your heart black. But it fixes nothing. Nothing. I've tried to be patient, tried to be here for you, asked you to talk to me, let me be there for you in whatever you're going through, and you've refused. Now I'm watching you sabotage everything good you've got going for you, and you want me to stand by and let it happen? Are you out of your mind? He takes a moment to catch his breath while I seethe over his words, over my inability to get past this and just ask him the questions I need to ask. Because hurt not only clouds your judgment, but can also blind you from the real reason you're mad. I've kept the press away, held back Riley from interfering, giving you enough rope to hang yourself, and now I can't help you. Congrats. There's no more rope left. You've lost your sponsorship. What? The silence in the room screams around me. It's so loud I let it drown out what he just said. Don't want to believe it. It's his fault. That's all I can focus on. All I can rationalize. He didn't prevent it. He didn't fix this. He probably did it on purpose because he wants to control me, control everything about me, including my past. God, I need a drink. A whole goddamn bottle to make this just go away. To make sense of all the bullshit I'm selling myself when it sounds ridiculous just thinking it. You're lying! My voice is completely opposite to his. Loud, screaming, enraged. And my head's so fucked up that it hurts and craves the pain all at the same time. I'd never lie to you, Xander. Calm, even, dead serious. And those words, the ones I know to be a lie, are like a match to the embers that have been smoldering over the past few weeks. That's bullshit and you know it! I shout, become unhinged, fists itching to punch something, and I'm sure ruining the drywall of this fancy hotel wouldn't win me any favors. My body shakes with the anger. The rage inside me takes over. You lied! And you don't think you're out of control? Colton says, taking an aggressive step into me, taunting me in my irrational state. Since when is it okay to even think about taking a swing at your old man? You're not my old man. The words flicker and fade through my rage. Shock me. Plant thoughts in my head that I've never considered before, and even though they're bullshit, they still linger. Still taint my anger and jade my words. I'm perfectly in control, I grate out through gritted teeth. Anger, spite, frustration, all three spin on the merry-go-round in my head, muck up the truths and feed off the confusion. Perfectly in control? He asks with a disbelieving shake of his head as he reaches into his pocket and grabs his cell phone. Confusion and dread run through me simultaneously. It's like deep down I know this can't be good and yet can't for the life of me figure out what he's going to show me on the screen once he's finished flicking through images. Let's just say you owe Smitty big time, because I'm done paying for your fuck-ups, Z. This was the only picture taken last night. Lucky for you, the VIP room was empty by the time this happened. Smitty was worried enough about you to stick around to make sure you didn't get into trouble. The lone paparazzo who snuck through and snapped this had to forfeit his camera to the bouncer because it was against house rules. The look on Colton's face and his eyes trained on the image on his phone unnerve me. The anxiety breaks through the hold the anger has on me. Worries me. Makes me shift my feet in anticipation of something I know has to be bad to earn me this speech. Thoughts ghost through my mind. A hot blonde, a dick-hardening kiss, a pissed-off boyfriend, testosterone-laced tempers. My words, I'm Xander fucking Donovan. This can't be good. Cut the dramatics and just show me. Dramatics? Colton thunders farther into the room as he holds the phone out so I can see it. I reject the image immediately. A moment of clarity amid the confused haze. No, it didn't happen the way the picture shows. Just the same way your dream about your mom was different than reality, too. I stare at the image, my body tense, my jaw clenched, and try to fill in the missing holes between what's in my mind and what the picture shows. The worst part is, I can't know for sure that I didn't do that. Is that dramatics, Xander? Looks pretty crystal fucking clear to me. It's me, all right. Fist clenched, arm cocked, a rage on my face like I've never seen before. But it's nothing like the look on the woman's face in front of me. Scared, stunned, fearful. That's not what... I shake my head, try to rationalize that her asshole of a boyfriend must have been next to her, out of camera range. The one my cocked fist was aiming toward. For a split second I see my dad in my face, my biological dad, the monster, the abuser, everything I promised myself I'd never be. I reject the thought immediately. It is you, Xander. Take a closer look. You think losing a sponsor is bad? Let this image get out, just how you think a lady should be treated, and you'll lose a shit ton more than that. You raised your fist to a woman. He shakes his head and chuckles in shocked disbelief. And you don't think you're out of control? Push. You need help. Push. To talk to someone. Push. This isn't the son I raised. Snap. I'm not your goddamn son, so quit acting like you're my father. I shout at the top of my lungs with every ounce of rage and hurt and confusion that I've been fighting back down the past few weeks. Something, anything to make this stop, to make the pain stop, the confusion end, keep the past from tainting my future, the lies from being true. He stumbles back a few feet, eyes wide, mouth lax. For just a moment he stands there staring at me, reining in his temper, trying to comprehend what I just said. The look on his face alone should knock the fight out of me. Shock, hurt, disbelief. But the truths he just threw in my face, the ones I have to acknowledge but don't want to hear, are like kerosene to my anger. They create a backdraft loaded with resentment that explodes instantly, wiping out all reason. Excuse me? He straightens his spine. His voice comes out with a controlled calmness. And I should heed the warning. The loud, angry wrath of my dad is one thing, but the cool, even, quiet manner is much scarier when you're on the receiving end of it. But I don't. You heard me. Our gazes lock. Our mutual anger feels heavy in the room as I lash out the only way I know how to right now. Loud and clear. The tone remains even, though his eyes reflect a wounded fury I refuse to acknowledge. He tucks the phone into his back pocket, nodding his head the whole time as I stand there wanting everything he means to me gone. Salvation, hope, family, friendship, unconditional love, all I can feel is the crushing disappointment from everything I've done to purposely try to fuck this all up. You've left me no choice. When he looks back up, his expression is blank, shoulders squared, eyes hard. You're fired. Come again. He wouldn't dare. I'm leading the points. I'm the reigning champion. There's a reason they call me Indy's golden boy. But as the silence stretches out and nothing about his posture changes, the lump in my throat gets bigger and it becomes harder to swallow. You heard me. My laugh is loud enough to sound condescending. Part of me is in disbelief, but he wants to be a prick and go this route. Fine. I'll show him I don't need him or his lies. I don't need anything from him. It's not like I've never been on my own before. Blood, scissors, Band-Aids. But first, self-preservation. The hurt radiates through me, the stain on my soul darker than ever before. Fine. Got it. I shake my head, our eyes locked, with his saying, "Let me help you," and mine telling him, "I don't need your lies." Confusion turns to anger. I don't need you anyway. Good luck with that, son. Xander. He corrects himself quickly. The sting at the sound of my name on his lips is more than obvious. And don't bother trying to approach any other teams. 1, it's mid-season, and 2, they won't hire you anyway. You can't do that. Anger turns to rage. He wouldn't threaten other teams to not hire me. Watch me. That cocky bastard flash of a grin that unnerves his competitors is directed my way. He takes a step closer. I've been around a lot longer than you have. No one would cross that line even for a sure thing like you. Oh, wait. You're not exactly a sure thing anymore when you're losing sponsors, blowing off testing, and there's concern whether you'll even show for race day. It's not like you've been exactly discreet with your bullshit. He takes another step, a mocking laugh falling from his mouth. Take it from a team owner. You've become a risk, a liability, and no one wants a loose cannon on their team regardless of how good of a driver you are. Rage turns into a ball of disbelieving fury. I want to lash out at him with everything I have, regardless of the damage it causes. Self-preservation at its finest. Fuck you, Colton. His name is a sneer loaded with disrespect. I come out swinging with words I can't take back, needing to save face when everything about me is being questioned. It's always about the team with you, isn't it? The next victory, the next paycheck. Fuck the racers, right? Screw them and any shit they have going on. Lie to them if need be, so long as they perform for you. Isn't that right, boss? Sticks and stones, he says with a lift of his eyebrows, the taunt of a smile. The ice in his voice. You think that's going to get your job back? Think again. Fuck you. I'm overheated, but my body breaks out in goosebumps because the chilling look in his eyes tells me this isn't a joke at all. Not some psychobabble bullshit he's using to try to get me to talk like he has in the past. He chuckles long and low again, and the sound grates on my nerves as I try to wrap my head around everything that's happening, the dreams, the picture, Colton's no-bullshit punches. It's not just me you're hurting, but everyone else that depends on you. I'm leaving your car without a driver, won't fill your spot. If I worried only about money, that wouldn't be the case, now would it? What I'm worried about is you. You're out of control and pushing the limits, and I can't stand by to watch you crash and burn without stepping in. I'm sorry it has to come to this, but I don't mind being the asshole if it's going to save you. I've done it before, and I'll do it again in a second. We stand in silence, hearts torn apart, and so much of our connection shredded on the floor between us. For the first time since he's walked in here, I notice how tired he looks. Concern etches the lines of his face, and the need to say any more, damage us more, dies on my lips despite the discord still echoing within me. With a nod of his head, he turns and walks toward the door. My eyes follow him despite the desperation for him to be gone so I don't have to see the defeat in his posture. He grabs the handle and hangs his head. Take the time, Z. Fix what you need to fix. Deal with whatever shit you need to deal with. Let someone in instead of shutting everyone out. It doesn't have to be me, or Riley, or anyone we know, but let them in. You'll be a better man because of it. Sometimes it takes a new ear, a fresh voice to put things in perspective for you. Shit, take a drive, a trip, I don't care, but use the time to make you right. Don't come back until you are. I don't know what's going on, and I wish like hell you'd talk to me about it, but I understand better than most that sometimes you can't. My only advice is not to let the dark eat you whole. You deserve better than that. He clears his throat from the emotion clogging it, and I hate everything about this conversation more because of that disconcerting sound. Regardless of what you think, you are my son, and it doesn't matter how bad you fuck up. I'll always love you. The door opens, closes. The dust dances again. The silence suffocates me. I fight the urge to go after him. I resist unleashing more of my anger and the need to yell and shout and trash the room to get it all out. None of it will fix a goddamn thing. Grabbing the bottle of Jameson, I lift it to my lips until I remember it's empty. The crash of the glass shattering as it hits the wall across from me is deafening. Shaking my head, I fall back on the bed. Try to make sense of what just happened. What I've let happen. What I didn't stop. To my mom back then, and to my family now. The loudest thing I hear is the rejection from the man I've looked up to. idolized, who helped me heal. The man who just walked out of this room and hurt me more than he'll ever know. Can you blame him, Xander? I close my eyes and rub my hands over my face. My buzz is gone, the haze removed, everything important taken away from me with the slam of the door. My family, my ride, my anchors, and the sting is real. But so is the anger, the inability to rationalize, to accept, to ask the things I need to ask, to apologize. Fuck that. I'm not apologizing. I'm not the one who lied. And I would never threaten to hit a woman, let alone actually follow through with it. The image on Colton's phone flashes through my mind. Another lie to throw in the pot. The rage is instantly back. Misdirected, but back. My body feels restless, but my mind is whipped to the point where I can't think about this anymore. Don't want to. I just need another bottle to get lost in. Then I'll figure where to go from here, since it looks like I have some time off coming to me. And yet I don't get up from the bed to walk down to the bar. I can't, because somewhere deep down that voice of doubt grabs hold of my heart and squeezes tight, twists it, letting me know there are two truths I have to accept before I can move forward. I am Colton's son, and I'm the one who killed my mom.
Chapter 1. Getty. You good, Getty. Good? My mind flashes to a few hours ago. How jumpy both my heart and the rest of me felt when the man from Table 9 simply touched my forearm as he reached to get my attention for another round. The crash as the bottle of triple sec hit the hardwood floor. The immediate waves of panic. The rush of memories. The fear. From another place, another time, to rattle nerves already on constant edge. And until now, I was doing so well, hiding my uneasiness behind my tough girl facade. But I saw the customer's stares, heard my stammered excuses, suffered the immediate regret of giving them a glimpse of the secrets I've kept hidden, of the life I left behind. So, good? Not by a long shot. But I'm not about to let Liam know. Besides, I'm making progress. It's been 3 months, and I've already got a job, a place to live, and more freedom than I've felt in forever. Baby steps. Trudging uphill and through what feels like barbed wire. But it's progress, nonetheless. I collect my distracted thoughts, exhale a sigh to cover up my preoccupation before turning to look at the lazy dog's owner walking beside me. A tight smile hits my lips when I nod. It's debatable if I'm good, I finally say, trying to make light of the earlier incident. Add humor so that he doesn't ask more questions. It's something I've learned how to do way too well. But I do know I deserve to be fired after dropping that bottle. The laugh I force, the one that used to be my everyday normal, sounds hollow to my own ears. Funny how it seems so odd in this new life I've created for myself.
Nah, everyone makes mistakes.
Liam's voice pulls me back from my thoughts.
It's no big deal. Really.
I can add an extra hour on my shift, or help cover during a game night if you get too busy. It's the least I can do. I slow down my footsteps as we approach the fork in our paths on the walk home from the bar.
Not necessary. Besides, you should come in during a game, be a customer. Most of us here are a little obsessed with the Mariners. It's a good time.
Nah, not my thing. Too many people crowded in one spot. At least when I'm working, I have the bar counter as my barrier. A a space between me and any unwanted contact. Who am I kidding? All contact is unwanted these days.
Are you telling me you don't like my bar?
He laughs in mock offense as we stand on the corner beneath the streetlight. No, not at all. I correct myself. I mean...
Relax. I'm just teasing you.
He reaches out to touch my arm, and I freeze at his motion. Then curse myself. Shit. He obviously notices my reaction because he pulls his hand back immediately. But his gaze remains locked on mine, searching, asking, wanting more. Thanks for walking with me. I'm beat and...
Getty?
Yeah? My voice is cautious because I know what comes next and don't really want to venture there.
If there was some kind of problem...
I'm not sure if the flash of hurt in my eyes stops his words, but they stop nonetheless. He nods in silent understanding.
Well, if you need any kind of help, I'm here, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I murmur softly. Good night. I walk away, knowing he hasn't moved and is watching me make my way through the night toward my house. He's sweet and kind. So very different from what I'm used to, and so I need distance between us. It would be way too easy to lean on him, use his friendship to get through this, when I know better than anyone that the only person I can depend on is myself. And yet the weight of his stare and the concern in his eyes are like magnets pulling me backward, begging me to find someone I can confide in, when all I really need to do is learn how to manage this new life on my own. Keep walking, Getty. You can let him in once you figure yourself out. I look out toward the moonlit ocean view beyond and take stock as to why I'm here. It seemed like the stars aligned when my mother's oldest friend offered to let me stay in the vacation house she and her husband were renovating before they could flip it. And because of that, I have a roof over my head, a place to reflect on what I want, a solitary space where I'll be able to come to terms with the mistakes from my past so I can have a better future. You don't know they're mistakes until you make them, or learn from them. Let's hope I've done both and can move forward. I walk down the alleyway, past my car, parked in the narrow, shrub-lined driveway to the front door of the old cottage. Skipping over the third step to avoid the broken wood slat, I remind myself that should be first on the very long list of repairs that I need to schedule for the house. It's the least I can do, considering she's letting me stay here for free during the renovation. Exhaustion hits me like a ton of bricks once I'm inside. I move through the darkened foyer quietly, in practiced precision, as if I'm still back in the Palo Alto house. I flick the light off in the kitchen, surprised I forgot to turn it off before I left, and ignore my grumbling stomach for the enticing hot water of the shower. Hopefully the muscles in my lower back will get used to my standing on my feet for 8-hour shifts soon, because this constant ache is annoying. But it also means I'm doing this. Changes are really happening, and the past is over. In a show of defiance no one will ever see, and only I will understand, I make a trail of my discarded clothes as I walk down the hall toward the bathroom light I purposely left on at the end of the hallway. A beacon of imagined hot water calling my name. Shoes, shirt, bra, skirt, panties, all come off one by one, throwing them to the floor in a messy trail as I go. I'm exhausted, my mind still preoccupied with the mistake I made tonight dropping the bottle, so that when I clear the doorway, it takes me a second to come to my senses. The reaction is instantaneous. An ear-splitting scream, a physical jump back, a shock to my heart, and hands immediately reaching to cover my pelvis and breasts. At the sight of the man standing in my bathroom. And not just any man. No, but a buck-naked man, dripping in water. I see a flash of ink on his back in the partially fogged-up mirror's reflection. One hand holds a towel up to his wet hair. The other is doing I don't know what, because I'm so fixated on his presence that thinking clearly isn't a priority. Help! I scream the moment I get my wits about me, body frozen in fear, mind reeling. And even though his blue eyes look as shocked as mine probably do, his mouth spreads into a slow, disbelieving but definitely cocksure smile.
I've had women go to extremes before,
he says with a chuckle, silencing my next shriek for help.
But this takes it to a whole new level.
In my confusion, my guard comes up instantly, although for some reason I don't actually feel threatened like a rational person would. I'm naked, hunched over, trying to cover all my lady bits, caught between stepping back down the hallway and grabbing my last discarded item to cover myself up. But I know damn well my panties sure as hell aren't going to make a very good shield. Add to that, there's no way in hell I'm giving him the wrong impression. Then I'm retreating in fear. Who are you? What are you doing here? I'm shaking with adrenaline as I hop around in the I'm naked dance, every ripple and roll of imperfection on my body on display in the wash of bathroom light into the hall. My eyes flicker desperately to assess the situation I have absolutely zero control over. I want more lights on to flood the house, and I don't want them on at the same time.
I believe I should ask you the same question,
he says as he slowly lowers his hand, the towel now hanging at his side. And of course I look. And there it is. I jump back like my eyes have been burned, and yet first impressions are hard to erase. Cut abs, that V of defined muscles, a trail of happy, and a more than impressive package. What the hell is wrong with me? There is a man in my house. He obviously just showered in my bathroom, and I'm staring at his dick. Put that thing away, I command, with my hand reaching out to gesture at his waist before I realize that I've just removed my hand from my own breasts and offered a peep show of my own. Of course, I replace it promptly, but not before the man throws his head back and emits a deep laugh. It causes his Adam's apple to slide up, then down, chest to heave, and dick to bob. I force myself to look away because he's a stranger. In my house. Naked. And oh my God, something is wrong with me because I'm not running and calling 911 like I should. When his chuckle subsides, he brings his head back down so I can see the tears in his eyes from laughter.
That thing is my cock. And since this is my bathroom and you seem to be attempting to seduce me in my house, I don't think you have any right to tell me what to do.
And with that, he leans a hip against the counter and folds his arms across his chest, eyes locked on mine and one eyebrow lifted. Everything else is left hanging out there in the wind. Your house? Seduce you? At that point, I realize I'm sputtering and shaking my head. This is my house. You're in my house. Confusion drifts across his face and his jaw falls lax. Hold up. He lifts his hands in the hold on a minute position, drawing my eyes back to where they don't want to be. If this whole situation weren't so unbelievable, it would be comical. And yet, as true as that is, I don't seem to be laughing at all.
I think there seems to be some misunderstanding.
No shit. Sarcasm is my fallback, and it doesn't disappoint me now. A lot of good it does me, though, as I'm still doing the naked dance while trying to react to this surreal situation. The look of disdain he gives me at my comment earns him no points in my book.
"While I'm digging the socks with your outfit?"
he says with a smirk, eyes veering down and then back up to my strategically placed hands.
"You should cover up."
I catch the towel he tosses me and immediately wrap it around myself. I'm certain my mismatching knee-high socks make a statement about me. But I'm beyond caring, because I'm still alone in my house with a strange man and have no answers as to how this has happened. With one hand clutching onto the towel at my collarbone, I use the other to motion to him. "You too!" A lightning flash of a grin glances across his lips.
"Sorry, but you just took the only towel left."
Why is this funny to him? This is not funny. Not in the least. And neither is my procrastination over folding the load of towels currently sitting in the dryer. Shit. I glance around quickly, needing to keep an eye on him for safety's sake and not wanting to look too closely for obvious reasons. Instinct tells me he's not a threat, and yet sensibility tells me he is. So I do the only thing I can. Look slyly around for a weapon. Something. Anything. But I'm in a hallway. Pickings are slim. When I take a step back, the ancient mini blinds behind me rattle as my butt hits them. The sound clicks my mind into gear, and I reach back and pick up the broken wand that opens the blinds sitting on the windowsill. Without thinking, I hold it up in front of me like a swashbuckling sword. "How'd you get in here?" I demand, in my deepest, growliest voice.
"With the key under the frog on the back deck?"
He doesn't even fight the smile on his face or make an attempt to cover himself up. Nope. He just stands there nonchalant as day, like he's used to women staring at his naked body. Maybe he is. He said he thought I was here to seduce him. Is he some kind of male escort or something? No, wait, I have that all mixed up. He would be seducing me, then. Focus, Getty. Focus. What key? How come I didn't know there was a key under the frog on the back deck? I jab the wand toward him to emphasize each word. And the wood on the deck is broken. How'd you climb?
How'd you get in here?
I've been here, and I'm the one asking questions. That laugh again. Full-bodied, more than amused. Enough to make me wonder what it sounds like when he really means it.
Right. I forgot. You're the one to give orders in a bath towel, socks, and holding that fierce sword of yours.
I fight back the urge to drop the wand, regardless of how stupid I look, because I don't know this guy from Adam. Answer me.
Testy.
Now! I jab the wand to show him that I mean it. The smile again. But this time he bites his bottom lip to prevent it from spreading all the way to dimple territory.
Smitty gave me instructions on where to find the key. We made a deal. I get to stay here so long as I make some repairs for him.
What? There's some kind of misunderstanding. Smitty messed up. I'm already living here.
So I gather by your Custer's Last Stand demonstration,
he says, with an indifferent wave of his hand. How do you know him? I already have a sinking feeling that something is seriously screwed up here and that I'm not going to like his answer.
He's like an uncle to me.
He shrugs.
You?
Darcy's like an aunt. I mimic him in reference to Smitty's wife. We stare at each other as the knowledge that we've both been given access to this house settles into place between us. Well, Smitty must have forgotten that Darcy told me I could stay here, so you're going to have to find somewhere else to crash for the weekend. There. I said it. Take that.
Good one.
He seems unfazed by my comment as he waltzes past me in all his masculine glory and heads into the bedroom to the right of the bathroom.
But I'm not just here for the weekend, and I'm not going anywhere.
Yes, you are. I follow him the few steps into the bedroom and, whoa, I'm greeted with a full male backside as he bends over to rifle through a duffel bag at the foot of the bed.
Get your eye full now, Socks,
he says with a glance over his shoulder as he steps into a pair of boxer briefs and pulls them up.
Because after I call Smitty, I'm sure you're the one who will find out you've overstayed the welcome.
He walks past me again, but this time I'm standing in the doorway. His body brushes ever so slightly against mine on the way out. I'm greeted with the scent of soap and masculinity fresh from the shower. I'm so busy admiring his ass, when I shouldn't be, as he moves down the hallway that it takes a moment for his comment to break through his enticing scent clouding my brain. "Over my dead body!" I shout, rushing after him, clutching the towel tighter around me.
That would be a hell of a waste with that body,
he murmurs from ahead of me. At least, I think that's what he says, but I can't be certain, and I sure as hell know he can't be speaking about me. What did you say?
I said, you sure are messy.
No, I'm not. He flicks on the hallway light just as the words leave my mouth. The path of my clothes is visible in all its cluttered glory. I cringe. Not because of the destruction, but because he thinks he's right. When really, he has no freaking clue of what's behind my messy trail. Look, you don't get to come into my house.
It's Smitty's house,
he corrects, as he holds up one finger and the face of his cell phone out with the other hand. No, mine.
Xander.
The phone crackles to life, and a voice full of warmth comes through the speaker. So he has a name.
Hey, Smitty.
I open my mouth to speak, but shut it instantly when Xander levels me with a look.
Did you find the key all right? Get in okay? Yeah, right where you said it'd be. But man, that deck is a death trap waiting to happen.
He laughs again. This time it's softer, flooded with the same warmth in Smitty's voice.
I told you you'd have to earn your keep. I will. I'm good for it.
A sudden heavy silence settles on the line. One I don't quite understand, but it's obvious at the same time.
I know you are,
Smitty finally says quietly.
Just as my word to you is good. I promised you I wouldn't tell them you were there. There's a problem,
Xander interrupts, unexpectedly changing the subject. And I can't quite put my finger on it, but whatever Smitty was talking about, Xander obviously doesn't want to. I can see it in the sudden darkening of his eyes and the tense set of his shoulders.
What's up? There's a woman here. At the house. Did you already forget what to do with one?
He laughs.
I thought you were long past the birds and the bees speech, see?
A genuine smile glances across Xander's lips, and his eyes flash up to meet mine.
I assure you, I know what to do with one. But, that's not what I'm talking about. There's a woman here. Her name's...
His eyes prompt me to respond. All of a sudden, I can't find my voice, and when I do, I'm shy. Hating that giving him my name is almost an invitation for him to get to know me when I want nothing more of this strange, obviously charismatic man than to see him walk out of the house and not come back. I clear my throat. Getty.
Getty?
He gives me a curious glance, as if he's questioning if I know my own name. I nod slowly to him because he's right. It still sounds a little foreign to me, too. New person, new name, new life.
Smitty, her name's Getty. She says Darcy... Oh, shit.
Smitty laughs into the line.
Yeah, oh shit.
Xander's not amused.
Huh.
He muses.
And Darce went on a girls' trip up to the mountains. No service. She'll be home midweek. I'll have to ask her about it then. Are you fucking kidding me? Not in the least. There's 2 beds, 1 bath. You're a big boy, figure it out.
He says, with another chuckle before the line goes dead.
God damn it, Smitty.
Xander swears again as he drops the phone onto the countertop with a thud. He braces both hands on the counter, head angled down, looking at his phone while I look at him across the dimly lit room. Waiting. Wondering. Pushing aside the tickle of unease on the back of my neck as I hold tighter to the towel. My gaze flickers around the room frantically. My instinct is to try to find the smallest corner to fade into, figure out where the fallout of his temper will have the least impact. After a moment, he lifts his head up and smirks. The tightness in my chest, the fear that crept in out of conditioning, slowly eases as I exhale.
Well, shit. I guess we've been told,
he says as he breezes past me down the hallway. It takes me a moment to regain my bearings and realize I'm not back there, and this stranger isn't Ethan, before I turn on my heel and rush once again down the hall after him. Whoa! Wait!
What for?
Xander turns back around like he has not a care in the world. Like he's not in his underwear with 1 foot currently trapped in the leg of my skirt, and I'm not in a towel with knee-high socks on. You're not staying here. He chuckles.
Yes, actually, I am.
No, you're not. There's a hotel down the road on the boardwalk, a bed and breakfast, too.
You heard the man. There are 2 beds, 1 bath. Pretty straightforward.
Oh my God. The man is infuriating and pig-headed. You're not hearing me.
No, I'm hearing you all right. I'm just choosing not to listen.
He works his tongue in his cheek and lifts his eyebrows in a non-verbal challenge.
Besides, I promised Smitty I'd fix the place up, and as of recently, I'm a man of my word. So I'm going to do just that.
Something about the way he says the last statement tells me there is more behind it than he's letting on. But I'm tired from my shift and can't find the effort to care. You can do your repairs, but stay at the hotel, I instruct in my sternest voice as he turns around and heads toward the back of the house. A win-win for both of us. I attempt to infuse enthusiasm in my voice.
Did you take the big bedroom?
What? My head is spinning. Did he not hear a word I just said? He is not staying here. He can't. This is my space. Well, technically Darcy and Smitty's space, but it's been mine for almost 3 months. The first place I've ever had as my own, ever, and it's working. I have no other option but for it to work, so there is no way this is going to happen.
I asked if this is your shit in the big bedroom in back.
He asks over his shoulder as he goes to turn the knob on the door. Did you touch it? My defiance comes back immediately. My scattered thoughts are now focused. After being trivialized for so long, my privacy is so very important to me. Did he go in? Rifle through my stuff? See my work? The bleed of my emotion onto canvas and judge it?
No.
His answer is resolute. I'm right behind him, so when he turns around and sees what I can assume is the panic on my face, he angles his head and stares for a moment longer.
I opened the door, figured the stuff was Darcy's from the last time they were here. Didn't want to touch anything I wasn't supposed to, so I dropped my shit in there.
He points to the only other bedroom in the house, right next to mine. He's too close for comfort. So when he steps back to turn to face me, I retreat too. The space between us is clogged with his everything about him, and I find it hard not to react. Wait! Stop! I hold my hands up, shake my head. Just give me a minute here. Give me space.
Take all the time you want in the world, Socks,
he says, eyes full of a strange mix of humor and sincerity. And yet he doesn't step back, doesn't shift out of the way. So it's the wall behind me and him directly in front of me. Do you mind?
Not at all.
He doesn't move, just continues to look at me with a face that's the portrait of innocence, and yet a hunch tells me he's anything but. Personal space. Here, I say sternly, motioning with my one free hand for him to back up some.
Oh, right. Sorry.
He takes a small step back and fights the half-cocked grin on his lips.
But you're going to have to get used to us sharing it, since it looks like we're going to be shacking up together for the next couple of days, until Darcy gets back and tells Smitty that your time's up.
That grin comes at me full force once he knows his comment has hit its mark with my sputtering lack of response. You're frustrating and irritating and handsome and too close and too many things I don't want to cloud my space when men are the last thing on my current agenda.
And you're still standing here naked in a towel. And socks. I've had a long few weeks. I'm tired. It's late.
He looks at his watch and then back to me.
Why don't we go to bed, and we can figure out the rest in the morning?
It's not that easy, I argue.
Yeah, actually it is. You lie on your bed, close your eyes, and drift off to sleep. The only decision you need to make is back, stomach, or side. See? Easy.
I hate that he's turned on the boyish charm because it's much more endearing for some reason than the naked man in the bathroom thing. How do I know that you're not...
I assure you, I'm a lot of things, but a creep or a murderer or a rapist isn't one of them,
he states, stealing the thoughts from my head. Like you'd tell me if you were. He laughs.
If I were one, I already had plenty of opportunities.
He shrugs.
Besides, Smitty vouched for me. You heard him. Shut off your mind. Go get some sleep. We'll talk in the morning.
And with a flash of a smile and a nod of his head, he enters the bedroom next to mine and shuts the door with a resounding thud. I'm left staring at the faded wood door with unspoken words on my tongue and confusion cluttering my mind. Well then, there's that. It's all I can say as I slip into my own bedroom and stand there in the darkness, hunger forgotten, shower no longer a priority, and attempt to process the last 20 minutes. I reach back and twist the handle on the door and test that it's actually locked. But as I sit back on the bed, I wonder if the lock is as shoddy as so many other things in this house. Because lock or not, if he wanted to open the door and get to me, one swift kick of his foot against the handle would grant him access. The notion settles about the same time I hear his door open. I suck in my breath, my own thoughts and jaded reality melding a bit too much for my own liking. But when I hear his steps head down the hall toward the kitchen, I relax some. Should I push the dresser in front of the door just in case? I've slept with enough fear in my lifetime. This is one place I don't want to have to do that. Just as I'm about to move to the dresser and test its weight, there's a knock on my door. I jump out of my skin and feel stupid immediately. It's not like I didn't know he was here or anything.
Just in case you're still scared of me and need some protection,
he says with a chuckle through the door, which leaves me more confused until I see a glint off the moonlight as something slides beneath it.
Night socks.
I wait to hear his door shut again before I move toward mine and switch on the light. Fighting the laugh that falls from my mouth is futile when I look down to see the mini blind wand on the floor. Smartass. Unsure what to do and feeling completely unsettled, I leave the wand where it is, throw on some pajamas, and slide into the bed. But sleep doesn't come, regardless of how tired I am. My mind goes a million miles an hour as I think about what just happened. The bathroom standoff, the naked dance, the ludicrousness of having to defend myself with a mini blind wand. All of it. And yet none of it matters because he's still here and I'm still left trying to figure out how I'm going to make him leave. The funny thing is, I should have been petrified, especially on the heels of my freak-out tonight at the bar. And I was, at first. My heart was pounding and adrenaline was racing. But not once did I run away and cower like I used to. There's something to be said for that. Baby steps. At least I just proved to myself that I'm making some. Chapter 2. Getty. The sound of a hammer jars me awake. The sky's just turning light, and I want to snuggle back under the covers and sleep a little longer. But when I rub my feet together, there are socks on them. And I never sleep with socks on my feet. Night socks. The words tumble through my sleep-drugged mind, and last night rushes back in full comedic color. I must be dreaming. I'll just go back to sleep. Chase away the nightmare. Prove it didn't happen. Just as I snuggle deeper into my covers, the damn hammer starts again. Shocks my mind awake. Tells me Xander really is in the bedroom beside me, and that my damn neighbor Nick must be working on his house and has absolutely zero sympathy for the fact that I worked the closing shift last night. Go away, Nick, I yell at him in my mind, groaning out loud. But what if Xander's not a morning person either? What if Nick keeps hammering and the noise drives him insane and pushes him toward the hotel in town? Optimistic at the prospect, I slide out of bed, grab my fluffy purple robe, and wrap it tightly around myself. Already missing the warmth of the bed, I step over the wand and open my bedroom door so I can check if Xander's door is still shut. It is. Keep hammering away, Nick. I tread lightly down the hall, brush my teeth as quietly as possible, and then head toward the front of the house just as the bang, bang, bang starts again. I know my intentions are bitchy, and Xander's probably a nice guy. But I really need to keep this place all to myself. Need to continue figuring things out on my own. I have to heal my body, mind, and heart, so I can figure out what's next for me. Intending to sit on the front patio and let the steady pounding wake me fully, I pull open the door and am startled to see Xander with hammer in hand making the noise himself. Are you kidding me? Instantly discouraged, I know I should retreat. Go take advantage of the shower while he's out here and think of a new game plan. Yet I don't move. Can't. Even though it's the last thing I want to be caught doing, I'm transfixed watching him. The sinews in his forearms as he swings the hammer, his hair falling over his brow as he leans forward, the drip of sweat that falls off the edge of his nose, and the bunch of his muscles beneath his t-shirt, the ones my mind can still picture bared like they were last night. I'm pissed all over again, at him especially. About all those things inside me, the sight of him, hot and sweaty, is stirring awake. At least last night there was humor and frustration. This morning is just a straight-up punch of unwelcome lust. He definitely needs to go. To the hotel, to any of the other islands here off the coast of Washington State. Out to sea, for all I care. Anywhere but here. I take a step back into the house to provide some distance from his definitive virility and formulate a new plan to get him to leave. Hog all the hot water. Be a slob. Flush the toilet every time he's in the shower. Burn some awful-smelling incense. I don't know for certain, but the one thing I do know is that the longer I stand here and stare at him, the harder convincing myself to do something is going to be.
God damn it!
Xander swears and drops the hammer with a clatter. The sudden noise has me stepping back into the doorway. He sucks on his thumb, swears again, and shakes his hand.
You just going to stand there and stare?
The bite to his voice sounds very different from last night, and for a moment I'm frozen in indecision. Then I swallow over the lump lodged in my throat, which used to be my norm, and tell myself that's the old me. Time to buck up and remember why I'm here and why I need him gone. Yep, sure am. It's all I say. All I can think to say, but at least this time I have clothes on when I face him down. Luckily, he does too. What's unlucky for me is how perfectly they hug his biceps and his pecs.
You've lived here how long?
I startle at the question. 3 months-ish?
And you never bothered to fix this step here?
I stare at him. Big, blank doe eyes are my only answer, because I knew it was there and hadn't gotten around to it yet. Fixing myself is a big enough chore in itself.
Didn't think so.
He responds when I don't answer.
And you still think you deserve to stay here over me?
Everything within me bristles at his comment. My need to stand up for myself versus my need to not feel stupid are warring against each other. So instead of saying anything, I just shake my head and step back into the house without another word. Ignoring Smitty's explanation last night, I immediately fire off a text to Darcy, which helps me feel like I'm being proactive. I know he said she's not getting any service, but since I just walked away without a word from Xander when I should have stood up for myself, I figured I needed to do something to make me feel a little more in control of this out-of-control situation. Needing time to think, I head to the one place in the house where I can block out the sound of the hammer and Xander's annoying presence. The shower. I take my time, purposely letting all the hot water run empty before I get out. The sweat ring on Xander's shirt says he went out for a run. A run means he'll want a shower. And oopsie, this house has such a small hot water heater that maybe he should go to the hotel down the street, where they have a massive abundance of it. But he's not waiting to take one when I leave the bathroom. In fact, the hammer continues for a while, making it nearly impossible to ignore him. Or forget him. So, in another attempt to shut him out, I close myself off in my room and take my time getting ready. I experiment with my makeup, as I find myself doing lately. It's a newfound freedom, being able to choose different eyeshadows or shades of lipstick, or to wear none at all, when for so very long I had to abide by what I deemed the Stepford wife daily makeup application. My easel calls to me over the top of the vanity. Sketches in charcoal sit there waiting for me to paint them with bright and beautiful colors. Although for some reason, I think they'd prefer to stay in their black and white state with smeared fingerprints and tarnished edges. Kind of like me. Kind of like my face. I stare at myself long and hard in the mirror, take stock of the reflection looking back at me. Wide-set jaw, full lips, rosy cheeks, peaches and cream complexion, a dusting of freckles I've never cared for across the bridge of my nose, longish, light brown hair. But the one thing that holds my attention rapt is my eyes. Their deep chocolate brown hue looks much less haunted than when I drove onto the ferry, unsure of what awaited me on the island. I shake my head, pull myself back from thoughts about my old life. The designer clothes, 5-star restaurants, and mandatory social status outings, the finest of all things in life. But hand in hand with that went the complete and utter loss of control over my choices, the pretenses I had to keep, and the lack of truly living my life. But here there is water, and fresh air, and space to create. There are genuine smiles, and I'm just the new girl, Getty Castor, not Gertrude Castor Adams of the renowned Castor family with expectations to fulfill and a husband with a reputation to uphold. Xander's voice swearing loudly through the open windows. Mrs. Brown next door is not going to take too kindly to it, causes the ghosts to skitter back into hiding. With a sigh, I look down at my makeup towelette smeared with various browns and blues and reds, and decide that my lip gloss and mascara will have to do just fine for today, because coffee is more important than cosmetics at this point in time. Besides, I don't want Xander thinking I'm making any efforts for him. I won't hesitate to do my makeup for work or because I want to, but never again because I have to for a man. Going through my morning routine, I pretend like the house is still mine, still void of the distinct scent of masculinity, and still drenched in the solitude I came here to find. And when I walk into the family room, all 3 of the things I've tried to ignore slap me squarely in the face when I come upon Xander making himself at home. He's sitting on the couch, feet on the coffee table, and scowling at the television. I notice it's a race of some sort. I intend not to give it or him more than 2 seconds of my attention. And of course, that's impossible to do when I notice the huge gash on the side of Xander's leg, running from his ankle to about halfway to his knee. It's bruised and bloody, and I immediately cringe at how bad that had to have hurt. What happened to your leg? There's concern in my voice, along with a healthy dose of curiosity.
Someone has lived here for 3 months and has yet to fix the step or caution it off so that others might not put their full weight on it and fall straight through to the ground.
He works his tongue in his cheek, but his eyes never wander from the television in front of him. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. The words are off my tongue immediately. Instant reflex before I shake my head and bite back the gushing apologies that automatically cue in my mind out of habit. I didn't know. I didn't expect you. Are you okay? Do you need a doctor to look at it? I move into the room toward him, truly apologetic, but at the same time knowing I can't fix it now. When he finally angles his gaze my way, the stare he gives me stops me dead in my tracks. Don't. It's a warning, loud and clear, and one I don't need to hear twice. We stare at each other, his oppressive mood filling the space between us in such contrast with the playful guy I met and actually kind of liked last night, regardless of how infuriating he was. It was an honest mistake. If I had known you were coming or going to get up that early, I would have... My words fade off when his attention turns back to the television as clouds of smoke fill the upper right-hand turn of a track. Metal and tires fly as several cars connect with the concrete wall and one another. He leans toward the television, jaw slack and eyes widening as if he were there, going through it himself, driving the car.
Unbelievable.
He says it like a swear word before he picks up the remote and turns it off.
The man can do no fucking wrong.
Guess he really likes racing. Was that your driver? I ask, hoping to break the tension. His laugh fills the room. It's full and rich, but with a tinge of contempt that has me taking a step back, leery of everything about his demeanor. I feel stupid. Did I phrase it the wrong way? I meant to say, is that the driver you usually follow? He coughs out an amused sound, but says nothing further. There's something about his reaction that makes me feel like I'm being mocked. And then it clicks for me. Is that how you know Smitty? Doesn't he race or something?
Something like that,
he murmurs, eyes back, fixated on the TV screen as if he's still watching the race unfold in his mind. Something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, isn't he Mr. Talkative? What's his...
No, Getty. We're not going to do this right now.
He carelessly tosses the remote on the table with a clatter as he removes his feet from it, face wincing in pain.
We're not going to do the get-to-know-you crap because, let's face it, you're going to be leaving in a few days. Then we're never going to see each other again, so why waste our breath bullshitting each other? Neither of us is going to say anything more than what we want the other to hear anyway. From what I gather, we're both here so we can't lie to ourselves anymore, so let's just save the pretenses. Deal?
He rises to his feet, bringing our bodies near each other, but everything else about us a million miles apart. I force a swallow down my throat, because I hate so many things about the truth in his words. Despising that he's hammered the nail on the head about my reasons for being here when he's known me less than 24 hours. And hating that maybe I was secretly liking and loathing his company simultaneously. That maybe a part of me liked hearing another voice, enjoyed the laughter in his eyes last night. And the way he looked at me like I was more than just an object. Does that even make sense? God, I'm so confusing. You either do or you don't, Getty. Kind of hard to desire both solitude and some company. While I'm at it, I might as well hold a whole conversation in my head while he stares me down to make sure I understand where he's coming from. And I do. I definitely do. I nod my head as I wait for the words to come, and with the words come the anger that he's an asshole and I shouldn't want to like him. Because who is that honest when you've just met someone? I've had enough assholes for a lifetime. Forgetting one more shouldn't be a problem for me. Deal. I purse my lips, shake my head, and turn on my heel without another word. Because he's right. I don't want to waste any more of my breath on him. I've already wasted enough that he's made my head spin.
Chapter 3. Xander. Would it kill you to pick up your phone and text me back to let me know you're okay? I get you're pissed at the world. Believe me, I've been there. Don't be a dick and try to deal with whatever's going on all on your own. That's what you have brothers like me for. Staring at the text from Shane for the 20th time in as many minutes, I hate that I want to respond to it and at the same time that I don't want to. I love my brother to death, but I can't deal with him just yet. He's the good guy, checking up on me, telling me he's there for me, being the good brother he's always been to me. And I'm just the asshole, needing to fly solo for now. I delete the text. I don't need another reminder of everything I don't deserve.
Chapter 4. Getty. All day, the bar has seen a steady flow of tourists, likely in a last mad rush to soak up island life and relax with a few drinks before the ferry leaves for the mainland for the last run of the day. I've gotten to know its schedule, the ebb and flow of foot traffic, and then after the tourists load up and get on board, the locals emerge from their hiding places. They fill the lazy dog to capacity and bitch about the trash left behind by visitors, while thanking God for the money brought to the island's economy. It's the weekend routine here, something I've come to appreciate and depend on as part of my new normal.
You good, Getty?
Liam asks from above the roar of the customers as someone hits a long fly ball in a close game playing on every television screen in the bar. Yep. I wipe down the bar top in front of me and take a few minutes to organize the clutter that amasses during a shift, thanks to the lull in orders with the bases loaded situation in the game.
Can you help me with service to table 13?
Sure. It's rare for Liam to ask me to step out from behind the bar. He knows I like it better behind the counter. But when it's super busy, like it is tonight, I'll venture out into what I call the Wild West. I hate it, but know it's pushing the boundaries of my comfort zone, forcing me to engage and not be so skittish. With a fortifying sigh, I pull up my socks, one zebra-striped and the other polka-dotted today. The lazy dog uniform of logo t-shirt and mismatched knee-high socks as much of a landmark here in Pine Ridge as the ferry's horn that goes off every hour. I make my way across the crowded bar to the little alcove near the front. It's one of the bar's coveted spots, offering the table's occupant both a view of the ocean through the open windows and a clear sightline to the ball game. I get distracted by a few comments on the way, have a few laughs, stop to watch the next pitch before I finally arrive at the table. "What can I get for you tonight?" I ask the top of a ball cap, before glancing back over my shoulder as the room collectively groans when the cleanup hitter strikes out. I withhold a groan of my own when the customer lifts his head and I find Xander's brilliant blue eyes looking back at me. "Oops, we seem to be all out of alcohol," I say, sarcasm impossible to ignore as I start to walk away and leave him parched.
"Socks."
His hand flashes out to grab onto my forearm the same time he says that stupid nickname he's given me. And the instant I feel his fingers tighten on my arm, alarm surges through me and has me yanking my arm from his grasp like I've been burned by fire. "Let go!" The minute the words are out, I regret them. And not just the words, but the audible sounds of fear and desperation woven in them. Xander removes his hand instantly, but the look in his eyes is almost 10 times more intrusive than the unwelcome panic his touch sparked. I wait for the questions to come, the look that indicates I have no right to react this way. And yet he says nothing. He just keeps his eyes locked on mine, making assumptions I'd rather he not make. Sorry. Sorry. Too much coffee today. What can I get you?" Heat warms my cheeks as I hold his stare and try to feign that everything is okay, that my heart's not racing and embarrassment isn't the reason I'm shifting my feet.
"Don't be,"
he finally says, breaking the tension between us and allowing the customers around us who have taken notice of my reaction to ease back in their seats. But beneath his hat, his brows narrow as his eyes tell me he's not buying the too much coffee line.
"It was my bad. Whatever IPA you have on draft is fine. I'm not picky."
I move away from the table as quickly as possible, purposely avoiding the stares from the regulars, since that's twice in 2 days they've seen me act like a skittish mouse. The last thing I need is to draw more attention to myself. So I'm thrilled that another server offers to take Xander his beer while I fill more orders behind the bar. Once I get lost in the work, in the hustle and bustle of filling orders, I remind myself to ignore Xander's looming presence. I know he's watching me, can feel his eyes scrutinizing me from the other side of the room, even though every time I begrudgingly glance up, he's not looking my way. But in between delivering drinks and watching a few key moments of the game, I happen to notice people stopping at his table, men and women alike, chatting and laughing, almost as if they're enamored with him. It's tempting to roll my eyes and snort in disgust. If they only knew what a grade A asshole he is. But then I'm left to try to figure out how, if he's new to the island, these people know him. Because I'm sure it's not his charismatic personality drawing them in. Why do you care, Getty? He'll be gone shortly, and you won't have to worry about it. A girl can hope. Good night. I shrug my sweatshirt on as I shut the door of the bar behind me and start walking down the streetlight-lined waterfront. My feet and back ache, but I made some great tips tonight, so I'm exhaustedly content.
Getty?
I nearly jump out of my shoes at the deep timbre of Xander's voice, and I'm sure I squeal like a little kid. But the jolt of fear overrides any sense of embarrassment. Jesus!
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
Leaning with one shoulder against the streetlight, he steps out of the shadows and into the light once I see him. He has a grocery bag in one hand, and his other is shoved in the pocket of his pants.
You heading back to the house?
Yup. There's not an ounce of warmth in my voice, not a trace of welcome, not a hint that maybe I'd like his company walking me home because sometimes my overactive imagination turns the shadows into scary shit that doesn't exist. I keep my head down, keep moving, not wanting to question why he's standing outside the bar where I work at midnight when he left his table well over 2 hours ago. It's not like I was paying attention or anything, though.
Getty.
Where mine lacked warmth, his tone is full of something else. Apology? Remorse? I can't place it, but it's enough to stop me in my tracks so I can turn to face him. I don't say a word, just wait for him to finish his thought.
I know it's late, and you're probably tired, but do you want to go sit on the beach and have a beer?
He lifts his hand with the grocery bag where I can make out the shape of a 6-pack. Bewilderment returns as a glimpse of the man I met last night resurfaces, not the one from this morning. I take stock of my fragile emotions and know I don't want to be the ball in his ping-pong match of mood swings. No thanks. You made yourself more than clear this morning. I'm happy with keeping my distance. I start to walk again, to gain space, because even though I know I need to keep moving, a small part of me wants to stay and try to figure him out.
Now the socks make sense.
Huh? That comment stops me. He's got my attention now. What are you talking about? A flash of a grin. A boyish shrug.
When I was lying in bed last night, I was trying to figure out what was up with your socks. It's not every day you meet a woman wearing nothing but knee-high socks, you know? I thought that style went out in grade school, but I'm a guy, what do I know?
I crack a smile, kind of liking the fact that when he was lying in bed last night, he was thinking of me. And then I stop myself. No. Hands on my hips as his eyes narrow at the sternness in my voice. You don't get to do this. You don't get to be nice like you were to me last night after what an ass you were with me this morning. My own words throw me, since it sounds so foreign to be standing up for myself when normally I'd slink away without a word.
An ass?
He makes it sound like I'm being unreasonable. I twist my lips as I contemplate my terminology. If you want nicer, we could use the term grumpy.
I was not grumpy.
Yes, you were. What, do you have something against Sundays or something?
Now I do.
His cryptic answers make zero sense and are beginning to get on my last nerve. I'm tired. I'm hungry, and frankly, I'd rather waste my energy on someone who deserves it. You were grumpy, and you're starting to get there again.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. He wants to have a schoolyard back and forth. I can too.
No, I'm not. I'm just a moody guy.
Grumpy, moody, same difference. And you weren't moody last night, so I don't believe you. He reaches down, and the crisp crack of a beer can opening fills the air.
Last night was... There were special circumstances.
Huh? How's that?
You were... unexpected.
And the way he says it, so matter-of-fact, mixed with the intensity in his eyes, causes something to flutter in my stomach.
It's not every night I come face to face with a sock-wearing, wand-wielding woman. I mean, I'm so traumatized, I need to drink to cope with it.
I assure you it won't happen again. I bite back the snicker, but can't hide the ghost of a smile from my lips.
Which part? The naked part? The sock part? Or the holding me at wand point part?
Images flash through my mind. Visuals of his physical perfection, accompanied by the pangs of desire I refuse to acknowledge, flickering to life. Ones I don't think I ever felt with Ethan. How about none of them?
Good. That's good to know. Since they will no longer appear, then neither will my good mood.
He holds a beer up, offering it to me, taunting smirk in place. I just shake my head to decline, but the widening smile on his face and the humor in his eyes slowly win me over. Liar, I say playfully, but something flashes across his face and is momentarily lost in the shadow cast by the bill of his hat. He looks out to the ocean, and I sense that my comment unintentionally touched a nerve.
If you want to talk about lying, let's just go there. Why did you come to the island?
Why did you come here? It's an immediate knee-jerk reaction on my part. My want to avoid talking about me. Hide the skeletons that need to remain buried in the closet.
The Socratic method thing doesn't work for me, Socks.
And your point is?
And yet another question to answer my question.
He lifts his eyebrows. I thought you didn't want to do with the wasted breath bullshit thing. Weren't those your words?
Yet another question?
He says. But when I just stare at him, he bobs his head up and down a little before relenting.
Well, yeah. But I was rude, and I waited out here to tell you so because I owed you an apology.
Oh. The sound falls from my mouth, my mind taken aback by this change of events. I know mood swings, am used to tempers being flipped on at the flick of a switch. But apologies are not something I'm familiar with. And I can tell that even though he means the words, they still make him uncomfortable. Ah, and the good mood returns. He laughs at my persistence. The sheepish look on his face is such a stark contrast to his dark hair shadowed in the streetlight, and I hate that a tiny part of my frozen heart thaws at the sight. Taking me by complete surprise, he grabs my hand and tugs slightly so that I stumble forward to wherever he is leading. And I do stumble. Not because he pulled with such force, but rather because the minute his hand touches mine, I swear it feels like my entire body has been shocked with an electric current. Normally, I'd roll my eyes at someone who made a comment like that. Say she's overreacting and playing up the whole, I obsess over Regency romances so much I have a wall lined with bookshelves to store them. But I can't this time. Because this is me, and it just happened. That unmistakable zap of chemistry. My neurons catching fire. The stilted hitch of breath in reaction. And for a split second, I think he feels it too, because with our arms stretched between us, fingers linked, we stand motionless under the glow of the streetlight. Time stops, and for that fraction of a second, we see each other in a completely different way. I avert my eyes, want to shake it off. But when I glance back, there's something in the way he looks at me. Interest, intrigue, desire, that tells me I need to sit down and have a beer with him on the beach.
Maybe just a smidgen of a good mood,
he teases. His words break through the sexual tension crackling in the air and bring me back to reality, where chemistry doesn't ignite and touches don't make you want. And yet I want.
Come on, Getty. Let's go sit on the beach, share a beer, and talk about crap that doesn't matter. Since we're both intent on keeping our reasons for being here close to the vest.
You mean you want to bullshit? I feign shock, since that was the one thing he was insistent that we avoid.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that. Bullshit. Too bad it's so cold, or I'd make you jump in the water with me. The proper island welcome. Or so I was told by the locals tonight. It could be our way of
breaking the ice. I finish for him and tuck my tongue in my cheek at my lame attempt at humor.
Ah, look at that. The lady has some jokes.
You better be careful, I say, as I realize my feet have started moving without my consent and are following him the short distance toward the sand. I see a glimpse of the non-moody Xander again.
Shit. I guess I need to summon Mander back up.
Mander?
Moody Xander? Mander?
He raises his eyebrows like he has absolutely no insecurities over his manhood in calling himself that ridiculous moniker. And I don't know if it's the fact that I'm exhausted from work, that Xander is making me laugh with his silly humor, or that for the first time since I've arrived to Pine Ridge Island, I don't want to head back to the heavy silence of an empty house. But his comment, his poking fun at himself, causes the guard I've been holding up so high to slip a little. Laughter I haven't felt or heard in so very long bubbles out and over. Tears fill my eyes. The sound rings around us and melds with the soft crash of the waves on the shore. I hold my hands up, as if I'm telling him to stop, but in reality, I'm not sure what I'm doing other than making fun of his ludicrousness. When I come back to myself, Xander is staring at me over the top of his can of beer.
You done yet?
Not hardly, Mander. A lopsided smirk tugs up the corner of his mouth.
You can't make fun of me and then not sit and have a beer with me. Mander rules.
He holds a can out to me, and after I stare at it and then back at him, I relent. I don't really drink. I stop myself when he gives me puppy dog eyes. Fine. Just one.
That's what they all say.
He chuckles as I take a seat beside him on a boardwalk bench. And then what? They're wooed into telling you all of their deep, dark secrets and fall madly in love with you?
Something like that.
He nods his head and turns on the charm by flashing me a cocky grin. But I thought you were grumpy all the time. Do you get a lot of girls with your moody self?
And we're back to that again.
He counters, pushing his knee over so that it knocks against mine. I open my beer and take a timid sip of the bitter ale, trying to hide my innate dislike of it. And I think I've done a pretty good job of masking the look of disgust on my face. But when I glance over, Xander's head is angled and his eyes are on me.
You work in a bar, but don't like beer? How's that working for you?
Ladies don't drink beer, Gertrude. It's classless and tacky. My father's and Ethan's admonishments ghost through my mind unexpectedly. The chills that blanket my body have nothing to do with the spring storm moving in. The memory, the constant refrain running through my mind makes me want to chug this entire beer and wipe my mouth with the back of my hand in defiance, to reaffirm I'm no longer that woman. Fine. Good. I take another sip for good measure to try to prove I'm unfazed by the taste I was never allowed the chance to acquire.
So I take it you were a bartender elsewhere, before you came to the island?
Yes. Yeah. Old habits of grammar die hard, but I try to forget them as I focus on the fib at hand.
And here come the bullshit lies I warned you about,
he says with a chuckle. Seriously, I was.
No need to explain or lie, Socks. I watched you work for a few hours. You did a fine job. Filled orders quickly, know how to pull a draft without foam. It's sad to say that I have spent a bit of time in bars and can tell a greenhorn from a pro, but I can.
Oh, so now you're a bartending expert? It's a stupid comeback, but it's my only defense.
I'm an expert at a lot of things. I assure you that, most of which are ones I'm not proud of lately.
There's a tinge of discord in his voice that makes me want to be the one asking questions, but before I can get them out, he shifts the topic of conversation.
What was so bad in your life that you ran here to escape from it?
Hello, curveball. We went from bartending to invasion of my privacy. His question puts every part of me on edge. And it's not just his question, but also the impenetrable stare through the darkness that unnerves me. The one that tells me he knows I am in fact hiding something. My mind runs 1,000,000 miles an hour. Did Smitty tell him the details? Did Xander search through my stuff in the house while I was at work and find something? Did my dad or Ethan send him to track me down and bring me back, even though there is nothing left to go back to? I'm not running from anything, I state with as much certainty as I can. His expression tells me he's not buying it, so I try to explain without going into detail. I'm starting a new chapter in my life. It's so different here from where I used to live, and I needed that. A change of pace, I guess, but running, no. I nod my head to put the emphasis on my statement, and yet he doesn't look away. I'm the first to avert my eyes. I need to, in order to prevent him from seeing things I don't want him to see. But even when I do, I can still feel the weight of his stare as I look out to the darkness beyond where we sit. To the ocean I can hear, but not see. The crack of a new beer can opening startles me, but I keep my gaze straight ahead. Hope that by focusing there, the sting of tears on the backs of my eyelids will abate.
I'll accept that answer. For now. But I've got to tell you something, Getty. I don't buy it. Sure, all of that might be true in a loose sense, but there's more there.
You don't know anything about me.
True, I don't. But I've seen a lot of shit in my life. More than you could probably imagine, so phrase it any way you want to. Deny it every which way from Sunday, but until you face whatever it is, nothing's going to get fixed.
You're overstepping boundaries for someone I've known only 24 hours. I try to play off the comment like I'm not irritated, but can't quite pull it off.
You're right. I am.
His admission is quiet, contrite, and so very unexpected after his dogged assumptions. Silence descends on us as he lets it go, leaving me to dwell on the truth to his words that I'd like to pretend I didn't hear. Lightning flashes far off the coast, a subtle reminder that I'm actually on an island in the ocean, completely vulnerable. Kind of like I was before I came here. No wonder when I first stepped foot on the wharf, I felt like I belonged instantly. And maybe, possibly hoped that the small-town atmosphere would mean that I'd be the outsider whom everyone left alone until I figured out if I wanted to stay or move on. Of course, now that I know I want to stay, he's here. And while it seems he may have his moments of kindness, it doesn't mean I want a roommate. At all. I just want to be left alone in this place I've grown to call home, where I can paint in private so that no one knows or can scrutinize my art and demean it, where the last name Castor is like Smith or Jones and doesn't mean anything to anyone. What about you? I ask, assuming the question isn't welcome, but indulging my curiosity. A heavy sigh in response. The sound of aluminum hitting against the edge of the trash bin near us rings out as he throws his empty can into it. Actions to buy him some time on an imaginary clock no one's watching.
Everybody's running from something, Getty.
His words startle me. Unexpected honesty that hits home. A part of me wonders if he's telling me this to get me to talk, or if he really means it. And as much as I want to ask more, get lost in his troubles instead of my own, I let it go. Let us sink into the silence milling around us. The cool ocean breeze, the warmth of a body next to me. The notion that someone understands when he really has no clue what I'm going through or have been through, but understands in his own way nonetheless. This is new to me. Welcome and unwelcome at the same time. Because I'm supposed to be figuring myself out. Supposed to be dealing with this all on my own. Determined to prove to myself that I don't need anyone. That I can do this.
There's a storm rolling in.
Xander's quiet murmur beside me breaks the silence. How long have we been sitting here? I've lost track of time, absorbed in my own thoughts. I love sitting on the back patio and watching them move across the sea. Listening to the roar of thunder and the pelting of the rain. Then, after the light show is over, I'll sit in my bedroom with the window cracked so I can smell the distinct scent of the rain.
Please tell me you don't actually sit on that death trap of a deck.
My wide eyes meet his raised eyebrows. Maybe. Is it that bad?
Rickety is a compliment for that hazard.
And so what, you're a carpenter? You're trading your skills for room and board? Time to turn the tables on him. Put him in the hot seat for a bit, since I know he's still curious about why I'm here. The laugh I get in response to my question is cynical at best.
No, not a carpenter whatsoever. I'm the farthest thing from it.
My mind flashes back to earlier today and the constant pounding of the hammer, on how much time it took to replace the broken step. How do you plan on fixing the house up if you don't know what you're doing?
The same way you're being a bartender, I suppose.
He says with a purse of his lips and a resolute nod of his head.
Figure it out as I go.
Does Smitty know you're not a carpenter? I wonder if I'm asking for fuel to add to my argument as to why I should stay and he should go. or because I just want him to keep talking, to help not make the silence seem so lonely tonight. His laugh in response is genuine and rich and wholehearted, and brings a soft smile to my lips at the sound.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive he knows who and what I am.
Then why? There are so many ways I can end the sentence, and yet I'm not sure which one I want an answer to the most. Are you here? Are you sitting with me on a bench after apologizing when I never asked you to? Are you making me want to tell you things when I don't like to talk to anyone?
Because I owe him big time. He, helped me out with a few things. Kept me from getting in trouble, in a sense, when I didn't deserve his help.
He shrugs, eyes trained to the darkness beyond as he absently reaches into the bag and pulls out another can of beer.
I needed a place off the beaten path to go deal with some shit, and he needed someone to repair this place, so we both agreed to help each other.
A few weeks ago, Darcy told me they'd finally decided on which carpenter to hire. I was going to help facilitate.
Yeah, they did. And then Smitty found out that he and every other carpenter who works here on the island is booked solid through the end of the year. He wanted to get the repairs going sooner than that so they can flip the house and get it back on the market before next tourist season starts. So,
he shrugs with a sheepish smile.
Me.
And what if you're in over your head? He shrugs his shoulders at my comment, a forced smile on his face, as if I've just touched a nerve somehow.
We're all in over our heads at some point, aren't we?
He says cryptically before lifting his hat, running his hand through his hair and putting it back down. And for some reason, I don't think he expects a response to his question. So I just remain quiet and study him out of the corner of my eye.
I'll figure it out. Can't be that hard. I promised him I'd get the job done, and I'll get the job done. Prove to him that my word is good again.
Again? Did something happen that...
Boundaries, Getty.
His voice is an even warning that I'm pushing him too hard when he backed off from asking me questions. And I know there is more hidden in his words, an underlying meaning I don't understand, and yet I give him the same respect he did me. I shift back to neutral ground, the repair issues. So, you just plan on wielding a hammer and winging it?
It's better I wield a hammer than a mini-blind wand.
He deadpans, and then snickers. Touché. I laugh with a roll of my eyes, already knowing it was not one of my prouder moments. But being a bartender and making a deck so it doesn't crash to the ground when you walk on it are slightly different skill sets. At least I can't kill someone if I mix a drink wrong.
Oh, I've been killed plenty of times at the hands of a bartender,
he says with a chuckle. I have a feeling that was your own fault.
God, yes, it was, but damn, the parts I remember were well worth it.
The suggestion in his tone is loud and clear. I hate the creative images that fill my mind of him in a bar. Loud music, a slew of women surrounding him, hanging on his every word in the hopes that they can get him to buy them a drink. Stake a claim, even if just for the night. Because he's that type of guy. By no fault of his own, other than the good looks he was born with and that subtle charm that wiggles its way into your resolve not to like him. The type that a woman would gladly accept a one-night stand with, knowing ahead of time the hurt that would come when he'd walk out in the morning wanting nothing more. Without knowing anything else about him, I already know he'd be worth the hurt. I shake away the thought instantly, seeing as I'm not looking for that from him or from anyone. I've had enough pain to last a lifetime. And yet, images from earlier tonight in the bar flash back in my mind. How even though he had been here less than a day, he already had townspeople approaching him, talking to him, and not treating him like an outsider like they did me for a good few weeks.
Did I lose you?
Xander's words pull me from my errant train of thought. A train that needs to derail and not fill my head with notions about what exactly he'd be like in any situation. No. Yes. Sorry. Why do I feel so rattled?
Getty?
The way he says my name, part question, part concern, causes that panic to reemerge, because I don't want to turn this discussion back on me. It's nothing. What were we talking about? He narrows his eyes and studies me for a moment, asking without asking, "Can I help? Do you want to talk about it?" And I don't want to do any more talking right now. It's overrated. Don't.
Don't what?
Just don't, okay? I just want to sit here and drink this beer that tastes like shit and feel the breeze start to pick up as the storm moves in and enjoy the silence without being alone. Can you understand that? When I finally look over to him, his eyes meet mine with more understanding than I expected. He holds my gaze for a moment before acknowledging my request with a slow and steady nod.
I can understand that more than you'll ever know.
Chapter 5. Getty. Thunder rattles the windows in the early morning. The clouds, swirling and tumbling across the horizon, block any sunlight. The weather fits my mood, and the mood is reflected on the canvas in front of me. Dark splashes of color, rich in hue, marble together to reflect a violent sky ready to erupt. Music plays in my earbuds, a hard beat, a deep bass. And yet I couldn't tell you the lyrics if I tried, because I'm so focused on what's in front of me. I'm so engrossed, because with each stroke of my brush, a part of my past leaves me with the movement. Criticism, control, punishments, expectations, requirements. And the list goes on from my old life, my monochromatic one. I dip my brush in a deep blue and slide it across the canvas. Your art isn't allowed in this house. It will amount to nothing. Good wives host parties. They have tea and join the women's league, and their job is to make their husbands look better. Not this ridiculous bullshit. My thumb smears the blue with the gray, a wash of two colors together, blending into the background. Ethan doesn't mean it, Gertrude. He's a man focused on business and making it a success. He doesn't have time for your female idiosyncrasies. You can't blame him that you didn't do your job properly. God, how I wish your mother was still around so she could show you how to be a proper lady, because regardless of how much schooling I've paid for you always seem to fail at it. Dark gray, right on the center. Harsh strokes, pressing the paint into the canvas until it bleeds into its fibers. What do you think you were trying to pull tonight, Gertrude? Do you think I don't know you wanted Fred? I saw you talking to him. I saw you laugh differently. I saw you flirt. Do you really think any man would find you attractive? For Christ's sake, look at you. You're 10 pounds overweight. Your makeup is smeared like a damn teenager. Do you think anyone else would ever want to fuck you? It's a chore to make myself hard enough to do it. You should thank your lucky stars you have me, because no one else would take you. Now get on your knees and give me a proper apology. Tears on my cheeks, salt on my lips, The storm on the canvas and on the other side of the window feels nothing like the one I rage against daily inside me. Dabs of white, the froth of an angry ocean, the sign of churning turmoil, of the ocean fighting against the shore. Don't walk out that door, Gertrude. That is an order. I will cut off your trust, your credit cards, everything. This is just a phase. You don't really want to divorce, Ethan. No caster has ever been divorced. You just need to be more compliant and do what he says. If he's happy, then the company will remain in good standing and everything will be better. Gertrude? Get back here. Gertrude! I fan black around the edges. Darkness, sadness, loss, all mixed together in an endless cycle. The dark of night. My car packed with clothes and mementos of the woman I don't really remember, but have the invisible scars to prove I used to be. The bank manager. I'm sorry, but all withdrawals need to be signed for by both parties on the account, and it seems to me that your debit card has been canceled as well. How very odd. The pawn shop. My jewelry lining the countertop. Diamonds and emeralds and platinum and rubies. Trinkets of a life I was part of but really didn't participate in, now turned into a means to help me get something of my own. The phone call to Darcy out of the blue. Biting back my pride. Asking for help from my mother's oldest friend to whom I hadn't spoken in forever. Her offer to stay in a house they had just bought to fix up and resell on an island off Washington. Was that far enough? The bickering over her refusing to take rent, her promise of secrecy to keep my whereabouts from everyone, her admission she'd always hated my father. Driving off the ferry, stepping foot onto the island, a breath of fresh air, feeling hope for the first time in as long as I could remember. A deep breath, yellow on the brush, a splash of color, a ray of light in this bleak storm, the sun trying to break through the darkness. I set the brush down, unsure if the picture is done, but knowing I am, for now, worn out from the gamut of emotions that sitting with Xander on the bench last night unexpectedly stirred up. I've been here for months. Yes, I've had a few moments of sadness, and some nights where the tears didn't stop. But at the same time, I know I'm in a better place now. I can acknowledge that I'm slowly crawling out from under that veil of criticism that weighed so heavily I actually believed it. How weak of a person could I have been to put up with it? Year after year, criticism after criticism, apology after apology, to not have walked away, to still believe his words hold some merit. The tears slide silently down my cheeks, fat odes to a past I'll never go back to a place I'll never allow my self-esteem to accept again, to a life of pretenses, where people judge a book by its cover and believe a wife's continued apologies and excuses for things that were never her fault to begin with. The music continues in my earbuds, a melancholy song about lost love, and a part of me wishes I could experience that grief, a deep sadness over leaving the person you know is your soulmate, the other half to make you whole. Because I had none of that, felt none of that. I was nothing to Ethan but a voodoo doll to manipulate as he saw fit. I was nothing to my father but a pawn in his business maneuvers, a means to keep his acquisitions in good standing. Time has given me that clarity. Distance has allowed me to realize that the only love I lost was for myself. And yet it's still a battle to move forward, to forget, and to find worth in myself. A movement out of the corner of my eye scares the shit out of me. When I startle, my knee hits the tray in front of me and causes supplies to fall to the ground with a clatter. Jesus! I bark out as I rip the earbuds from my ears. My pulse spikes erratically, and my heart pounds as if it's been jump-started in my chest. Xander holds up his hands in an "I'm sorry" motion as he moves into the room.
I knocked,
he says, motioning to my earbuds and then back to the door.
but you didn't answer.
And you invited yourself in? I move out of the alcove and into the bedroom. My voice comes out less than friendly, which I won't apologize for since he's the one invading my personal space. My gaze instantly flickers to the myriad of things around the room that are mine and private. The prescription for sleeping pills on the nightstand. My bra hanging haphazardly over the back of the chair. A mess of clothes still inside out near the vicinity of the hamper. The stack of designer clothes the local consignment shop has listed on eBay to sell for me to help make ends meet. The canvases stacked one upon another, leaning against the wall. Oh God, my paintings. Before the thought even really computes, Xander is moving toward them with the strangest look on his face. No, I gasp. The thought of him seeing my work has paralyzed me, caused panic to tickle the back of my neck and bring a tsunami of insecurities and fears of criticism. Silence settles as he moves from painting to painting. Then the rumble of thunder from outside. My mind wills my feet to move, to protect my most intimate feelings that are splashed across a canvas. But I'm frozen. Ethan and my father may have criticized my scribbles in charcoal, chastised me for an occasional mention of how I'd like to paint, too. But no one has ever seen what I've started in this new medium.
Getty.
His voice is soft, full of something I can't quite place, and all I know is the lump in my throat feels like it's the size of a baseball, because I'm having trouble swallowing over it.
These are...
No, please, just... Xander...
incredible.
It's awe. The sound in his voice is awe. I watch him in my disbelief. The chance to sit back and let someone finally see my art proves stronger than my innate need for privacy. He rifles through the paintings, stacked 5 and 6 deep against the walls. His fingers skim over my feelings. Streaks of blue and gray and black, and blends of shading and different textures. Anger, insecurity, sadness, loneliness, longing. It's as if his fingertips touching each one are acknowledging the validity of the emotions I've expressed on canvas, telling me they are okay to feel when, for so long, I've been told I was being dramatic, that I needed to bite my tongue and do what a good little wife does. He goes one by one through the artwork, head down, concentration etched in the lines of his face, eyes focused. And then he moves to today's painting still on the easel, the one I'm not sure is completed. The emotions are still fresh in my mind, still tacky to the touch on the canvas. I feel exposed, although I'm the only one who knows what has gone into the picture, the meaning behind it, the years of distress leading up to it, the hope created when I escaped from it. Xander stares at it for a moment, the pelt of rain on the window the only backdrop noise. When he lifts his head and meets my eyes, the breath I didn't realize I was holding burns in my lungs.
I don't know shit about art, Getty, but these paintings, those sketches...
He shakes his head as if he's seeing me in a whole new light, and for a split second I worry he sees my weakness, my inadequacies, everything I hide and everything I wish I was.
They're unbelievable. It sounds lame, but it's almost like you can feel them.
I don't know what I expected to hear, but his description pulls at every part of me that still needed an ounce of validity. Thank you. My voice is soft, uneven, and now that he's seen them, I don't know what to do. I feel 10 times more naked than I did the other night. Vulnerable. Like I want to kick him out of my inner sanctum and keep him here to hear him tell me more at the same time.
Where's your next showing at?
My brow furrows and eyes narrow as I try to compute what he's asking me. What do you mean?
Like I said, I don't know much about this kind of thing, but it looks like you're gearing up for an art show.
He motions to the canvases lining the walls of the alcove.
So I was asking when it is. I mean, it all makes sense now.
You lost me. I'm still recovering from someone seeing my paintings and the unexpected praise, let alone trying to follow him. What makes sense?
You renting the house? Getting ready for the show here and then moving to the next place for the next one.
My laugh is long and rich, with a tinge of nerves lacing its edges. There is no show. I'm not moving on. He angles his head and stares at me. They're not for sale, Xander. It's his turn to look at me funny, like he doesn't understand.
Why not?
I'm not going to lie and say the confusion in his voice over my answer, like I'm crazy, doesn't give a boost to my ego. Because I paint for me. Silence fills the room as my words settle on him. The storm outside even seems like it stops to emphasize my statement.
And your point is?
The intensity in his eyes, dark blue sparks of color searching out mine across the room, and the demand in his tone knock me off kilter. Transport me back to that person I left behind and never want to be again. On the spot, body flushed with heat, an apology quick on my tongue even though I have nothing to apologize for. Goddamn triggers. Old habits die hard. Come on, Getty. Get your shit together. He's not Ethan. He's just asking a valid question. Working a swallow down my throat, I shift my feet and look out to the stormy sea. My happy place, to calm my nerves jittering out of control. I try to explain. Is there anything you have in your life that you're passionate about? A thing you do or place you go where you can get lost in yourself or... Never mind. I shake my head, suddenly embarrassed that I sound as stupid as I feel.
No, I want to hear what you have to say,
he says, which causes me to turn and look back to him. He takes a few steps toward me, genuine interest on his face. Not the smarmy smirk I'm used to, so that I can be mocked when I finish explaining. It's stupid, really. Probably makes sense only to me.
No.
He takes another step closer. I can smell his cologne. Or maybe it's the scent of soap. It's clean. And I open my mouth to argue, but nothing comes out more than a meek... No? Another slow, intentional step. If I put my arm out, my hand would be in the middle of his chest. Close. Too close, in so many ways.
No,
he answers resolutely.
I get it. More than you know, it's your escape. Your way to deal with shit.
Nothing like a guy to put it in plain speak and have it make perfect sense. Yeah, something like that.
If you sell them, it doesn't make them any less yours. It doesn't stop the feeling you get when you paint. It just means you get to do something you love and make money from it.
His points are valid, and yet I still see my heart and soul cut open and on display for anyone to scrutinize. So while the thought is a good one, it's not going to happen. That and a shrug are all I give him in response, because it's food for thought, but probably not something I'm ever going to take a bite out of.
You just need to.
Boundaries, I warn, needing him to know he's treading on shaky ground that I don't want to be treading on. The emotions of the morning have abraded my psyche, and I don't want to be pushed any further. I've already shown him too much of myself as it is. He nods his head, a silent acknowledgement that he's heard me. All I can do is hope he's going to keep on his side of the line.
You're talented, Getty. There's no doubt about that.
I look away from him. The room suddenly in shadow as the clouds shift outside, and his next step toward me blocks the glow of light from the lamp. The room feels way too small, way too intimate without the harshness of the desk light. It's too personal, I whisper, giving him the only explanation I will give. Not expecting him to understand, but almost needing him to.
That's obvious,
he says, eyebrows drawing together, head angling to the side to study me.
But no one is going to see the same thing you see. Everyone's churning ocean is fueled by a different type of storm.
He shifts his feet, his body now closer. Our eyes don't waver from each other's. What's your storm? The question is out before I can stop it. My own curiosity piqued. Our proximity allows me to see the pang of hurt flash through his eyes, the sudden halt in his movements. The recovery comes quickly, but not fast enough to hide that whatever he's running from affects him deeply.
My storm?
He chuckles, self-deprecation in his tone and a look in his eyes he doesn't give me a chance to read.
I don't think it's ever really stopped churning. But there's definitely been a few surprise white squalls thrown in.
Is that why you've come here? To escape it? I push for answers, no longer wanting to feel like I'm the only one exposed and curious to know more about this man before me.
A white squall,
he murmurs. And it's all there, sitting in the depth of his eyes. The hurt, the indecision, the regret over whatever has happened to cause him to be here right now. And yet it's also so very well protected that I'm not sure what else to say.
You've been crying.
I blanch, hating that he has noticed, and at the same time I pick up on the sudden change of topic. I'm immediately wiping my fingers under my eyes and trying to hide the evidence, although I'm not sure how much good it will do. I'm fine, I say, my voice infused with much more certainty than I feel. It was just the song I was listening to. It was sad. Jesus, Getty, couldn't you think of a better lie?
Uh-huh.
He takes another step forward. The simple sound, almost an unspoken warning not to lie to him again.
Just the song,
he murmurs with a nod as he reaches out, hand to the side of my jaw, thumb brushing over the line of my cheek. That jolt I felt last night, that was nothing compared with the start and stop of my heart at the feel of his hand on my face. Skin to skin. My lips fall lax, The sharp intake of my breath is audible in the silence. And I hate that I suddenly feel like I don't have a single clear thought in my mind, let alone an intelligent one.
"You've got paint,"
he says, mint on his breath, as he leans in to get a better view through the dimly lit room.
"Right here."
And yet, after his thumb rubs at the smudge, he doesn't remove his hand. He just keeps it there, our faces close, our eyes questioning so many things. Time slows. "Thanks," I finally whisper, tongue darting out to wet my lips as I try to draw in a steady breath.
And I'm smart enough to know it was more than just the song.
His words hit my ears, the deep timbre of his tone a soothing rebuke in a sense, because he is actually listening to me, really hearing me when I'm so unaccustomed to any man in my life caring above and beyond the surface. Words, thoughts, confessions. The look in his eyes and the comfort of his touch cause my head to whirl, make me want to let him in, and use his shoulder for comfort when this isn't even really an option I'll afford myself. Compassion from a man isn't something I'm used to, especially when it's directed at me. Thunder rumbles. We both jump at the sound, the moment instantly broken. The gasp from my lips gets drowned out. Xander steps back with a startled shake of his head before turning his back to me as he walks toward the window, shoving his hand through his hair, a sigh filling the space.
"Fucking squalls,"
he murmurs as he hangs his head for a moment, the words weighing heavy in the room as I stand there trying to figure out what just happened. He turns and looks at me for a moment, eyes sincere, but the words don't make any sense.
"I'm sorry. I just can't."
And with that, he strides from the room, leaving me with nothing more to look at than an empty doorway. What the hell just happened? I move to the edge of my bed, sit down, and try to sift through the myriad of emotions I didn't expect to feel around him. Hurt, rejection, confusion, dejection. And I hate that I feel any of these from a moment that never should have happened with a man that shouldn't even be here in the first place. He just can't what? Talk to me? Be in the same room as me? Be in the same house? Kiss me? Oh my God, Getty, can you be any more ridiculous? The thought flickers and fades away instantly, my stupidity at an all-time high. I really have lost my mind, the emotions of the morning running rampant and killing my brain cells. Who am I kidding thinking stuff like this? A guy who looks like he does would most definitely not be into a woman who looks like me. Never. Ethan's words come back to me now. Disgusting, overweight, pathetic, useless, ugly. They flicker through my mind and poke holes in the confidence I've slowly built from nothing. And to think, I had a moment when I wanted to let Xander in. A break in my resolve when I thought perhaps it might be a little easier to share a part of me with someone. Because if we're both running from something, then that means maybe he just might be a little more understanding. Jesus. Did I really think that was going to happen? Making myself vulnerable to someone else before I've even figured myself out was a stupid move. Shows I haven't come very far yet in this mile I'm traveling 1 inch at a time. Don't trust anyone. Trust is a false pretense, something that's never really real. Well, luckily he came to his senses before I made that colossal mistake. bolted before I unfolded my complex past like an origami bird and asked him to help me try to fold the same piece of paper back into a different shape. I cover my face with my forearm and just listen to the storm rage on outside and take stock. Try to disregard the hurt over the fact that, obviously, I did something wrong. That he saw my most intimate of emotions splashed over the canvas, and even though he praised me, he still rejected me. Stop it, Getty. Stop blaming yourself. Maybe it was him. You did nothing wrong but be you. Well, the new you. So maybe it was his own issues that caused him to abruptly leave. I suck in a deep breath and fight through my doubt. Shed the pathetic part of me that wants to blame myself for whatever reason is behind why he walked out. Acknowledge that this is why I need to steer clear of anything and anyone until I've had enough time to deal with my past. Forget the old me. Heal from her scars and fully embrace the now. Realize that I need no one and nobody. That I can exist, live, thrive all on my own. They say loneliness adds beauty to life. I guess I'm getting a whole new makeover. Chapter 6. Getty.
One of these days, Getty, you're going to realize that you're a local now, and you're going to have to step on the other side of the counter, grab a drink of your own, and watch the game with the rest of us.
I lift the rag in my hand to acknowledge Liam's comment, which comes at least once a shift. I know he's just being sweet, and that I'm not really a local yet. Besides, any free time I have, I like to explore the island or lock myself away with my paints so I can learn more. But the idea of having a beer and relaxing with the game and a crowd of people sounds more than welcome right now. I definitely need it after my conversation today, the bad news it brought, and the pang of loneliness I feel from it. A cheer goes up across the tables, causing me to look up. The bar hums with the buzz of an excited crowd. There's a tense game, plus the sun is shining for the first time all week. Add to that an influx of tourists fresh off the ferry, and the Lazy Dog is crowded, loud, and keeping me on my toes this afternoon with orders.
An arrogant bastard, please.
I know who it is the moment I hear the request. Somehow, my body is attuned to him, even when I don't want it to be. I don't look up, don't acknowledge him. Rage and irritation and everything within that range fire anew as I think about the phone call I had earlier with Darcy where I found out the bullshit he's pulled. No wonder he's been MIA since the other morning when he left my bedroom. Well, that's a self-diagnosing order if I ever heard one, I say under my breath. But even with my eyes focused on keeping the foam minimal on the pour, I can see his body jolt. Good. He heard me.
Did I do something wrong?
He asks pensively, his body leaning over the bar some so that I get that quick whiff of soap and cologne that now haunts the halls of the house after he takes a shower. My laugh is long and low, the sound of sarcasm poured over ice. Take your pick. I slide his glass along the varnished bar top and finally meet his gaze. My eyebrows are arched and my lips are twisted as I'm sure my defiant derision is reflected in my eyes. The noise of the bar fades into the background. A groan over a bad call, a good-natured shout for a waitress. And yet his eyes hold mine in a war of wills. His asking what I'm pissed at, and mine telling him he should already know. I find myself leaning in closer at the same time he does, waiting for him to fess up to his lies. but I'm greeted with a slow, lazy smirk that spreads across his mouth until it turns into a full-blown, arrogant grin.
You're speaking female, Socks. Can you please...
Darcy, there's a word for you. I lean my hips against the counter behind me.
Technically, that's a name, but...
He chuckles over the rim of his glass. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm assuming you've spoken to her, then.
What the fuck, Xander? His eyes widen at my use of the word. I can hear my father's reprimand in my head. I never agreed to staying in the house with you, to being roommates. Especially after the other morning in my room when you did whatever you did.
If you're worried about me seeing you naked, we've already done that part, so it's not a big deal.
He tips his glass to me, his smile unwavering. Every word he speaks makes me angrier. That's not the point! I raise my voice in exasperation.
Then what is?
I don't like you. There, I said it. But it's a huge fat lie, and I'm afraid he can see right through it.
Yes, you do, Getty. You don't drink beer on the beach with somebody you don't like.
I glare at him, hating his reasoning. Well, I don't like beer either, so...
You lost me. You don't like beer, therefore you don't like me?
The amusement in his voice for calling my rationality on the carpet makes me frustrated, irritable, bitter. Why would you tell Darcy that I agreed to...
Excuse me.
The voice to his left catches me off guard and prevents the verbal barb of rebuke from firing off my tongue.
Are you Xander Donovan? You are, aren't you?
The questions are followed by a nervous chuckle and a flush of cheeks, and both have definitely caught my attention. The orders waiting to be filled are forgotten as this gentleman piques my curiosity. Who the hell is Xander Donovan? Xander's eyes stay locked on mine momentarily. A flicker of irritation at being interrupted fleets through them, telling me this conversation is far from over, before he turns toward the middle-aged man beside him. The smile that was an arrogant taunt to me slowly transforms into a self-assured one, slow and steady as he nods his head and reaches his hand out to the man.
Yes, I am,
he says quietly.
Nice to meet you. And you are? Oh, man, this is so cool,
the guy says, eyes wide and movements jerky as he shifts his stance and sticks his hand out.
Glenn. Glenn's my name. Nice to meet you, Glenn,
Xander says with a nod, eyes remaining on the man and smile still on his face, but there is a different feel here, almost like he has a front up, on display, and I can't take my eyes off him or stop trying to figure out what I'm in the dark on.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I told my wife it was you, and she bet me I wouldn't come over here and find out. Man, this is so exciting.
He rubs his hands together. When I look back to Xander, I can tell he's completely comfortable with strangers approaching him.
Getty!
Liam's deep baritone calls through the loud chaos of the bar, and as much as I don't want to care about this mystery man who has waltzed into my life and seems to be here to stay for a while, I do want to know. Struggling between curiosity and duty, I take a fortifying breath and nod my head to my boss. Let him know I'm on the orders stacking up. Reluctantly, I step away from my position that was perfect for eavesdropping, but not before I hear Glenn say,
I'm sorry about losing your ride.
Those words repeat in my head during the rest of my shift. The bar only gets busier, so any spare moment I have is spent stretching my back or running to the bathroom. Although I'd like to be asking Xander for an explanation. I watch him, though, sitting on the other side of the bar, surrounded by fellow patrons, and to my dismay, a few females. And it's not like it's because I care or anything, because I don't. Definitely not. It's just because I want answers I can't get while he's busy flirting aimlessly with women he'll probably never even see again. His laugh floats across the bar, and it's like the breeze fanning the fire of my irritation with him. I have no right to be annoyed, except for what he told Darcy. And yet with each passing minute he's over there laughing and having fun, it increases. I finish the next set of orders, realize that the end of that hour Liam mentioned to me is coming up. My eyes flicker back to Xander, his dark hair curling up at the neck of his shirt, and to how his fingers trail up and down the lines of condensation on his glass. Or that easygoing smile that says he doesn't have a care in the world, although obviously he does, or he wouldn't be here running from turbulent storms and white squalls.
Why don't you pour yourself a pint and get off your feet for a bit? Sit with the locals and watch the last few innings.
I look over to Liam, who's wiping his hands on a rag with that look in his eye that says there is no arguing with him. Tell me something. You ever heard of the name Xander Donovan before? He gives me a slow and steady nod as his eyes narrow in thought.
Race car driver. Indy, I think. Pretty damn good from what I recall. Popular, too. I seem to remember overhearing something on SportsCenter,
he says, motioning to the televisions that blanket the bar.
That he left mid-season with some controversy. Liam!
His name is shouted from the other end of the counter, and he holds up a finger to tell one of the regulars it will be just a minute.
Is that?
Liam says, all of a sudden the dots connecting for him as he looks across the bar to where Xander is seated. He stares, lips parted, as recognition makes it hard for him to find the words to speak.
Holy shit, it is him. Well, what do you know? In my bar of all places, too.
Lucky us, I mutter under my breath with a hint of sarcasm that apparently only I can hear, because by the look on Liam's face, he is more than thrilled to have Xander here. Great. Now the man is invading this space of mine, too.
That definitely can't be bad for business. Him coming in here when you're on a shift.
What? How is he even aware we know each other?
Small-town life, he answers for me. Everyone knows the two of you are living together up in the place on Canary. I knew he looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. Just figured he looked like someone I knew.
He shakes his head and looks over to where Xander is speaking to 4 guys who have stopped at his table to talk. I thought they were just patrons being friendly, but now the constant revolving door at his table makes so much more sense. They are fans who recognize Xander. Beside me, Liam clucks his tongue and draws my attention back to him. The concentration on his face tells me he's trying to figure a way to market Xander's presence, and I hate the idea instantly. There's no need for him to be more in my space than he already is.
Lucky for me, you're the one working here, since he seems to only have eyes for you. Hot damn.
I roll my eyes, the rebuff on my tongue when his words really hit my ears. Only has eyes for me. Is he joking? When I glance over to my boss, he's dead serious. And now I'm the one having trouble forming words. Oh, no, we're not together. I mean, it was a mistake.
Your shift's over, Getty,
he says with a knowing smile, saving me from my flustered response.
Go grab a glass of the poison of your choice. Enjoy the full house while I sort your tips out.
Thanks. He retreats to the other end of the bar while I'm left trying to figure out what just happened. It's the hum of the bar that I love, just not the people who make the sound. But I'm not caring whatsoever because the Tom Collins in my hand is empty, and my head is slightly fuzzy. Definitely one good thing about never being allowed to drink. You get buzzed off your first one. And luckily, tucked in the corner on the side of the bar like a hermit, I get to keep mostly to myself and enjoy the atmosphere, but not really be a part of it.
We never got to finish our conversation.
I don't know why Xander's voice is akin to nails over chalkboard to me. Possibly because I've been sitting here stewing about him and how much I don't want to be, but the minute he slides into the booth beside me, I jump. Without a single word, I rise from my seat, walk behind the bar, and through the door to the back room that serves as a quasi-break room and a storage area.
What's your problem?
His voice is too close behind me. Obviously, he's following me when he's not allowed back here. For some reason, I don't take him as one who follows rules. I just want to get away from you. I turn around to face him, realizing all of a sudden how small this room feels with him occupying it. I told you, I don't like you. And why is that, Getty? Because he makes that fluttery feeling happen in your stomach? He only has eyes for you. Because you don't want to think about him or care about his white squalls, and yet you do? I shake the thoughts from my head, my own little devil and angel warring within me. It's the last thing I need when I have a fight right in front of me that needs my attention.
You're obviously angry at me for something. An argument goes a little smoother when both people know what the fight's about.
He lifts his eyebrows, and all I see is a taunt instead of a question. Shall we start with the word again?
Darcy. You mean name.
This is exactly why I don't like you. You're frustrating and arrogant, and you think you can waltz back here, tell me what is going to happen, how to fight, what to do, after you don't even have the courtesy of telling me who you are. My words fall out in a tirade that makes no sense even to me. Why am I hurt, though? Is it because he didn't trust me enough to tell me? And neither did Darcy, her non-response flickering through my mind. That's for him to tell you, just as your story is for you to tell him, if you want. It's not like you've told him anything either.
Does it matter who I am?
His shoulders square as he takes a step closer, hands at his side, eyes searching mine for the truths behind my words. No. Yes.
Damn.
Brilliant.
That's a great answer. Very decisive.
The smirk is back. So is the seductive scent of his cologne. Quit mocking me. I fight against the urge to walk out and leave this argument behind, uncomplicate things that are already so damn complicated.
Does it matter who I am? What my job is?
I can sense he cares about my answer for some reason. No, of course not, but you could have at least told me.
It doesn't change anything, Getty. Other than now you can go search on the internet about me, about my past, and read shit that may or may not be true. Is that what you want? Because I have a feeling there is a hell of a lot more you want to say, so have at me.
Oh. It's my only response, and our eyes lock. The prospect of looking him up never really even crossed my mind. But now, of course that he's mentioned it, the idea will nag at me. And in that instant, I think of myself. How upset I'd be if someone told him who I really was and how vulnerable and betrayed I'd feel. And then, I wonder if that's his whole game plan here. Make me feel bad so that I walk away from this argument feeling sorry for him. I don't think he has any clue that I've spent so many years being the wallflower in the corner, taking the blame, not fighting back, and I just can't do that right now. Silence fills the space between us. Part of me wants to ask more, and the other half that doesn't want to give more becomes a conundrum all in itself. The quid pro quo that I won't let happen. So instead, I focus on him being in my space, in my house, in my life when he shouldn't be, when I don't want him to be. And yet he's still here, still waiting for my answer, still taunting me by his mere presence, a constant reminder of everything I don't want, can't have in my life, don't have the luxury to even consider.
So can you tell me what my driving a race car for a living and Darcy have in common?
His voice pulls me from my thoughts, brings me back to him standing a few feet in front of me.
Are those what caused that huge chip on your shoulder to weigh you down so much you're being irrational and picking a fight with me for no apparent reason?
No reason? Are you crazy? The smirk he gives me in return goads my temper, and at the same time it tells me I am giving him just what he wants. A fight. And yet I can't stop myself. I welcome it. You called Darcy and told her that I agreed to be roommates with you.
And?
He says it like he doesn't have a care in the world. And? I screech. I didn't say that. I didn't even think that. How dare you tell her that I was willing to live with you when that's the farthest thing from my mind?
You'll come around.
I'll what? Each time I respond, the pitch of my voice rises. Each time he responds, I want to strangle him.
You heard me,
he says with a shrug as he takes a step forward, prompting me to take one back because right now I despise him with every part of my being. You're an asshole! A lightning-quick grin flashes over his lips.
If you want to insult me, Socks, you better think of something better than that, because that's not an insult when it's a well-known fact.
All I can do is shake my head and tell myself this isn't worth it. There's no use trying to reason with someone who's being unreasonable, and he's taking the cake in that category. Drawing in a fortifying breath, I close my eyes for a moment. It's probably best for the both of us if I leave right now before things are said that shouldn't be said. Forget I said anything. His hand is on my arm the moment I try to step around him. I should have expected it, should have prepped myself for it, but I didn't. I was too wrapped up in my emotions and my temper to steal my reaction. Fighting back the startled yelp I want to emit, I yank my arm back as memories flicker and fade in my mind. Breathe, Getty. This isn't home. He isn't Ethan. It's okay. He looks at me. Head to the side, eyes narrowed as he releases my arm, but the question over my reaction is in his eyes. I do the only thing I can. Lift my chin up in defiance and show him and myself that I'm not intimidated by him.
Spill it, Getty. Let's finish this here and now. Get it over with. Why else are you mad? You want to throw the whole kitchen sink in? There's one right over there. I can try to yank it out for you and add it in if you want.
Sarcasm is thick in his voice, and yet there is an underlying strain there as well that I can't quite figure out. Let's face it, I can't figure anything out about him other than 1 minute he's nice and the next minute he's annoying. And that damn cologne of his. It's just frustrating that it's everywhere.
Talk. Get it out.
He taunts as he steps into me. I don't want to go here. I don't want to sound like a whiny woman, like I'm the emotional wreck that I really am, so I reach deep down and make sure my voice is strong and steady when I speak. The other morning, in my room. What was that all about? You hurt my feelings. My eyes say it, but my mouth remains silent.
That.
He says with a purse of his lips and a stoic expression. Yeah, that. See? Asshole.
That was on me, Getty, not on you.
He blows out a sigh as he breaks eye contact and moves around the small space. And even though he's spoken the words, I'm not sure I truly believe them. Because in the few seconds since he's answered me, his posture has changed. Just like it did the other day. Defensive. Pensive. Look, I've lived with one man who had a temper and moods that flicked on and off. His movement falters from my words, and he turns to look at me again. I swear, the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Tension and curiosity thick in the air around us. I know I'm telling him more than I want to, but he has to understand. I can't live in that unpredictability again, and you just forced me to with that phone call to Darcy.
And the other morning I was unpredictable, and that... What?
It pissed me off. Made me feel like I did something wrong when I know I didn't. So do you mind explaining to me what the hell happened? Why you went from nice to asshole in a split second?
I warned you I was moody.
It's the only explanation he gives, but I don't buy it. And I told you I've seen nice. That was a huge glimpse of it. What made you turn into a jerk? Why'd you walk out of the room, Xander?
Jesus Christ,
he says as he moves across the room again, hands running through his hair and teeth chewing his bottom lip.
I walked out because I promised myself I'd come here, straighten out the shit I've made a mess of lately until I could right all the wrongs. It's complicated, and all I want is for life to be simple again. Black and white.
But what does that have to do with me? He laughs softly, lines suddenly etched in the set of his mouth as he contemplates his response.
Because you complicate my plan.
I do?
Yes.
He shoves his hand through his hair again and steps up to where I stand.
Fuck yes, you do.
You're making absolutely no sense. You don't even know me. What am I to you? I throw my hands up, exasperated at the language gap between male and female.
Absolutely nothing.
Screw you! Hurt rifles through me. He's perfectly accurate and just made the point I was making myself, and yet hearing him say it with disassociation in his tone and indifference in his body language stings. My own insecurities rear their ugly head again as everything becomes crystal clear to me.
Exactly.
He chuckles a low and self-deprecating laugh, and I'm so lost in my own confusion that I don't really hear it, comprehend what he's saying, because I'm already trying to piece together my next words. You've lost me, Xander. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell Darcy I'm roommate material because obviously you have zero interest in me. Shit, just by watching you tonight with all of the women hanging on your every word, I know I'm definitely not your type. And then at the same time be mad I'm here because I complicate things. So sorry my presence makes it harder for you to bring your just for the nights back to the house when I'm there and the walls are paper thin, and you know you can't have sex on the kitchen counter because I might walk in on you, you poor, deprived baby. I'm out of breath, and anger and rejection are roaring through my blood as he stares at me, eyes wide, lips lax, head shaking slowly back and forth as he digests what I've just said. as he realizes I'm an intelligent woman who has his entire game figured out.
You're certifiable, you know that?
He takes a step toward me, a smile slowly spreading across his lips, and I hate that he's mocking me, despise that he's secretly laughing at me.
That's a great scenario you've conjured up in that female mind of yours. But I hate to tell you, you're way off base.
Really? I'm off base. Why'd you tell Darcy you want to live with me? My hands are on my hips. My tone demands a no-bullshit answer.
Because I want to.
It's my turn to laugh and roll my eyes. I don't know what kind of game he's playing, but I am over it. Over him and his back and forth and making no sense. You want to, and yet I complicate things?
Yep.
He nods slowly. That's all you're going to give me. That chuckle again. The one that tells me there is so much more behind it than humor, and yet I wish I understood why.
No. Yes. Fuck.
He scrubs a hand over his face, and for once I notice he seems uncomfortable and unsure of himself. That's very decisive, I mock.
You complicate things, Getty.
He murmurs as he steps into my personal space so that I can clearly see the look in his eyes even in the dimly lit room. And this time, when our eyes meet, the amusement has been replaced with an intensity that I didn't expect.
Because there is something about you that continually reminds me why I came here. I don't know why you're here, and you don't know why I'm here. And yet for some reason, every time I look at you, I know I need to stay when all I want to do is run again.
His explanation blindsides me. The intensity in his eyes now makes perfect sense. I expected some smart-ass answer, some flippant response to skirt the issue and make the situation go away, and yet he did the exact opposite. And now, I don't know how to respond.
The other morning,
he continues before I can speak, the tension back in his shoulders.
It wasn't you, or your pictures, or... Fuck, never mind.
He lifts a hand to the back of his neck and pulls down on it as he tilts his head to the ceiling. His audible exhalation fills the room. No, don't never mind me. Make me understand. He slowly brings his chin back down as he takes a step closer to me.
You really want to know why I walked out the other morning?
His close proximity and the look in his eyes make it difficult for me to think clearly. Yes, I can barely hear my own voice. This, he says as he reaches out and puts a hand on the back of my neck. Alarm bells sound in my head, and all I can think about is how I want to be running into the fire it's warning of right now instead of racing to safety. I can feel his breath on my lips, feel the intention in his touch.
I wanted to do this.
Within a breath, Xander's lips are on mine. My head reels as the rush hits me. Heat and warmth and hunger and desire drown me in its libidinous haze as my startled gasp parts my lips, allowing him to slip his tongue between them to dance with mine. He tastes like beer and mint and lust all in one, and my head is swimming and heart is pumping and... holy shit, he's kissing me. Tempting me, awakening me. It takes me a second to clear the shock from my mind because I'm stunned motionless, understandably. But when one of his hands moves to hold my jaw still and the other to cup the back of my head, reality hits. His groan fills my ears. low and throaty, and the sound spurs me on, tells me this is real. My fingers are timid against his chest. My lips move with his, tongue teasing and skin burning for more of his touch. My body switching gears from angered frustration to unexpected desire. And you'd think that after being with Ethan for so many years, I'd have to remind myself that Xander isn't him. But there's no need for that. No way. Because in the few seconds since Xander's lips have slanted over mine, there's been more heat, more want than Ethan ever made me feel. It's possibly due to the fact that he's forbidden, that I know having a man in my life is out of the picture right now. A complication I don't need. But hell, if forbidden doesn't taste so damn good. And just as I start to sink into the kiss, a moan on my lips, he abruptly pushes away from me with a measured mixture of aggression and regret.
God damn it.
He swears as he scrunches his eyes tight while I'm left with my lips swollen and all the parts of my body still tingling from his kiss.
I was fucking right.
He mutters, more to himself than to me, as he starts to move again, pace the small confines of the room, an uncharacteristic nervous energy about him. And I don't know what to do, whether I should go, slip out while he does whatever he's doing, or stay here and silently attempt to recover from what just happened. I choose to stay put, because my knees are too wobbly to walk just yet.
This is all your fault, you know.
He growls, pointing a finger at me. Mine? I laugh, nerves tinging the edges.
Yes.
Definitely no indecision in that answer.
I wanted to kiss you that morning, stood there staring at your lips and wanted to know what you tasted like. Suspected that once I did, I'd only want more. But I'm an asshole, Getty. Moody. Selfish. Have screwed up a lot of things lately, and the last thing I want to do is fuck you up because you... There's something about you that, in the short time I've known you, gets under my skin when I don't want it to. Makes me wonder why you're here and what you're running from when usually the only person I give a flying fuck about is myself. So yeah, I wanted to kiss you, but also wanted to stay true to my word and why I came here. I can't do both, and so... Fuck. I jump when his foot connects with the trash can and it slams against the metal cabinet behind it. But the sound does nothing to my pulse, because it's already racing out of control from his startling admission. Luckily, there is a shelf behind me, because I sag against it for support, my senses completely overwhelmed. His words run in a loop in my mind as I watch him pace in frustration, anger emanating off him and slamming into me. I should be upset, feel rejected like I did the other day when he waltzed out. But it's kind of hard to feel that way when someone has just told you what he told me with his taste still on my tongue. Complicated,
he murmurs, along with something else I can't hear over a cheer in the bar that seeps through the door at his back. Xander. So many things I want to tell him. So much meaning in my single utterance of his name. It's okay. I don't want to want you either. I get everything you're saying about why you came here. I can't have any complications right now. Yet not a single one comes out of my mouth. Because while they are all true, right now, in this moment, I'd be lying. He finally stops pacing and looks over to me with his hands fisted at his side and shakes his head.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Kissed you. Shouldn't have laid my shit on your doorstep and made you feel like it's your fault. This wasn't part of the plan when I came here. I was steering clear of women, and then... Fuck. There you were, and now you're just everywhere.
When he takes a step toward me, I hold my breath, a part of me unsure what I want more. Him to kiss me again, or to walk away.
I think it's best if I stay on the boat for a few days. Work there on those repairs. Clear my head. Get back on track.
Boat? What boat? Xander,
Save yourself, Getty. Let me go. You'll thank me in the end for it.
Chapter 7. Xander. I wake with a jolt, my heart racing and face sweaty from the nightmare, from the monsters and bad men who were chasing me. And the screams. They were so loud, so scary. They seemed so real. The last one begging for help was the worst. I blink my eyes, over and over, and the nightmare slowly goes away. The bed creaks when I sit up. My throat is dry and this room is hot. Water. It's all I want, and it's against my dad's rules to keep any in my room because of the cockroaches. I think about sneaking to the kitchen to get some from the tap, but I'm not allowed to leave my room after I've been put to bed. Never. My dad's hand reaching for his looped belt. The sting when it hits my bare bottom. The threat of it keeps me from breaking the rules. But maybe they're asleep. Maybe Dad's put enough of that heaven in his arm that he's on the couch in that kind of sleep where his eyes are partway open but he's really not awake. If that's the case, then Mom will be asleep in her room, because then that will mean the other men who come over will be gone too. The ones who sit with Dad and his lighters and crooked spoons and icky needles, because she'll only go to sleep after they leave. Because then she'll know I'll be safe. I cough, try to swallow to wet my throat, but it doesn't work. And now all of this thinking about water is making me have to go pee, like go pee really bad. With my stuffed doggy tight to my chest, fingers pressing on the lumps in its stuffing, I get out of bed and tiptoe to the door. Right when my hand twists the knob, a scream fills the hallway. It's loud and horrible and sounds just like my dream did and scares me. I freeze, but it goes on and on and on. Mommy. Instantly, she's all I can think about, the only one I worry about. Tears blur my eyes as I rush down the hall. It's the smell that hits me first. That strange scent, like when I get a nosebleed. But this time it's not just in my nose. It's everywhere. When I enter the family room, my dad is standing near the front door. He looks funny, like something is wrong. His hair is in his face and his shirt is dirty with big dark splotches all over it. He looks up and his face is scary mean, and he's out of breath, like when he gets some of the bad heaven that makes him go kind of crazy. I shrink back. I don't want to get in trouble for breaking his rules, especially when he has this look on his face. Xander? My name is a whisper. There's a gurgle of sound, a whimper in pain. The fear of my dad is forgotten the minute I notice my mom on the floor at the end of the couch. All I can see is her arms stretched out above her head and her face from the nose up. Mom? I say it once, but her name repeats in my head over and over as I run to her and drop to my knees. There's blood everywhere. It's all I can see, all I can think of as I grab her hand and tell her I'm here. My tears fall on her cheek. They wash away a spot of the blood there. And holes. There are holes everywhere on her. Little holes marked in red, big holes with even bigger red. On her chest and her tummy and her arms and her throat. She moves her head to look at me. Her hair falls off her face, and I see it. The handle of the scissors looks funny standing up out of the side of her neck. Her previous warnings not to run with scissors flicker through my mind. Did she run with them? She couldn't have. She's lying down. Something's not right. Can't be, My brain isn't working, my body frozen in fear. Dad? I remember he's in the room, look up to get help, but he's right there, looming above me, like the monster in my dream. And I see the spots on his shirt are dark red, just like the dots of it over the skin of his arms. His hands. Just like blood all over my mom. She gasps. I think she says, no, but I don't know because it sounds like she's underwater. My whole body shakes. My eyes blink over and over, but I can't make this nightmare go away. Get up, call the police, get help, save her, save me. Mom, oh my God, Mom, I need Band-Aids. Fix her cuts, stop the bleeding, it will help. Band-Aids, go get them to help her. But I don't move. Can't. If you tell anyone you saw me, I'll do the same thing to you. His words shock me, but I know that tone. Know when he uses it he means business. The sting of his belt on my bare bottom is a constant reminder to listen to him. The door shuts with a slam. I need to help her, have to. My hand on the scissors, the blood like a river, the silver stained red. A gasp of breath, blank eyes staring up at me, her hand limp in mine. If you tell anyone you saw me, I'll do the same thing to you. It doesn't matter. I won't tell anyone. I don't think I could speak if I wanted to. Where the fuck am I? Something startles me awake as the dream ends, disorients me, confuses me. I take quick stock of things. It's dark outside now, and the towel from my shower earlier is still wrapped around my waist. I shove up out of the bed, swing my legs over the edge, and scrub my hands over my face to give myself a second to deal. And to give me time for a running start to escape if this is the dream and that was my reality. My pulse pounds. My head is so fucked by the nightmare it's not even funny. The breath I blow out doesn't help. The repeated fucks I say out loud to the empty room don't either. I've dreamed that nightmare so many times I know it by heart. Because it's not a dream. It's my memory. My childhood reality. So perfectly clear, like I'm back there. The smell, the fear, the sound of my mom's voice so damn bittersweet. My mom's last words, my last memory of her, is my worst memory of her. Time hasn't faded any of it. Time hasn't healed old wounds. Fuck no. But why now? Why did the nightmare come back after so many years without it? And then I remember the one part of the dream that's new. The scissors. The hilt in her neck. The slippery feel of it beneath my fingers. Her whimper in pain as I pulled on it. The gush of blood. How I tried to save her. And ended up killing her. I roll my shoulders, take in a deep breath. Rationalize in my adult mind that the little boy trying to save her didn't really kill her. The autopsy may have said that the cause of death was her bleeding out when the scissors lodged in her jugular vein were removed, but I know deep down she was dead before that. But knowing it and accepting it are two entirely different things. And accepting it and not letting it fuck you up is even harder. I nod my head and take a deep breath, knowing that's why I'm here. To deal with the past at last, so I can make things right with those who gave me a future. And it's all because of the goddamn box. The one delivered to my house out of the blue weeks ago that stole the piece I'd found years ago. The one I made the mistake of opening. The words on the first packet of paper I picked up knocked me flat on my ass, causing me to question everything I've ever known. About myself, my memories, and the fact that others in my life knew the truth when I didn't. That fucking packet of paper. A copy of my mom's autopsy report. The truths it held shocked the shit out of me, brought memories and images that I'd repressed as a child to come back with a vengeance and fuck me up. Those truths had been much too harsh for a 7-year-old boy to accept. I'd moved forward never knowing there were blank spots in my memory that needed to be filled. my hands on the scissors and the final sound she made when I pulled on them. Does it really matter all this time later? Yes, because if I couldn't remember something so goddamn significant, what else am I not remembering? What else has been kept from me? Fucking ghosts I thought were dead and buried are now back with a vengeance. That's why I shoved the autopsy report in the box, taped the flaps of cardboard back up, to try to pretend like the life I've been living isn't built on a lie, like the memories aren't bullshit. And now that box sits in the corner over there and taunts me, makes me wonder if the rest of the stuff in there is just as jarring as the first thing I saw. Curiosity. It's more dangerous than fear. It's the reason why I'm here. And while I'd like to be angry at Colton for firing me and forcing me away from the track, this isn't on him. Not in the least. I'm man enough to admit that. To myself, anyway. Distance has allowed me to see that. The step back Colton forced me to take. The time to reflect with a clear head without the distractions I was drowning myself in, alcohol, women, adrenaline, allowed me to realize the truth. And now I'm left not only to deal with the ticking time bomb of a box in the corner, but to figure out how to right the wrong choices I made. Hell yes, I could take the easy way out, torch the box in a bonfire and choke on my pride and call Colton to apologize, stifle the curiosity and take back the brutal words I said when I was pissed at the fucking world and just needed an out. Anger is the one emotion that makes your mouth work faster than your mind, and you better bet your ass my mouth was running. But that wouldn't solve shit. I'd still be fucked in the head, and apologies are just a band-aid placed on an open wound when you cut someone as deeply as I cut Colton. I know from experience, they don't always stop the bleeding. And that's why you're here, Donovan. I mutter to myself as I flop back on the bed, the sight of the ceiling much better for my psyche than the taunting cardboard box. The one I need to man up and open. Prove that without the distractions, I can deal with it. That its contents won't fuck me up any more than I already am. Besides, I can't chase the ghosts away for good if I don't face them head on. And yet my first week in Pine Ridge is over and it still sits there. Unopened. Untouched. The question is, what else is in there? My curiosity calls for me to open it. My mental stability tells me to waste a whole roll of duct tape on it and seal it off forever. Fucking Christ. I've dealt with this shit already. Dealt with it as a kid by crawling inside my own mind and not speaking for months. Dealt with it through endless hours of therapy and countless nights curled up in a ball, afraid to go to the bathroom for fear of what I might find again. Leading to a wet bed and a fucked up head. And then when my dad did come back for me, I had to deal with the chaos he brought with him again. The gun he held, Riley, my counselor back then, protecting me at all costs, the taste of fear in my mouth, the tiny bit of desire for him to win so maybe I would die and could see my mom again. Then the gunshot, more blood again, a policeman standing over his body. And then the freedom in knowing he could never come for me again. The fear that ended. So yeah, I dealt with it all right. Kind of don't have a choice when you're 8 and all alone in this big bad world. Who am I kidding? I'm still dealing with it every day. And if the first thing I pulled from the box messed me up so much I was willing to throw everything important to me away, what happens when I open it again and discover more things I can't cope with? But that's the point, dumbass. To come here, deal with my shit, and prove to myself I'm the man I know I am, the man that Colton helped make me. Only then can I go back home and redeem myself. To my adoptive parents, to my crew, to the fans. Fuck, this is fucked. I groan as I bring a forearm to cover my eyes when I hear the front door slam. Followed by the pad of footsteps, a giggle that throws me. Then the squeak of that damn bathroom door. And the whole reason I went and slept on Smitty's boat, the sleepless nights with a beer in hand, watching the phosphorus light up the water, and the tinkering with mechanical shit I have no business tinkering with. to get some space and perspective on why I'm here in the first place. Just flew out the damn window. Getty. The old pipes in the house creak, the telltale sound that she's taking a shower. And a shower means she's naked. God damn, if the image of her standing in the hallway naked except for those mismatching socks that first night we met doesn't come to mind. Not like it's gone very far from my thoughts to begin with. And yet I told Darcy we were cool with rooming together. How did I think that was a good idea? My hair of the dog that bit you theory, room with a woman, and then maybe I could avoid the temptation of all the others, isn't working too well for me now. Daily reminders of her naked curves definitely don't help. Not to mention I went and kissed her. Kissed her when I had no business kissing her, because I thought maybe if I got it out of my system, I'd be done and overthinking about it. Yeah. Like that had a chance of happening the minute she made that little sound in the back of her throat that made every part of me want to lay her down and get to know what other sounds she makes. But more than that, I shouldn't have kissed her after the way she jumped when I grabbed her arm to stop her from walking past me. That in itself tells me she's here to deal with her own shit, and kissing an asshole like me isn't going to help in the least. I've seen flinches like that before. I lived the first 7 years of life watching my mom do the same exact thing. Jump over nothing, shrink into a corner to be out of the way. Getty's not my mom, though. She doesn't need to be saved. She obviously saved herself. Get that through your head, Xander, and leave her the fuck alone in all aspects. You're roommates. You're both dealing with shit, sleeping together because, let's face it, that would definitely not be a hardship if the way she kisses is any indication, isn't going to fix either of you. It would just complicate matters when they're complicated enough as it is. But fuck is it tempting. Lost in thoughts of her, I jump when my door suddenly flings open. Getty is standing in the doorway, hands on her hips, cheeks flushed, and fully clothed. So obviously my thoughts of her being in the shower were purely for my own sexually frustrated benefit. She flicks on the switch just inside the door. Light floods the room. And the Wonder Boy has come back from his stint as Popeye, she says with dramatic flair as she waltzes in, catching me off guard. What can I do for you, Getty? Do for me? She laughs, her eyes moving wildly around the room before she beelines straight for my dresser. You know what you can do for me, Mander? She says over her shoulder, and with a bit of contempt. She picks up some racing magazines I have stacked on the desk, lifts them a few inches, and then drops them back down with a thud. The top one slides to the side. The bottom one is askew. You can stop making everything so damn perfect. You can stop lining up your shit on the bathroom counter so it's all perfectly straight. When you empty the damn dishwasher, you can stop making the forks in the drawer sit perfectly on top of each other, lined up. You can... Getty. She's going postal on me. Well, I've been with enough emotional women that her display doesn't completely rattle me. Something about her acting like this registers on my radar. She says it like she has not a care in the world. Maybe she's not frantic after all. Maybe she knows exactly what she's doing, and that's even scarier. Also intriguing. What are you doing? My curiosity is definitely piqued. I don't mind her touching my things. I invaded her privacy first. Her paintings were 10 times more personal than my cologne and magazines. And yet I ask because I'm fascinated over what has caused her to storm into my bedroom like hell on wheels and start ranting. Perfection is overrated, she states as she picks up a folded shirt from the top of the dresser and tosses it carelessly onto the chair beside it. While I know she's referring to my stuff and how I prefer everything to be in its place, the sound in her voice makes me think she's talking about a lot more than just organization. Good thing I'm far from fucking perfect, then. That makes 2 of us, she says with a bit of a giggle, mood changing now that she's done whatever she set out to do. Turning around, and for the first time since coming into my room, she locks eyes with me. There's something off about her, something I can't place, but I know the minute she notices what I'm wearing. Or rather, not wearing. Her eyes widen, then roll as she throws her head back and laughs in disbelief. Seriously? This again? I mean, I may not know much, but I know that's more than above average in size. Her giggle fills the room as she motions her hand out in front of her and gestures to my dick, bobbing her head for emphasis. When she lifts her gaze back up from the overtly long stare at my package, it's then that I notice her eyes are a bit glassy. Realize her last words were a tad slurred. Well, shit. Seems Getty has had a few to drink. I fight the grin on my lips, her compliment boosting my ego, but the sight of her tipsy is even better. Don't think I can't see you laughing at me, Wonder Boy. Do you really think I'm going to fall for your bullshit again? Beautiful paintings, socks, she says, mimicking my voice. I can't help but laugh. Then run away. I don't want to kiss you, socks. Kiss me and run away to a boat. A boat? What are you, Captain Jack Sparrow? And now you probably planned this so the towel conveniently slips off so I fall at your feet, and then what? We're going to sleep together and then you'll run away again? She steps forward and right into my space, finger poking my bare chest. Dream on, Mander. And while her acting bit is pretty damn comical, it's got nothing on the image she's put in my head of her on her knees and the towel at my feet and her lips around my... Fuck. Stop thinking about it. This towel won't hide shit if I'm flying half-mast from the thought. First Popeye and then Captain Jack. Every woman's fantasy. I laugh. You been drinking tonight, Getty? She sways a little when she shakes her head, and I hold onto her shoulders before she falls full-court press into me. She shrugs out of my grip immediately, but not in the startled way she did the other day. More bothered because she doesn't want any help. Maybe. Her grin tells me definitely, but I let it slide. Just a little. Liam wanted me to settle in on the other side of the bar, watch the game, be a local. So I did, and it was fun. So screw Ethan, screw him and his "a lady would never be caught drinking" bullshit. I did. So what would he think about that? Ethan. The name throws me. My quick reply fades as I focus on the name and how it reveals a tiny piece of her past that she guards so closely. A part of me wants to ask more, question her when she's more apt to talk. And while I may have no problem skirting the line of morality, this is one line I won't cross. Nothing's wrong with a few drinks and watching the game. I play it safe. Prefer to let her business stay her own. No fair taking advantage of someone in any capacity when she's drunk. You should have told me. I could have used a beer or two and would have liked to catch the game. I thought you were busy sailing the 7 seas or something. She snorts when she laughs, and it's fucking adorable. Not hardly. You should have asked. What are you doing, Xander? Thought you were going to try to steer clear of her. She looks at me for a second, eyes narrowed as thoughts visibly wore across her face before she walks to the window. She looks out to the lights in the bay for a few moments before turning back around. Sorry, but that might have complicated things. She shifts her eyes to mine when she says the words, a lift to one eyebrow and a purse of her lips to reinforce her sarcasm. We stand in silence, letting her taunt ricochet in the space between us, building tension with each passing second. Define complicated. I can't resist. No, I shouldn't push the buttons I don't want pushed, but fuck if I don't like Tipsy Getty a whole hell of a lot. Her smile is fast and devious as she steps toward me, and I fucking love it. Complicated, she says as she walks right up to me again without hesitation and lifts onto her tiptoes so that her mouth is right at my ear when I lean down. Would be if I kissed you right now. Fucking Christ. I'm standing in a towel, can feel the heat of her breath on my ear and her tits brush against my chest when she breathes in, and she goes and says that? I must be off my game, because there's that split second where we both freeze, both know we want it to happen. But I don't think I could stop at just a kiss. Hell no. Not right now. Not with the bed behind me and that playful dare off her lips. Not with her drinking. Not with my promise to myself. But hell if she's not making things painfully hard. In all areas. She retreats a few steps, eyes still locked on mine. Like a slightly different woman stands before me from the one I'm used to. The mismatched knee-high socks may be the same, but the defiant smirk on her lips, the flushed cheeks, and the eyes full of life are all different. There's a newfound confidence about her right now. A lack of inhibition. Her constant guard has relaxed. A hint of the real her that she hides beneath whatever bullshit she's dealing with is peeking through. "You didn't answer," she says, and she's right. There's no way I can, because hell if she's not making complicated look welcome. "Is that what you want?" I'll play her game, answer her question with a question. With her eyes trained on me, I lean back and grab a pair of gym shorts from the bed. Her gaze flickers down to watch as I slide them on under my towel before letting it fall. Now I can get that earlier image out of my head. At least we're on a bit more of an even playing field. But the one I really want to be on is the horizontal one behind me. "I want a lot of things." Damn. The way she says that, throaty, full of invitation, causes a chill at the base of my spine. "You and me both, Socks." "I don't want to like you, you know." She tries to stifle the yawn, but fails miserably. "I don't like me either lately, so no worries." The admission is out of my mouth without thought. Her head jogs back and forth at it, eyes narrowing in a way that causes a little crease in her forehead. "What do you... Whoa!" That carefree laugh of hers fills the room again, breaking the moment, as she holds her hand to her head. "Did you feel that? The room just moved." Her hushed whisper makes me laugh too, thankful for the interruption. "It didn't move at all, but you're probably going to want to lie down." "Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do?" She's looking at me with eyes widened in question, lips pursed in an O shape, and surprise written all over her face. Innocent, trusting, beautiful. Time to step back, regain that distance. "Let's get you to bed." "Don't tell me what to do, Xander. No one gets to tell me what to do ever again." She crosses her arms and gives me a death glare that's so damn cute I want to laugh at her. And then she sways. "I think I'm going to go to bed." Good idea. I follow her out of my bedroom door and watch her open hers. "I'll go get you some Advil." I grab 2 pills, and when I shut the medicine cabinet, my eyes veer to the bathroom countertop. To my deodorant and lotion and hair gel all lined up in a perfect little row against the wall. Her words come back to me, bug me, make me wonder if they're another hint at the life she lived before this cottage. I walk halfway down the hall before stopping, shaking my head, and going back to the bathroom. Not certain why I'm doing it, other than that I know what it's like to have a trigger, a thing to remind you of something you'd rather forget. I knock over my deodorant onto its side and slide my gel out of line. I stare at them for a beat, question why I'm even bothering. For the same reason you're bringing her Advil. Because you care. Fuck. When I knock on her door, it swings inward and she's dead center on her bed, sound asleep. There's something so peaceful about her. Something that makes me want to just sit here and stare at her. Because it's kind of calming. Jesus, Sander. You're really doing well on the distance thing, aren't you?
Chapter 8. Getty. Repair list. Replace front step. Third one. Done. Replace missing roof shingles. Back deck equals death trap. Fix lock on patio door. Sorry, Mr. Axe Murderer. Fix bathroom mirror. Rain gutters. Repair shutters. Add handrail to front steps and paint. Add light in GS. Connect internet, for God's sake. Bulldoze house and rebuild. The last line makes me laugh out loud into the empty kitchen, the whole thing amusing. I drop the pad with Xander's scrawled penmanship and pick up my coffee.
What's so funny?
I cringe inwardly at the sound of his voice floating down the hall, flashbacks from last night coming back to me in bits and pieces. While I may not remember it all, I sure as hell remember sliding my hands up his bare chest and whispering in his ear, attempting to be sexy, trying to play him like he did me. And, of course, with a few drinks under my belt, I may have felt like I pulled it off. But I have a feeling I looked more like an idiot. I keep my eyes angled out of the window when Xander enters the kitchen. "The last thing on your repair list," I murmur. He makes a non-committal sound in agreement.
"How's your head this morning?"
"Okay. Not bad, just a little headache. Thanks for leaving the Advil on the nightstand. That was nice of you."
"No biggie."
God, we're doing the as few words as possible thing here. I must have really been an ass last night. Or pissed him off. With a sigh, I turn to face him, and damn if I wish I hadn't stayed facing the window. He has bedhead, and his eyes are a bit swollen from sleep with a pillow crease on his cheek. His shorts are slung a tad too low on his hips, so that damn happy trail of his is highlighted in all of its glory, drawing my attention to what's below it when I shouldn't be looking there. I may not know much, but I know that's more than above average in size. My comment from last night flickers through my mind. The sight of him, all rumpled from sleep, looking like something you want to crawl next to and cozy up with, pushing it to the forefront. Can I die now, please? If I said that, what else came out of my mouth? About last night. I fumble for what to say as the intensity in his blue eyes holds me hostage. I'm sorry if I said or did anything that was... I don't normally drink, so...
No need to apologize. You were cute, funny, carefree. I liked it.
Carefree? Me? I'm practically stuttering as I try to respond with a rush of heat to my cheeks as I blush. Do you really know how to do all of that? I ask, motioning to the fix-it list to try to change the subject.
Nope.
He answers the question, but his eyes are still locked on mine, still asking unspoken questions about the last topic, when I don't want him to. Then how are you going to fix it all? Hire someone?
Nope.
You're awfully talkative this morning. I huff, and somehow the exasperation helps me find a little more footing in this back and forth that has become our norm.
I'll look on my laptop, Google it if I have to. I'm not worried about it. I'm pretty good with my hands.
Oh. I scrunch my nose up, trying to keep my mind on track and not the skill of his hands. There is no internet in the house. Why do I feel so stupid saying that? Admitting that I'd rather be closed off from the world for a bit than have it at my fingertips with a search engine.
I noticed. I'm going to get that set up while I'm here, too. In the meantime, if I need it, I'll just do what you do.
Huh? What I do?
Yeah.
He shrugs like I should know.
Use your hotspot on your cell?
I don't have internet on my cell. He whips his head up and stares at me like I have 3 heads, mouth open. Surprise, he can't quite figure out how to verbalize fleeting through his eyes.
What do you mean you don't have the internet?
His voice sounds like his face looks. Astounded. No biggie. I repeat his words back to him as I try to scramble to explain and sound credible. I can't just come out and tell him my cell's a burner phone, so just in case my dad or Ethan tried to track or trace me somehow, they wouldn't be able to. I've already been there and done that with them. Learned my lesson. Besides, it's not in my budget right now.
So, what happens when you're driving and you get lost?
Who said I wanted to be found? The quip is off my tongue without thought. Suddenly, a wave of memories hits me hard and fast.
How do you think I knew where you were today, Gertrude? One little click, and the app installed on your phone, just like that, without you ever knowing. I know everything you do, everywhere you go, every move you make. You are mine. Don't ever forget that. I push the memory away, shove the panic down, and am met with Xander's unforgiving eyes, which reveal that he's making assumptions I'd rather him not make about my remark. I attempt to save face, change the direction of the questions I know are coming. That question is ridiculous, really. If I were lost, I'd just pull over and ask for directions. I force a laugh, but I don't think he's buying it. No. Let's go back to the first comment.
He braces his hands on the counter and leans across it so I'm unable to hide from his stare. Let's not. End of topic. Xander, let it go.
Who'd be looking for you, Getty?
His tone, the don't hide this from me part, makes me want to scream and yell and stomp my feet and tell him he's crossing those boundaries I don't want crossed. Instead, I make sure my voice is implacable when I answer him. No one.
Is that what Ethan would say?
Everything about me freezes. My mind, my heart, my lungs at the sound of the name. My past, my fears, the place I never want to see again rush through my mind like I never left. Did he send you here? My voice is quiet steel when I speak, although my insides are a twisted mess of anxiety.
Who is he, Getty?
His voice softens, but the determination in his eyes never wavers. No one you want to know, and none of your business. I force myself to stop fidgeting with the pad on the counter, my unease clear as day.
Except for the fact that he's the reason you're running.
Butt out, Xander. I begin to round the L-shaped counter so I can exit the tiny kitchen, but he just steps in front of me to block my path. But unlike with Ethan, I feel no fear of him. I don't have to scramble to see where I can disappear to. Rather, there is the need to protect my secrets, keep my place and identity here limited to only what I want people to know about me.
If you're in trouble, Getty, please, I can try to help you. All you have to do is ask.
His words tug on every part of me that's tired of fighting this alone, tired of being lonely. And yet I know, more than anyone, that all it takes is one person to know. For that person to comment offhand to someone else, and somehow, some way, Ethan would find out. Boundaries. It takes everything I have to utter that single word. Body tense, pulse racing.
You don't want me to step on your boundaries, then don't come in my room a little tipsy and act all hell on wheels and compare me to your ex. Because he is your ex, right, Getty?
I said, it's none of your business. I grit the word out between my clenched teeth. Hating myself and worrying over whatever else I said last night, and at the same time needing to stop this conversation before he pushes too hard.
like hell it is. Don't you think it's important for me to know if some man is going to waltz in here to try to take you back or whatever the fuck is going on here so that I know how best to protect you?
Put the wall up, Getty. You need no one. That's how you're going to survive this, heal from this, by depending solely on yourself. Push him away. Protect yourself. First off, Ethan is no one to me. Secondly, no one is going to be waltzing in here, and more importantly, I'm not yours to protect. I hold his stare, meet it with a resolve I definitely don't feel. His words start to sink in and break a chip off the walls I have up around me. I can't think about it now, about how a man I just met is offering to protect me when the ones that should have done it never did.
You keep thinking that sucks. Keep thinking that just because you're not mine, whatever the fuck that means to you, that I shouldn't defend you, and I'll keep pretending you're not running from anything. And we'll see how far that gets us.
There's a bite to his voice, telling me I've offended him, and I welcome the sound. If I've pissed him off, then maybe he'll keep his distance. Can I go now? I'm a bitch in how I say it. Put out, annoyed, but I can't be any other way. There's a flicker of something in his eyes. Hurt? Distrust? Disbelief? I can't put my finger on it, but I really can't care because I need to escape this situation. This time, when I try to move past him, he lets me. And thank God for that, because a few seconds longer and he'd see the tears welling in my eyes and my hands shaking. And I don't want him to. I don't want him to know how much hearing that simple name has affected me. How in a split second, it's like Ethan is here, his voice angry in my ear, and all the progress, all the strength I've gained, disappears. With my bedroom door closed at my back, I slide down it until I'm sitting on the floor. The mental chastising begins immediately. The disbelief of how stupid I could have been to drink enough to say something about Ethan. What else did I say that I don't remember? What other information did I give Xander to be curious about? Then comes the worry, the fear, the doubt. Xander mentioned Ethan one time, and I go into shutdown mode. Lash out, be a bitch, protect myself, push away. I thought I'd gotten further than this emotionally. Just proves the invisible scars are the ones that cut the deepest and stay with you the longest. A part of me wants to go back, talk to Xander, apologize, thank him for his concern. But I know I can't. I know my biggest asset right now is my isolation, my aloofness, the knowledge that I need absolutely no one. So I hold on to my anger and fear, hold on to the memories of the mansion in the hills where everything from the outside looked perfect. But on the inside, life was as cold and controlled as a prison. Stay strong, Getty. Stay strong and smart and alone, and he'll never be able to hurt you again. The sky rumbles angrily as I look out the front door. Hues of gray and charcoal mar the horizon. There's another storm about to hit Pine Ridge. Grateful to have heard Xander leave earlier to get his run in before the storm hits, I know I have no chance of bumping into him before I leave for work. No opportunity for him to ask more questions. I head back into the kitchen and grab my keys out of the basket there, resigned to having to drive my car to work so that I'm not stuck walking in a downpour tonight when I get off shift. Besides, it's probably best to run it, considering I've barely used it since I've come here. When I put the key in the ignition, the engine turns over a few times, but never starts. Panic tickles the nape of my neck. It's just that I haven't used it in a few weeks. That's all. But after the third or fourth time, still nothing. No. The word repeats over and over in my head as I fight back the tears that sting and the emotion welling up like a dam, which I fear I'm not going to be able to stop once it starts. Can this day get any worse? First, Xander pushing boundaries with his mention of Ethan. The confrontation with him buckled my resolve like a slap in the face, showing me how quickly I can be pulled back into that dark place I'd emerged from. The fear and the lack of control, making me realize that I'm nowhere near as strong as I thought I was. And now there is something wrong with my car when I don't have the money to pay someone to repair it. And I need my car. It's my only way to run should they find me. The symbol of my freedom and a reminder of that first step I took to make my life my own. Ethan and my father would turn their noses down at this old car, and maybe that's part of the reason I love it so very much. The symbolism, the defiance, the fuck you to them. One more time, I murmur as I turn the key again. Once again, there is nothing but the sound of my choked sob when the first tear falls. And being in emotional overload mode, I'm mad at myself for crying, pissed at the car, unfairly furious with Xander because he started my day like this, and the ball just kept on rolling downhill. I get out of the car, slam the door shut, and just stare at it for a minute while I work myself up to walk to the lazy dog.
Sounds like something's wrong with your car.
Xander's voice has me gritting my teeth and wishing him to go away. I don't answer, just wipe the tears from under my eyes with as much dignity as I can and start toward the house to get my umbrella.
Getty.
I ignore his call and walk right past him, hating that he keeps seeing me in moments when I'm frazzled and a wreck. Footsteps on the wood floor tell me he's following.
If there's something wrong with the engine, it's not a big deal. There's a shop on the other side.
I need my car. Knowing his eyes are on me, I'm flustered, and for the life of me, I can't remember where I left my umbrella. Like a madwoman, I start rifling through things, the clock ticking away and my urgency growing as the start of my shift looms closer.
We live on an island. The bar is only a couple blocks away. Your car not starting isn't the end of the world.
Leave me alone, Xander. He wouldn't understand. My closet, the alcove in the hall, the family room, and I still can't find the damn thing. All with him right behind me, breathing down my neck, his presence adding pressure to his silent scrutiny.
Why here, Getty? An island's not exactly the best place to go if you're running from something. That car of yours is only going to get you so far until the ferry comes.
His taunting words knock the wind from my sails, try to coerce an answer out of me. And I falter for a moment, eyes searching and mind questioning myself for the millionth time on why I picked this location. The answer was simple back then, when my only thought was to get as far away as possible. The combination of the island's seclusion, mixed with a place to stay for free, was more than enough for me. But I don't owe an explanation to anyone, least of all him. I need to get my car fixed. I say it again, mentally calculating how much tip money I've stowed away in my secret hiding place, while also estimating how fast I can get the consignment shop to sell my clothes to earn more.
I can fix.
I don't need your help. I bite the words out, mad and upset and overwhelmed.
I'll call a tow truck for you then.
My eyes well with tears. My stubborn anger turns to embarrassment. No.
No?
I can't afford it. My voice is barely a whisper.
Come again?
I hate the condescending tone in his voice, the disbelief. Leave me alone, please. He's still behind me when I speak, but a rush of heat floods my cheeks in a mortification like I've never known before.
You can't be that broke living on your trust fund.
I swear, my neck almost breaks from the whiplash his words cause. They're completely out of the blue and so far off base that I don't know how to respond or why he'd make such an assumption. I try to regain my footing, but my anger at his shitty comment overrides all reason. My glare meets his, and the smirk on his lips is so chock full of arrogance, I say the only thing I can. Fuck you.
Why not just call Mommy or Daddy up? I'm sure they'd overnight the money.
Poke, prod. Angry tears burn in my eyes. Disbelief that he's saying this shocks me momentarily as I try to figure out how I was so wrong about him. How, after his offer this morning, I thought he was a good guy. Nice. Caring. And now all I can see is the truth. To say it stings is an understatement. To admit I was wrong, even more so. I look at him as I shake my head in astonishment that I'd actually thought I had a friend in this solitude, and yet I was so very mistaken.
Just a phone call away.
Poke and prod. You don't know shit about me, asshole.
I know designer clothes when I see them. Seen enough to know that that robe you wear costs a pretty penny. You can dress them down, shrug me off, but there's no hiding how expensive your threads are.
Poke and prod. Fury still burns through me, but my need to gain back some ground turns out to be even stronger. The conversation from the bar with his fan the other night flickers in my head, gives me the ammo I need. Poke and prod and poke back. You want to get in my business? How about we start digging into yours, huh? Why'd you lose your ride, Xander? What are you running from? You've got to screw up pretty bad to lose your ride and all of the sponsorships I'm assuming go with it, right?
Fuck you.
He mimics me, but I can see that my barb has made its point. That my I'm gonna hurt you because you're trying to hurt me got the reaction I wanted.
Fuck this. Figure out how to fix your car on your own, then.
He throws his empty water bottle into the sink, knocking some silverware with it. The clatter fills the empty space around us before he strides down the hall. No worries, I shout after him. Pretty ironic I have the revered race car driver Xander Donovan living with me, but he's such a goddamn pretty boy, I bet he couldn't find his way underneath the hood to fix an engine if he tried. The door to his room slams, windows shaking with the force, as I'm left standing in an empty room, frazzled, hurt, and very late for work. Chapter 9. Getty.
If anyone cancels or calls in, I'll make sure to get you the extra shift.
Thanks, Liam. I tell him on my way to the door of the Lazy Dog, fingers crossed in the hopes for extra tips.
You okay getting home? It's blowing like a bitch out there.
Liam steps around the back of the counter he's wiping up, concern etched in his kind eyes. I'm good, I lie, not wanting any company. Xander's going to pick me up.
I knew he was a good guy like that.
I force a tight smile.
Next time, have him come in before closing. He's the talk of the town, albeit it doesn't take much round here. He's good for business,
he says with a wink.
I still can't believe the Xander Donovan is here on our little island.
Night, I say, just as the door closes so he doesn't see me roll my eyes. The wind hits me the moment I step outside, whipping the strands of my ponytail at my cheeks and stinging my skin with pinpricks. Instantly, I regret not having my umbrella. But honestly, I didn't want to stay in the house another second with Xander, so thoughts of finding it went by the wayside. And now, of course, as the sheets of rain pour down beyond the overhang where I'm standing, I regret it. A perfect ending to a shitty day. With a sigh, I slink along the overhangs of the waterfront stores, my body tired and my mind emotionally exhausted. Worry over how to fix my car still looms front and center. But now there's the added dread that I have to go back to the house with Xander there and figure out how to coexist with him with minimal interaction. Because I definitely don't want to talk to him. The overhead protection from the storefront ends, and rather than venture out into the rain, I perch on the edge of a bench. The whitecaps froth on the water, their color a stark contrast to the churn and twist of the dark sea. I get lost in the night, in watching the waves, my thoughts veering to earlier, to the fight with Xander, to the sudden about-face in his actions, to the slow night in the bar that allowed me too much time to think, to the ghosts and doubts Xander stirred up with his accusations. Don't waste any more time on him, I mutter to myself with a shake of my head. When I'm sure there's no lightning, I start the walk home. Within a matter of minutes, my hair is plastered to my face and my clothes are sopping wet. My fury at Xander intensifies with each squish of my sodden shoes. Plus, these are my one good pair I use for work to minimize my achy back, and now they're completely waterlogged. And if they don't dry right, if they shrink, if they get mildewed from this damn walk home in the pouring rain, I don't have the budget to buy new ones. Especially not with the unexpected outflow of cash to get my car fixed. With each whip of wind, each squish of a step, the closer I get to the house, my temper is more primed to finish addressing the bullshit that Xander started. To get answers as to why it's okay for him to ask and demand, and yet when I push at him in turn, he storms out and slams the door. My teeth are chattering, and I'm so damn cold I'd rather risk the rickety deck than take the extra time going around to the front of the house. I climb the crooked stairs with caution, making the frame creak with each step. But it's quicker, and brings a hot shower that much closer. Luckily, when I enter the house, even though the kitchen light is on, Xander's nowhere to be found, and his bedroom door is closed. Good. He can stay there for all I care. The shower feels like heaven. The hot water stings my face and turns my skin bright pink from the extremes in temperature. My irritation, my anger, everything builds as I know Xander's in his room nice and cozy warm while I was walking home in the freezing cold rain. I know it's not his fault my car didn't start, but he was the asshole who got me so flustered I didn't get my umbrella. Definitely his fault. Dressed in warm jammies and hair wrapped up in a towel, I leave the bathroom to find the house absolutely freezing. Wind rushes down the hallway, and I hate that tickle of dread in the pit of my stomach. Why is the front door open? The inherent fear creeps up my spine over the possibility that my influential father and his puppet Ethan have found me and come to take me back home. No, not home. This is my home now. I glance back to Xander's door. Still shut, and debate whether I should knock and ask him to go check it out. My own overactive imagination taking over. No, Getty. You don't need any man, let alone an asshole like Xander, to help you. And the notion that I immediately wanted to get his help makes me dislike him even more. If he didn't barge into this house, lie about us, wanting to be roommates to Darcy, then I wouldn't have a choice in the matter. I wouldn't be able to hesitate. I'd have to act. And that's the whole point, right? I came here to prove I don't need anybody or anyone, and yet the first time I get a little scared, I become a chicken. Quit being such a wimp and go shut the door. The wood's swollen from the rain. It probably didn't click shut all the way the last time Xander used it. With a nervous laugh and a quick glance at the mini-blind wand, I head down the hall to find the front door slightly ajar. See, just the wind and rain.
God damn it!
The sound of Xander's frustrated shout scares the shit out of me when I'm already on edge. I jump at the sound coming from outside, my nerves rattled, but my temper lit from the combination of his comments earlier and his carelessness at leaving the door open. I'm not sure what I expect to see, but what I do stops me dead in my tracks. The hood of my car is up, a mechanic work light hanging from a hook on its underside, and Xander is bent over the engine. It takes me a good second or two to believe what I'm seeing, but when I do, I can't seem to look away. I'm a little shocked, somewhat unsure, and have a bit of a bruised ego after my strong opinions about him being an asshole. But more than anything, I know there's something about him that captivates me. And it's not because he's doing whatever he's doing under the hood of my car to obviously help me out. No, it's so much more than that. And at the same time, nothing at all. It's the way he looks. Hands braced on the front of the car, head hung down in concentration, water dripping off the bill of his baseball cap. And of course, his shirt is plastered to his body so that even through the rain, I can see the cords of muscles flexing as he reaches forward with the wrench and adjusts something. He seems to be a bit of a bad boy. Wounded soul and life of the party all mixed into one package. Effectively, the anti-Ethan. And maybe the realization right now, when I'm still semi-mad at him, kind of knocks me back some. Makes me look a little closer when I should be looking the other way. Despite what he said today, the quick barbs and the unapologetic push for more information, he obviously has a good heart and is trying to help me even though I was a bitch to him. I pushed his buttons on purpose to keep him at far enough of a distance to stop pushing mine. And yet, despite everything, he's out in the pouring rain working on my car. And more than anything, it's the way he makes me feel watching him. That warm feeling deep down in my belly. The goosebumps racing over my skin that have nothing to do with the temperature outside. How I want to go out and talk to him, even though I still want to be mad at him. It seems so odd that I can't remember what it feels like to have someone take care of me. Not since my mother died. And yet now that I feel it, I can't believe how much I've missed it. Thoughts race through my mind, the kind that make you want and need, and I'm not in a position to want or need anything. I shove them away. Try to convince myself he's fiddling with my car because he feels guilty about the things he said to me earlier. But what guy does that, Getty? I can't like him. I just can't. It's not in the cards. Hell, it's not even in the damn deck. And yet here he is, soaking wet, doing something to help me because I told him I couldn't afford it. Not only that, I insulted him, lashed out. I'd like to think maybe I did it to see what he'd do, whether he'd help me, so I could see the true nature of his character. But I was so angry there was no forethought in my off-the-cuff words. Now, I stand here at 1 o'clock in the morning having traded places with him. Me, warm and dry, and him wet and cold, and the need to talk to him overwhelms me. And not just because he's helping me, But because, as messed up as it is, in a sense, he's the only friend I have. I venture into the kitchen to find a peace offering. Maybe I can round up some cookies, or a beer, or something. But the offerings are meek, considering my appetite lately has been nil and money's been tight. So when I open the refrigerator and find it stocked to the gills with fresh produce and beer and everything else I could imagine, I'm a tad taken aback. I open the cupboards and find them just as full of cereal boxes and cookies and pasta. My vision blurs in the face of the humility that washes over me. I bite back the urge to storm out there and confront him. I'm embarrassed that he actually heard me when I said I couldn't afford to repair my car, that he realized that was why the house was so light on groceries, and took it upon himself to run to the store and buy food. In the pouring rain. My pride wars with the attraction I feel toward him. I don't want a handout of any kind, don't want the pity of a man, let alone any of the islanders here, in any way, shape, or form, because it was my choice to flee and leave my old life behind. All the privilege, the control that ruled my every waking moment. The punishments. I knew it was going to be tough. I knew it was going to be lonely, and so I hold back the tears of frustration, my own self-pity, and wonder how to thank Xander for all of this, and at the same time to tell him to never do it again without sounding ungrateful. I close the cupboards, bottom lip between my teeth, and reach into the fridge for a cold bottle of beer. But it's when I open the drawer of silverware to get a bottle opener that I get an even bigger surprise than the food. I know, it's silly and stupid, but when I look down to the tray, the silverware is sitting every which way. Gone is the perfect alignment from yesterday, with everything in its proper place. The slot for forks has the big ones mixed with the little ones, sometimes facing up, sometimes facing down. The spoons, too. The knives are a mishmash of butter and steak thrown in several slots. In disbelief and filled with gratitude, I stare at the disarray. Such a mess wasn't allowed in Ethan's house. And there's a small part of me that sags in relief at knowing I wasn't wrong about Xander or his kind heart. That he has gone through all this trouble, even messing the silverware drawer up to give me whatever he thought I needed based on my rant the other night, even though he didn't understand why. I've been shown a lot of kindness in the last few months. By Darcy with this place to live, and Liam with a job when I have zero experience. But this, by far, has been the sweetest thing because of the history behind it. Grabbing the beer and a beach towel, I head to the front door, but just as I'm going out, Xander is coming in. Water drips off every inch of him and pools on the rug inside the front door. Our eyes meet, blue to brown, and in that instant there is so much I want to say to him, but there are no words to express it. I hold the beer and the towel out to him, despite feeling even more ridiculous considering I'm offering him a cold beer when he's probably freezing to death. He looks down at the beer and the towel, and then back up to me with a scornful expression. But under the hardness, I see a softness in his eyes. Part of him feels like a schmuck and is completely uncomfortable being a good guy when he's the self-proclaimed asshole. Tension builds in the silence. Just as I'm about to speak, he reaches down to the hem of his t-shirt and pulls the sopping fabric over his head. His hat falls off with it as he goes. Yes, I've seen him naked before, but with the veil of shock removed and his kind heart revealed, I'm seeing him in an all-new light. I take in the defined muscles of his torso. Not too big, but not too slight. The V that disappears beneath his waistband of his worn jeans, and the strength of his hands when he reaches out to take the towel and the beer without a single word. He brings the bottle up to his lips and takes a long, lazy drink, face tipped up to the ceiling, while I unabashedly admire the obvious work he puts into his physique. Thank you. I may say only 2 words, but they're filled with meaning. He pauses and slowly lowers the bottle, taking his time to meet my gaze. With a nod of his head, he works his tongue in his cheek.
Your alternator is bad. I pulled it out, but have to wait for the new one to come in. I had the garage in town order one for me.
Thank you. I'll pay you for the parts and your time and...
It's on me.
He shrugs nonchalantly. I won't take your charity or your pity. I'll pay you back.
That's not needed. Besides, I didn't do much.
You're fixing my car. You went grocery.
We were running low on food. It was my turn to buy.
It was more than that. It was...
Drop it, Getty.
His warning is loud and clear, and while I hear it, I feel it needs to be said. You didn't have to...
Getty.
The look in his eyes and the tone in his voice stops the rest of the comment on my tongue.
Quit being so goddamn stubborn and we'll be fine.
His eyebrows lift up, a challenge thrown down. Quit being such an asshole. He fights the smirk on his lips, and I can tell he's a tad surprised by my quid pro quo. But this banter between us is where we seem most comfortable, what we always come back to. So the fact that we fell into it so quickly means that our fight just might be over. And while I'd prefer to get some answers on why he said the things he said and pushed so hard, I can also let sleeping dogs lie so that there's a bit of peace, too.
Let's get one thing straight, Socks,
he says after running the towel through his hair, biceps flexing with the action, before hanging it over his shoulders.
I have 8 brothers, so if you want to fight, I assure you I'll win every time. Hands down. And for your information, I didn't run away. Not like you. I was out of control, hurt some people, and needed to deal with some of my own shit before I can return home to make it right.
He steps closer, face angled down so I can see the truth in his eyes.
I came here to get some clarity, some time to myself away from the chaos in my life and fix up the house for Smitty because I owe him. Big time. I'm not here to take your house away. I wasn't sent by anyone to find you and bring you back to wherever you're from. And while most days I'm a grade A asshole, that doesn't mean I don't have manners. And manners mean I wouldn't hesitate to protect you if need be. That's how I was raised, and that's not going to change.
I think of the groceries, the repairs to my car, the damn silverware drawer, and know without a doubt he wouldn't hesitate to defend me at all. Thank you.
And another thing. This is how I am. I'm loud and brash and in your face if I need to be. But that doesn't mean you need to shrink inside yourself because I'm not a threat. I'm not going to hurt you.
He takes a step closer as my mind whirls, wondering if it's that obvious how skittish I am when his temper makes an appearance.
You want to know why I pressed you earlier? Why I stepped into the role of pushy asshole? Because this is a small town, Getty. People talk. People gossip. And they're going to want to know more about the new girl in town who keeps to herself and is rattled after a glass bottle breaks on the floor while she's at work. So you better start knowing the answers to the questions before they're asked. You need to be prepared for assumptions, pressure for answers, whispers around town. You need to be able to give it to them with a straight face and off the cuff, or your cover story isn't going to hold.
I swear to God, I feel like this is a ping-pong match. 1 minute I like him, and the next, not so much. But the problem is, right now I don't like him because he's telling me truths I don't want to hear. He's making me realize that as prepared as I was to do this, create a new life for myself, it's still hard as hell to pull off, and I haven't been doing as good of a job as I thought. Worrying my bottom lip with my teeth, I take in what he's saying, trying to hear the advice for what it's worth, but still have a hard time not stiffening my spine at the reprimand. You don't know anything about me. My voice is slight, but strong. My need to assert myself front and center despite his calling me on the carpet.
That's where you're wrong, Socks. I might not know where you're from or why I ruffled your feathers today, but I know you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. Whatever it is that you ran from back home, you did it. You got out and are making it on your own. That takes guts, and you deserve mad props for that. I know you like things messy and are goddamn cute when you're tipsy. I know you're stubborn as hell and gorgeous as fuck. And that your kiss tastes like an aged whiskey. Something I want to sip slowly, feel on my lips, savor on my tongue, and take time with before I get drunk on it. With a lift of his eyebrows and a nod of his head, he walks past me, leaving me with my mouth agape and my eyes wide. I can't move. Just stand staring at the door in front of me as I try to process what he just said, what he meant by it. And yet there's no use because we just had a whole one-sided conversation, and that need to banter with him is gone. Lost to the tingling in my lower belly and the wild spinning of my thoughts. Oh, and Getty?
Xander calls out to me from the kitchen, refusing to continue until I turn to face him, standing there unabashedly shirtless.
If you ever call me pretty again, we're gonna have a real problem. I guarantee you there is nothing pretty about me.
I almost smile at the fact that out of all the crappy things I said to him, that is the one that bugged him the most. You are kind of pretty, though, I murmur, unable to resist goading him further, needing to try to get us back on an even playing field. Because hell, if right now I don't feel like I'm on the low end of the teeter-totter. His immediate response? A snort, to signify that his chiseled abs and the tall, dark, and handsome thing he's got going on are nothing more than average.
Last warning, Socks.
His eyes flash with mirth. And what looks like desire. An unexpected part of me, the one who usually hides and doesn't ever take a chance, wants to say it again, just to see what he'd do if I did. So damn pretty. I don't know who's more shocked at my comment, him or me, but we stand there for a moment, gazes locked, unspoken words warring across the distance between us. He walks toward me with a predatory gleam in his eyes and a salacious smirk on his lips that catches me off guard.
I know I said you were brave, Getty. But now you're just playing with matches.
I draw in a long inhalation as he steps right in front of me. I can't look at him. My nerve is suddenly gone. Outside, rain pelts the roof. The constant drip into the bucket in the hallway serves as a metronome to this anticipatory silence we are dancing in. The goosebumps on his chest are the only thing I can focus on. When his thumb and forefinger direct my chin up so I'm forced to meet his eyes, every part of me hums from his touch, from the want of something I don't quite understand myself and couldn't ever put into words. Our eyes meet. His intense. Mine searching for answers that aren't his to give before his gaze flicks down to my mouth and then back up again.
Not yet, Getty.
He closes his eyes for a beat, and I see what I think is restraint reflected in his grimace before a ghost of a smile spreads on his lips.
I don't think you're ready to light this fire just yet.
And once again, he nods his head, tongue licking out to wet his bottom lip before turning his back and walking down the hallway without saying another word. I watch him move, turn into the bathroom, shut the door, hear the shower turn on, the pipes creak. But I don't move a muscle. His words, all of them, repeat in my mind and stoke the sweet ache they created that my body can't deny. With a loud sigh, I shake my head and walk to my bedroom. I think we're going to need a damn hose in the house to keep this fire out he's already lit in me.
Chapter 10. Xander. Shane said you're not answering his texts, so now you get me, the best brother. Hope you're figuring everything out. We're all worried. Just want the best for you. Dude, you keep standing me up for our weekly round of golf, so I'm taking lessons while I wait for you to get your ass back home. It's up to you how many I take. So please, take your time. I'll be at scratch before you know it. Besides, lessons are being charged to your membership anyway. Miss you, bro. Oh, and be prepared. If you don't answer, we'll just keep moving through the ranks until you do. The smile comes easily. Thoughts of my second-to-littlest shit of a brother, Scooter, who's getting too damn decent at golf for his own good, and way too big for his damn britches by the words in his text. Scratch golfer my ass. There's no way he's even close to par. He can't be. I haven't been gone that long. And with the smile comes the anger, the guilt, the how can he care about me when I was such an asshole to him. I glance up from the sawhorse to the beach for a moment, rein in my temper, and let myself miss home for a split second. The constant ribbing between all of us brothers and the relentless bitching to mind your own business from at least one of them. Shit. I got what I wanted. To be left alone. To not be nagged and coddled and asked for the 100th time what my problem was. To not have to see the hurt and disappointment in their eyes when I fucked up. Again. But all these goddamn texts, the ones I get every few days or so from one of my brothers like they're on a schedule, make it all that much worse. I don't deserve their concern after the way I treated them. They should kick my ass is what they should do. For the birthday party I missed, the phone calls I didn't return, for showing up at Ricky's house plastered and picking a fight. I've done so damn much I hardly recognize the man I was to them. And yet today, another text, another reminder of the family I don't deserve, and of the weight I carry until I can make this right again. I look back down to the message on my phone, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Fuck. What do you write when you don't know the right words to say what you need to say? I set my cell phone down. Pick it back up. Exhale a breath. Shake my head. Type, thanks. Delete it because it's lame, and yet, while I don't know what to say, I still need to say something. Anything. To let him know I'm trying to sort myself out, and not ignoring him. To thank him for sticking with me when I don't deserve it. Thanks for giving me time.
Chapter 11. Getty. With my hands covered in streaks of pinks and peaches and oranges that match the sky at sunset on the canvas, I'm shocked at the time when I glance over at the clock. But my art always allows me to get lost in it, so I shouldn't be surprised that 4 hours have passed when it felt like only 40 minutes. A Sunday off from work and away from the bar meant the urge to paint has been overwhelming. But I'm not sure if it was the creative outlet or my desire to avoid Xander that really fueled my need to be locked away in my room. Because I am avoiding Xander, and his matches and fire and swoony words and defined chest and bashful kindness. In fact, I have been for the past week. The few extra shifts at the bar I picked up have made it that much easier for me to do so. I'm not used to this kind of thing. What am I supposed to say to him? Ethan courted me with bouquets of roses, dates for dinner or the movies, pecks on the lips I mistakenly thought were romantic at the time, and abstinence before marriage. Proper, at all times. Every date was a well-synchronized dance to win over my affection, make me believe I was desirable, so that he and my father could secretly join family empires. And then after marriage, the real Ethan showed his true colors. Hurt me enough until I ran away. So this? Xander? I don't know how to handle his close proximity. His bruising kisses and intense eyes, and unexpected admissions and kind heart beneath his brash exterior. The cocky smile and strong hands and brutal honesty. How do I deal with all these weird, tingly sensations he keeps making me feel? I just don't know. So I've been avoiding him, sneaking down the hallway after he goes for his run in the morning, or heading straight for my room when I get off work. No time to chat or make an idiot out of myself when I'm not face to face with him. But now that I realize how long I've been sitting here, lost in my painting, I suddenly feel the ache of my back and the strain on my eyes from the constant concentration. And recognize that I'm starving. When I enter the kitchen, the television is on low, and Xander's on the couch with his back to me, feet up on the table. He doesn't turn or acknowledge me, although I'm pretty sure he heard the creak of the wood floor as I walked in. I'm okay with that, since at least I have a few more minutes to prepare myself to face him. But as I walk into the family room with a bowl of cereal in hand, I realize there is no amount of preparation that could stifle the way he makes me feel. Lust, and irritation, and want, and frustration all rolled into one. So, I do the only thing I can and sit on the opposite end of the couch from him and settle in to eat my cereal, hating that I feel awkward in my own home. Hey, I finally say, softly, not wanting to interrupt, but letting manners get the best of me. Hey. That's it. No glance my way. Determined not to let him have the run of our house while I slink away in avoidance, I settle into my seat and turn my focus from him to the television. He's watching a race. The drone of the cars going around and around the track is constant, while the screen switches between the lead car and then the action farther back on the track where cars pass one another and change positions. I've never really watched a race before. Too lowbrow for Ethan to care for. But there is a definite draw to it. Something thrilling that I think I can understand. In my peripheral vision, though, Xander is much more interesting to observe. His body language seems tense, hands fisted as if he's behind the wheel. He grimaces every few seconds like there's been a mistake made that I'm sure the layman fan would never notice. But he doesn't speak, doesn't move, just scrutinizes the racing world he's been removed from. And that, in itself, has to make it brutal to watch. So we sit on the same couch, both viewing the race but for different reasons. The only sounds come from the clink of the spoon against the glass bowl, or a mutter under his breath, the announcers droning on, the creak of the couch as eyes shift positions.
Let's see if Colton Donovan can clinch this, Al, or if the absence of his teammate affects his ability to help block Grayson Dane from slingshotting past him on the final turn. He's been running smooth and fast all day. Both have new tires and are good on fuel, but Dane has 2 more teammates on the track. Let's see how much help they'll be able to give him.
The race unfolds lap by lap, turn by turn, pass by pass, and as each second ticks by, Xander leans forward farther and farther. Elbows on his knees, hands clasped together, and his features etched in intense concentration. The events on screen own his attention so much that I don't even think he remembers I'm there, sitting beside him.
God damn it!
He swears angrily as he shoves up off the couch and watches a blue car pass a red one. The announcers are going wild, but I'm too busy watching the emotion play over Xander's face to hear what they are saying. When I can tear my eyes off him, the camera is following the winning car on its victory lap, before panning back to the second-place car turning into the pits. Xander squints his eyes as if he's waiting to catch a glimpse of something. The shot moves back to the victor before he sees it, because he angrily mutters something under his breath before throwing the remote down. The back door slams. The pounding of a hammer starts. And I'm left looking at a closed door with my empty cereal bowl in my hands and a lot of unanswered questions. That is, until the field reporter begins to interview the second-place racer. His name is splashed along the bottom of the screen in big, bold letters. Colton Donovan. And seeing it in print causes puzzle pieces to fall into place. The matching last name, the missing racer from the team, the lack of help on the track. All of it. Even though I've never followed racing, Colton Donovan is definitely a name I've heard before, synonymous with his prolific successes and his renowned family, and obviously somehow related to Xander. Of course. How could I have been so stupid to not make the connection? That was Xander's team, his ride, and the reason he now hates Sundays. It's everything he left behind. Did his team lose today because he wasn't on the track? Now the grumbling and storming out makes sense to me. When the hammer pounds harder and harder outside, it's a clear indication that my assumption is correct. I try to ignore him, busy myself with picking up the house, cleaning the kitchen, folding the towels in the dryer. But the continued sound of the hammer keeps dragging my thoughts back to Xander. Curiosity nags at me. What did he do? How bad was it? Bored, and yet too preoccupied to go back to painting, I stand in the kitchen and fight my own bad idea. Wanting to go sit in the sun for a bit before the incoming storm moves in. Close my eyes and soak up the rays while I relax. Except who am I fooling? I'm not going out to sit in the sun so much as I'm going outside to sit with Xander, the man I've been avoiding. So I grab a bag of chips and head out in the direction of the incessant pounding noise and the occasional muttered curse word. When I step into the frame of the open sliding glass doors that lead to the deck, I'm surprised to see that Xander has ripped almost the entire thing down in the past few days. He's starting to reinforce the remaining pieces. He's in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, hammer in hand, bent over in concentration with a level and a box of nails at his side while he lines up the next piece of wood. And I hate that I catch myself admiring his body, taking note of the patch between his shoulder blades where a trail of sweat has darkened the cotton fabric of his shirt, the flex of his biceps as he works, the light flecks of sawdust in his dark hair, the small trace of blood on his forearm where he must have scratched it on something.
It's therapeutic. Grab a hammer if you want to give it a try.
His voice jars me from what I thought was my private admiration of him. Heat fills my cheeks at the realization he knew I was there staring. I don't know how to, I respond, suddenly flustered under the scrutiny of his stare behind the tinted lenses of his sunglasses.
There's no skill needed, Socks.
He bends over the toolbox, and after grabbing a hammer, holds it out handle first.
It's not flowery or girly, but it does the job. Just don't hit your thumb.
My eyes flicker from the tool to his face before I cross the few feet between us and take it from him. And now that I have it, I have absolutely no clue what to do. Luckily, he senses I need direction, because he summons me over to where he was working. Taking the pencil from behind his ear, he proceeds to measure and mark small circles in the middle of the 2x4 he lined up on a section of handrail, while I stand there feeling stupid with the unfamiliar weight of the hammer in my hand. Plus, now that we're so close, my instinct to avoid him has returned with a vengeance.
I want you to hammer nails into each of those marks, okay?
While a big part of me is surprised and even excited to do something constructive with my hands, I'm also afraid I'll make a mistake and mess something up. I must look like a deer in headlights because he belts out a laugh before taking a step closer to me.
Come here. I promise it's as easy as it looks. You take this nail here, and then you tap the top of it until it bites into the wood.
He steps behind me, body ghosting mine, before taking hold of my hands and directing them into proper positioning. And hell, if he didn't just make hammering a simple nail on its head a lot more complicated. Because I'm sure I could have figured it out. It's not rocket science, after all. And yet once our bodies are touching, the scent of his cologne in my nose, the feel of his warm breath hitting the side of my face as he leans his head forward to demonstrate with our paired hands, the attraction hijacks my concentration. His comments from the other night return to front and center in my mind, when they weren't buried very far to begin with. He holds my hand over the handle, and his fingers help me grip the nail as we tap the head of it into the first marked location on the wood.
See? Simple.
No. Complicated is more like it. But I bite my tongue, nod, and concentrate through the distraction of his presence when I take control of the hammer and tap the nail in farther. He steps back after a few more taps, and I feel like I can finally breathe again, think again, without him clouding my thoughts. The work is slow going. For every one nail I tap in, I swear he taps in 4 or 5. But there is some truth to his comment about it being therapeutic. There's a sense of stress release in the repeated activity of pounding the hell out of a little metal nail. The clink of the hammer, how it starts to disappear into the wood, then one final hard hit to make sure it's completely seated. 8 brothers, huh? I ask, trying to stick to a safe topic.
Yep.
The thump of his hammer interrupts his sentence.
Before I was adopted, I lived in a boys' home called the House. There were 8 of us over the time I was there. We all kind of grew up together, consider each other as brothers.
Thump, thump, thump.
I was adopted eventually. The lady who ran the house, she and her husband ended up adopting me after a bunch of shit happened that's complicated. But it didn't matter to us. I mean, yeah, we don't have the same last names, and it's not official by any law, but that doesn't matter to us. We're brothers.
That's 7, right?
Yeah. My adoptive parents had a son, so 8.
He shrugs, and without warning turns on the table saw and effectively ends the conversation. We work in silence after that. The ferry's horn sounds out occasionally. Xander mutters a harsh swear every once in a while, but other than that, it's just the steady, him, and unsteady, me, thump of hammers. When I run out of spots on my marked board, he sets up the next board for me with minimal words exchanged.
Maybe someday you'll trust me enough to talk about it.
His quiet comments, spoken over his shoulder as if he's talking about the weather, throws me momentarily, causes that little flicker of panic to come to life. How do you know this is going to hold up? The deck. Smooth, Getty. That redirection was really subtle. I mentally put the heel of my hand to my forehead as he belts out a long laugh that tells me it sounded as ridiculous to him as it did to me.
Very casual,
he says with a nod.
But I appreciate the attempt.
The smile is slow, but on my lips nonetheless, and I love that he can do that to me. Make me laugh at my idiosyncrasies. It's not something I'm used to by a long stretch. Okay. I work my tongue in my cheek as I try to figure out how to answer him. How about I'll talk to you as soon as you talk to me? His snort comes loud and clear.
The difference, though, is you can look me up, know who I am, where I came from. I'm not hiding any of the truths, just trying to figure out how much I want to listen to them.
He hits the nail with enough force that the sound echoes off the clapboard of the house before he looks over to me and lifts his sunglasses up so I can see the blue of his eyes. I avert my gaze instantly, afraid he'll be able to tell from the flush on my cheeks that I did give in to temptation. Ventured to the library yesterday to use the internet to see whom I'm living with. And of course, after taking all the time to build up the courage to go in there and overcoming the worry that he'd somehow find out, small town and all that, the damn computer was broken. Shipped out to the mainland for repairs.
You, on the other hand,
he continues, pulling me from my thoughts,
are a goddamn mystery in all aspects, so your offer isn't exactly fair.
Our eyes hold each other in the waning sunlight. The challenge to give him a better answer is communicated without words. Let's just say I have daddy issues. Is that a good enough answer? His sharp, self-deprecating laugh is the last thing I expect.
You and me both, Socks. So, no good. That cancels each other out. Next confession?
I direct daggers his way. My emotions are warring over what to tell him, even though I know I can't just yet. There's too much at risk for me, emotional and otherwise. I don't really want to like you, but you make it damn hard not to. There, that's a confession. That's all I'm giving him, with his quick grin and baby blues and coaxing questions.
It's a start. I'll take it.
Chapter 12. Getty. I can't believe I let you talk me into this. I groan, but inwardly I revel in it. The red and white checkered tablecloth, the half-eaten pizza sitting on a metal stand, and what he called the wimpy starter wine shared in glasses between us. How after we came in from working on the deck, he told me to get dressed because he was taking me to dinner to thank me for helping. Of course, I refused. But I'm so glad he persisted, because getting out, seeing the town through his eyes, showed me that I needed to have a little fun. Everyone he greets knows who he is because of his job, And really being a local, instead of fading into the background, has been liberating. In fact, I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself like this.
We forgot to make a toast,
he says as he lifts his glass up. I roll my eyes, but I can't help smiling. To friends, I offer up. Unsure what we should be toasting, but I figure this is as good an option as any, given our situation.
No, not to friends.
My eyes flash to Xander's at the sound of his forceful reply. I'm a little surprised and a lot curious.
Because friends between the opposite sexes leads to friends with benefits, and that always ends in disaster. And you know what, Getty? I don't want that with you. So let's just say to us.
He pauses, tapping his glass to mine.
Whatever us may be.
To us, I murmur as his eyes search mine. All the while, I'm trying to figure out what part he doesn't want with me. The friends with benefits or the ending in disaster? The rest of the meal passes how the whole evening has, with us fabricating sordid backstories about the people sitting across the restaurant from us. Townspeople we don't know, but will remember from here on out from our silly game. How the quiet mom with 3 rowdy boys in the corner really is a dominatrix for hire at night. Or the gregarious busboy hoards Barbra Streisand memorabilia in his basement. The speculation and laughs are endless, but they don't stop Xander's toast from repeating in my mind as we walk back home to the cottage together. Your toast? I don't want that with you either. Maybe it's the few glasses of Moscato that have gone to my head, or just that I've thought about his comment enough. But there's no denying the tinge of hurt to my tone. Maybe he didn't hear the hurt part. But I have to give it to Xander. While he falters mid-stride, he doesn't ask what I mean. Rather, he nods his head and keeps walking the rest of the way home without saying much more. He opens the door, turns on the light, and heads into the kitchen to put the leftover pizza in the refrigerator, all without a word, as I stare at his silhouette and wonder what he's thinking. What I did to piss him off other than agree with him. Because I'm used to things, whatever they are, always being my fault. Every mood swing, every bad day at work, the change in the weather, for God's sake, if I were to believe Ethan. So I stare at the broad lines of Xander's shoulders, his hair disheveled from the wind on the walk home, his eyes focusing on where he's pushing the house key around on the counter, and I wonder what I've done wrong this time.
Tell me something, Getty.
He lifts his head finally and meets my eyes.
If you were in the restaurant tonight and saw the two of us, what story would you have made up to explain us being there?
His question throws me momentarily. His eyes hold fast to mine as he rounds the front of the counter and leans his hips against it. There's something so distinctly masculine about the stance that I stop and stare for a moment before answering him. Why?
Just humor me.
He flashes me a heart-stopping grin, and between that and the intensity in his eyes, it's impossible to refuse when he pats the counter beside him for me to sit. Suddenly leery of being close to him when I've been just that all day, I move slowly and take my time hopping my butt up on the countertop, scooting back so that my legs are dangling over the edge. If I was making up a story about us, I'd say that we were friends who met for dinner after working all day.
Friends.
He makes a non-committal sound, and then shifts so that he can meet my gaze. I squirm under his quiet scrutiny, eyes narrowing, tongue tucked in his cheek, hand placed way too close to the side of my thigh.
That's all you've got, Socks.
He shifts so that his pelvis is against the counter, hip hitting my knee.
That's not very creative, coming from an artist.
I start to scoff, immediately reject his label, but the warning look in his eye stops it on my tongue. Sorry. Annoyance flickers over his face, but it's gone just as quickly as it comes.
Don't apologize.
I begin to say, I'm sorry again, and stop myself, heeding the cautionary tone in his voice. What's your story, then? He doesn't like mine, then he needs to give me his. But the minute I make the comment, I feel like I've just played right into his hands, even if I can't figure out what the end game is.
I'm glad you asked.
A shift of his feet. His hips slide farther into mine. That flutter of something deep in my belly.
I would have seen a famously successful painter. World-renowned, in fact.
He says with a lift of his eyebrows.
Going to dinner with the inspiration for her next painting. He's a championship-winning race car driver. Ruggedly handsome. Not pretty at all.
I scrunch up my nose. A little pretty. He places his hand on my knee and squeezes gently, a playful warning. But his hand remains there, and even as he continues speaking, all I can think about is the sudden warmth and weight of his touch.
They are discussing their next project.
What if she doesn't paint people?
Oh, she does.
She does?
Yes. She's branching out, challenging herself. A nude of him is next on her list.
I throw my head back, the laughter bubbling up and over, and the sound of his laughter mixed with mine is comforting. No, not a nude. He's not pretty enough for a nude.
Touché,
he says with a shake of his head, and his grin widens. Tell me more about them.
She's trying to ply him with cheap wine, get him drunk, maybe take advantage of him a little later.
I raise my eyebrows.
She thinks she can teach him a few things in all aspects.
Oh. The sound falls from my lips. Is he implying what I think he's implying?
Oh?
So, they're more than just friends then. My mind runs wild, about as wild as my heartbeat, when Xander moves between my parted knees so that he's face to face with me. And the dim light in the room that he's just blocked with his change in position only adds to what suddenly feels like the intimacy of the moment. The shadow that falls over his face, and the quick dart of his tongue to wet his lips draws out all kinds of feelings within me. That slow, sweet ache in the delta of my thighs included.
Do you want them to be more than friends, Getty?
The way he says my name, the intention laced in that single word calls to every part of me. And I know we're definitely not talking about a made-up scenario right now. We're talking about the frustrated kiss he gave me at work the other day, and the fire he says I'm not ready to light that has kept me up thinking late at night. I don't know. I try to steady my breathing as he places his hands on the counter beside my thighs and leans his body into me.
You don't.
No. I need to know more about them. I try to buy some time, attempt to gain some clarity in the face of his powerful physical presence so I can decide which side I want to win. My need for things to remain simple with him, or my want to feel more than just his kiss. By the look on his face, I can tell my request throws him, but he recovers quickly.
More about them. Let's see. She's had a troubled past. He wishes she'd talk more about it. Trust him, because he's a much better listener than her canvas and paints are. But he understands that these things take time.
Even with the sudden serious turn of the conversation, his last comment pulls the corners of my mouth up in a smile. And him? What about him?
You tell me.
It's not a request, not a demand, but it's clear that he wants to know what I think of him. I think
She.
he corrects. She thinks that he has this big persona he feels he must live by. The grandiose asshole. I get a lift of his eyebrows with the term. He's stubborn and infuriating. But underneath all of that, he has a kind heart. He's confident and sure of himself in a way she only wishes she could be. And despite that, she knows he's been hurt somehow, or has seen hurt, because most men aren't patient enough to stand back and let her go through what she's going through without pushing. And he isn't pushing, so she knows that he gets it, even though he doesn't know what it really is. He nods his head and runs his hands up and down my thighs, and I swear to God, he does it out of a comforting reflex, because I can tell the minute he realizes he is doing it. His hands falter in motion. Eyes widen momentarily, and yet he keeps them where they are and doesn't remove them.
What about him? Why does she think he's here on the island?
I twist my lips. So many theories coming to mind, and yet I'm not sure how to go about saying them. Because he hates Sundays? Better start with some humor and see how he plays it. That earns a soft chuckle from him.
Really?
Yeah, and probably any day that ends in Y since he's away from his passion. But she gets a feeling there's more there. She'd listen if he wanted to talk about it, but won't ask.
Questions always get you in trouble,
he murmurs. Not always, I muse.
Does she want to be more than friends with him, Getty?
Hello, trouble. Guess he's trying to prove his point. An even intake of breath, the pounding of my heart, the scent of his cologne, the hope of possibility. She's afraid. My voice is barely audible.
Of him?
All I can do is nod my head. His lips are right there, the memory of how they felt on mine front and center. Of everything about him. My chest hurts to draw in air. My body aches in a way I've never felt before. Anticipation, fear, uncertainty, all three surge through me, deplete me, revive me.
Why would she be afraid of him, Getty?
My name again. It's his way of bringing me back to the moment and out of my head where the ghosts swim. His way of reminding me of my new name, of my fresh start, of new beginnings. Because she's the disaster, the one who can't do anything right, the one who can't teach him anything, and so he's going to be disappointed when he finds out she's nothing like who he thinks she is. He angles his head and stares at me, eyes searching and so intense that I break our connection and look down to where his hands are on my thighs.
Not hardly a disaster. A little timid, maybe. A lot gun-shy. But time will help with that.
With a rebuttal held on my tongue, I visually trace the lines of his hands on my legs to distract myself. The broad fingers with a few cuts and scrapes from working on the deck. This whole conversation has pushed my thoughts out of my comfort zone, and I wonder what they'd feel like running over my body. The thought makes me want to hyperventilate. The idea of him seeing me naked, Ethan's criticisms trying to force their way in my head. You're the worst lay I've ever had, Gertrude. So bad, I may need to take up with the housekeeper just to be satisfied. Your body's too soft. Your tits aren't big enough. And for fuck's sake, it's not my job to make you come. It's not my problem you can't get off. And if I ever see you try to do it on your own, we're going to have a big problem.
Look at me. What's going on in that mind of yours?
I can't. I don't want to lift my head so he can see every single thing about me. My inadequacies, my fear of experiencing more, my hope for more in my eyes. Because I can't hide it. I can fight it, but I definitely can't hide it. Since I'm focused on his hands, I follow the movement as they lift off my thighs and come up to cup the sides of my cheeks, forcing my eyes to meet his. I thought we were talking about her, I assert, needing to get this back in the make-believe realm, because his eyes are too honest, his touch too tangible, and I am starting to imagine the possibility of there being something more between us when I know he can't really mean it. He nods in response, angling his head to the side as he studies me.
We are,
he murmurs as if it's real, his eyes narrowing as he leans closer into me.
He wants to ask her so many questions, but now knows she's afraid and he doesn't want to spook her.
Maybe he should just ask. Maybe she'll answer him. Maybe she won't. They've had quite a few glasses of wine, after all.
Yes. Liquid courage. It does wonders for the nerves, or so I've heard.
I've never been this close to another man for this amount of time, besides Ethan. It's unnerving and exhilarating all at once to know that this is my choosing.
Maybe he's afraid of her, too.
I snort in jest. You're kidding, right? Look at him and look at her. There's no need for him to be afraid of her. She's average, and he looks like he just walked off the pages of a magazine ad.
I think she's not seeing herself clearly.
Well, I think he's full of shit. Tell me why he's afraid of her then. I sound defensive, bothered, and maybe I am. All that's missing is a huff and crossing my arms across my chest in denial. But perhaps I'm so conditioned to the Ethan setup where he built me up just to tear me down that I'm afraid of believing any compliment.
Because he's afraid he'll get too close to her. He realizes that regardless of how strong she is, she's still fragile emotionally, and that they have some kind of connection despite their constant bickering. He worries about what it will do to her when the fix-it list is done and he has to go back to his real life.
His explanation captivates me, pulls on my heartstrings, causes an unexpected mini flutter of panic at the idea of him leaving. So I decide to voice some of my thoughts out loud. So he's afraid for her. I need clarification, so my mind doesn't run wild with this and make anything I want out of it.
No.
No?
No. He's afraid for him. What if she paints him with an incredible set of abs, a perfect 8-pack that he can't seem to get in the gym regardless of how hard he works at it? I mean, that's a valid reason for him to be afraid. To have to leave her when she makes him feel better about himself than anyone else has in a long time.
My inhalation is shaky, and while he's trying to add levity to the unexpectedly deep conversation, his comments still hit home with a sincerity I never expected from him. I can't help the small smile on my lips, when what I really should be doing is figuring out whether he's serious about being afraid of getting closer to me, or if he is just saying it to lighten the sudden insecurity I have after admitting I'm afraid of him. Or rather, she's afraid of him. I struggle to find a balance, because all of a sudden I feel outmaneuvered and a bit vulnerable, and my mind latches on to something he said. I would think if she's going to be painting him nude, he's going to be more concerned about the size she paints another area than just his abs. He throws his head back and laughs while I sit with eyes narrowed, wondering if I just, in fact, flirted with him. And while to other women, that may sound like the stupidest observation ever, for me, it's something I can't remember having done in the longest time. In fact, I'm so used to downplaying every conversation with a male, sparse eye contact, proper distance between us, an air of disdain, for fear of possible repercussions, that it takes a minute to compute that this really is me, sitting on a counter with a very hot man standing between my legs. Cue the nerves. But it's hard to be too anxious when Xander is laughing the way he is, and I'm the one who caused it.
You've got a point there.
He chuckles and runs one hand through his hair, leaving it adorably tousled before returning his hand to the top of my thigh in the most natural of actions.
She has a very good sense of humor.
I'm busy watching him, studying him. The little crinkles around his eyes when he smiles. The slightest dent in his chin that's noticeable only from up close. The 5 o'clock shadow shading his jawline. She does?
Yes, she does.
Silence falls around us as his thumb subtly rubs back and forth on my thigh. Tension fills the room as expectation builds over what's going to happen next. My nerves reappear. The panic button suddenly pushed, so I try to escape the uncertainty of what to do or say next. I thought you said he had questions for her. I finally stammer when the unknown becomes way too much.
He does?
And? I prompt when he takes a long pause, my mind struggling to stay alert when my hormones are all focused elsewhere. He slides his hand up and down the tops of my thighs, his lips twisting as he thinks about what questions he wants to ask the most.
He wants to know why she thinks she's a disaster. He wants to know what he can do besides be patient to help her.
His voice becomes softer with each word, more serious, more intent.
He can't figure out why, even though he's sworn to himself he needs to stay away from her, he can't seem to follow through.
I don't think she can answer that last question for him. I feel the need to shift, fidget under the intensity of his blue eyes, and yet I do neither.
True.
He arches one eyebrow up, a shy smile ghosting his lips as he lifts his hands to my cheeks again.
Maybe she can answer this one for him.
Do
you think she wants him to kiss her?
My breath stops. Heart pounds, body stills. Does he want to kiss her?
There you go, answering a question with a question again sucks.
You didn't answer. Classic avoidance.
Neither did you.
That shy smile again. The brush of his thumb over my bottom lip, which takes everything I have not to close my eyes and sink into. Yes. Oh shit. Did I really just say that?
Yes.
He confirms, voice soft but certain. I nod my head, swallow over the nerves that just seized up my throat. But all thought is lost as he moves ever so slowly into me.
Good. Because I don't think he was going to take no for an answer.
Processing his comment is impossible because his lips are on mine and my faculties are temporarily and willingly drugged. His lips meet mine with soft brushes, asking for acceptance. I part my lips and grant him access to take more from me. Our tongues touch, intertwine in a soft dance of greeting. His fingers frame my face, angling it, and my skin warms beneath his touch. The desirous groan from the back of his throat spurs me on, gives me a sense of confidence that whatever I'm doing is enough for him. And God, yes, it's doing it for me. His kiss is gentle yet demanding, so soft it feels like a dream, but I definitely know it's not, with the heat of him standing between my legs and the taste of wine still on his tongue. His hands move, slide down my rib cage and cup my ass before pulling me closer toward the edge and into him. My head is light. My heart is full. My nerves are slowly being taken over by the haze of everything about him. His cologne, the quiet murmur he makes, the pressure of his hands on my lower back, the softness of his lips, the finesse of his kiss. My hands begin to move as our lips continue to taste and tantalize, taunt and satisfy. I slide the palms of my hands over his back, where his muscles tense as his hands mirror mine, both in unison. Me more hesitantly, him more sure in his touch. I push away all thoughts of my life before, of Ethan, and how after we married, kissing was never allowed, other than soft pecks outside the house for people to see how much he loved his doting wife, of his crass comments about how mouths were good for only one thing, and those apologies were not to be spoken, but to be given. I lose myself in the moment, to the here and now, to all of it, lost in not thinking, to the feeling, to being wanted, to the simple sensuality of being kissed senseless. My core burns with desire like I've never felt before, molten liquid spreading from my center outward, the ache so intense it borders on painful. My lips tingle, my nipples tighten, my skin gets goosebumps. Xander's hands inch their way beneath the hem of my shirt. Roughened fingertips scrape ever so gently along that sensitive flesh just above the waistband of my pants. Shocks of sensation spiral up my spine and only add pressure to the need tinging my reactions. He gently slides them up my bare back at the same time he shifts his stance so that our bodies are perfectly pressed together with my body perched on the edge of the counter. And I'm not sure if it's the flash of a thought in my mind that he might want to take my shirt off, or the sudden sensation of the hardened bulge of his denim-clad dick pressing between the apex of my thighs. But I must hesitate somehow, because he reacts. Xander breaks from the kiss instantly, a startled gasp falling from my mouth as his hands come to my face so I can't look away. And before he can even say a thing, I'm instantly nervous, hands shaking, apology at the ready. Rejection accepted. Inadequacy verified. His eyes search mine, and I feel like such an idiot. What woman gets kissed senseless by a man and then hesitates when she can feel the evidence of her turning him on? It's not like he was grinding against me or rushing the moment. He's not guilty of anything other than being a virile man.
Getty.
My name on his lips again. Concern etched in the lines of his face. My eyes desperately try to focus on anything other than his. The fear takes over. Of disappointing him, of my body turning him off, of not being enough, of scaring him away because of my lack of skill. Take your pick. I'm sorry. It's a reflex. On my tongue and out of my mouth without thought. And I get the reaction from him I wonder if I was subconsciously hoping for.
Sweet hell, Getty.
He says in frustration as he pushes away from me, one hand shoving through his hair, the other raking down the back of his neck as he turns and takes a couple of steps away from me.
Will you stop apologizing? You did absolutely nothing wrong.
He turns back around, eyes begging and asking and searching, and I don't know how to respond since apologizing, being the one to blame, is all I've ever known for so long. I'm sorry. My voice fades off. The word, once again, dying on my tongue as his jaw sets in frustration. How was it that seconds ago my blood was on fire from his touch, and now it's heating my cheeks in embarrassment? I can't even be kissed without messing it up. I told you. She's a disaster. I can barely say it. I have to look away from him, focus on my clasped hands with my thumbs fiddling together. Can't bring myself to watch his reaction to my shame. But the condescending laugh I'm so conditioned to expect doesn't come. Not in the least. He comes into my field of vision, his hips, his chest, his chin, his eyes, as his hands tenderly guide my face up so that I can meet his eyes.
He doesn't think she's a disaster. In fact, she's quite the opposite. She's beautifully scarred, gorgeously flawed, irresistibly captivating.
Tears well in my eyes. His words are probably the nicest ones anyone has said to me in so long. He's not telling me it never happened. He's not telling me I made it all up in my head. Rather, he's telling me that despite it all, there is still something redeemable in me. The first tear slips down my cheek, and yet he keeps his eyes unwavering on mine.
I don't know what he did to you, Getty. Don't have a fucking clue, but I know he didn't treat you right. He took every part of you that you gave him and mistreated it somehow, and so badly that you fear the things that should make you feel good. Laughter, yourself, your art, your confidence. A kiss. And who knows what else.
His words hit too close to home, make me struggle for air under the weight of their presence in this moment. Their implications making me feel so very stupid for letting Ethan steal all those things from me. Please, Xander, don't ruin tonight. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. Tonight was one of the best times I've had in as long as I can remember. Can we just leave it at that? Please. My voice wavers. The tears I'm holding back burn in my throat. His thumbs brush back and forth on my cheeks, reminding me of how much I've let him in.
Oh, Getty.
He sighs with clear affection as he rests his forehead against mine. We are nose to nose, his hands still on my face, the warmth of his breath feathering over my lips. There's something so comforting in the action, in the fact that rather than run away, he stepped into me. I close my eyes and feel his concern, accept his compassion.
One of these days, you're going to find a man who treats you right.
He murmurs softly.
Sweeps you off your feet, treats you like you walk on water, inspires you to paint sunny skies and calm oceans.
Not nudes? I can't help it. It just felt right to say, and as I reel that he noticed the correlation between my emotions and my pictures, he steps back from me, eyes alight with humor and a quiet laugh on his lips.
No, not nudes.
He runs his hands down to my shoulders and squeezes them gently.
You deserve nothing less than the best, Getty.
Thank you, I whisper, wondering how he figures into all of this, considering he was the one kissing me moments ago. He breathes deeply. Whatever it is, I can see on the tip of his tongue weighing down the atmosphere around us. Is he thankful for my hesitancy because now that he's stepped back, he regrets getting involved with the head case that I obviously am? I wouldn't blame him if he did. And I hate that I've already lost a little piece of my healing heart to this man standing in front of me with conflicted eyes. He's kind and patient and stubborn, and my God, the man can kiss me so senseless I forgot my old and my new name. Is it stupid to say that? Yes, but when you've never known kindness like this, it's easy to give a part of yourself to the person who shows it, because when all you have are broken pieces to begin with, who's going to miss one more little piece? Seriously? Why am I having ridiculous thoughts like this when 3 weeks ago I was ready to poke his eye out with a mini-blind wand? I look at him. Blue eyes, dark hair, hard body, and wonder how he went from annoying to attractive. Am I that messed up? That emotionally wrought that being nice to me is all it takes? I hate that I don't know the answer to that question.
I need you to hear this when I say it and really listen, okay?
He says, pulling me from my self-deprecating thoughts. Here it comes. I was right. He regrets this. I nod my head.
Right now, every damn part of me wants to kiss you again. Kiss you till we can't breathe, then lay you down on my bed and show you what it's like to feel that kind of worship. But God, Getty, I can't do it knowing that I might hurt you in the end when you've obviously been so hurt already. I can't make the promises you deserve. I have my life back home, my racing, my family. I need to sort my shit out, make my amends, and then in a few months I'll head back to it. That's not fair to you. I want more than anything to be the selfish prick I've been over the past few months and think only of myself. Sleep with you, feed that crazy need you've created in me, and then walk away when the time comes without a care.
He blows out breath and shakes his head like he can't believe he's not going to, before meeting my eyes again.
But I can't do that to you. I can't knowingly walk you into my storm without showing you where the lighthouse is so you have a way out before you even begin.
My eyes go wide and chest constricts as I attempt to process everything he's saying. The civil war happening inside him over being who he needs to be versus who he wants to be. Over what I know is best for me and what could break me again. And of course, all coherent thoughts vanish when he steps into me again, hands back on my cheeks, eyes locked onto mine. He leans forward and brushes his lips to mine in the most tender of kisses. The kind that makes you want to simultaneously sag inwardly and fist your hand in his shirt to demand more. His unsteady draw of breath is audible, restraint held by a thread, before his blue eyes find mine.
I'm showing you where the lighthouse is, Getty. Giving you a way out. It's up to you to decide if you want to step into my storm before it passes through or head for safety. I can't decide for you.
I begin to speak, my heart in my throat and my pulse racing, but he shakes his head to stop me.
Not now. You need to think about it, sleep on it, get a clear head and figure out your answer. I'll wait.
When he reaches out to put one hand on the side of my face, I close my eyes and turn into the touch. My lips kiss the palm of his hand. His compassion has undone me in so many ways I can't think straight. Good night. Xander, I call after him as he turns to walk down the hall. He stops momentarily, head hanging down, broad shoulders set proudly. Good night, Socks. There's so much I want to say. Stop. Wait. Yes. No. I don't know. I'm sorry. But none of them want to come out because I'm not sure which one I want to say the most. I want to tell him that I don't care, that we should just live in the moment, not worry about tomorrow or a few weeks from now when the to-do list is complete. Ask him to help me get over the hurdle of Ethan's lies by showing me how sex should be. Be the spontaneous person I aspire to someday be. Desperation fuels my thoughts, makes me already miss how he made me feel tonight. But I can't tell him, because he's right. I already like him too much as it is. What's going to happen if I fall for him and he leaves and doesn't look back? Is it presumptuous? Yes, but at the same time, he's given me something that no one else has in a long time. Hope. Oh my God, Getty, get a grip. Go back to painting angry thunderstorms instead of thinking of beautiful sunsets because you're not going to ride away into one of them with him. You're naive if you think you will. While he may be a good guy, there's no place in his life for a wannabe painter/bartender in any capacity, let alone as more than friends. And he already said he definitely doesn't want friends with benefits. To us. His toast echoes in my head as I hear the door to his bedroom close quietly, and I grip the edge of the counter to keep from acting on that want for spontaneity. Now I'm left in the darkened kitchen with his kiss on my lips and his words in my head, wondering what exactly I want us to be. The problem is the difference between want and need is a thin line called self-control. And I've already been controlled enough in my life. Chapter 13. Getty. Something jolts me awake with a start. The shadowed figure standing over my bed startles every part of me. Breath, heart, imagination. And for that split second before he says my name, fear takes hold that Ethan has come for me. Getty. Xander? My voice is drugged with sleep, mind racing with what he's doing in here as he lowers down to sit on the edge of my bed. I'd started to relax at the sound of his voice, but now every intangible part of me stands at attention. And before I can comprehend much more, why he's here, why my stomach is somersaulting into my chest, why chills are racing over my body, he leans forward without another word and kisses me. Soft at first, a brush of lips, a tug on my bottom lip, a hand brushing my hair off my face as he leans back to look at me through the moonlit room, and I know before he speaks what he's going to say. I want you, Getty. Yes. It's the only answer I can give. The only consent needed because his mouth is back on mine before I can inhale my next breath. And while this next kiss is still tender, there's a tinge of hunger to it that's new and surprising to me. I relax into the mattress, too many things happening at once to process them all. His hand running down the side of my rib cage, his other hand on the side of my neck, thumb hooked under my ear, the increasing demand in his kiss, the groan of desperation from his throat, his hand on my waist sliding under the hem of my t-shirt, A chilled hand on warm skin slowly sliding up. My soft gasp as he finds my breast. The arch of my neck. His fingers caressing, tongue possessing. My sensations overwhelmed. The match being lit. I'm inundated, lost to his touch and the skill of his mouth and the incredible way he makes me feel. The stubble of the day's growth scrapes down the column of my neck, his lips lacing open-mouth kisses to soothe its sting. But I like the sting. Like knowing I'm alive and this is really happening. Then he cups my breasts with both hands, his mouth taking over their seduction in a kind of finesse I've never experienced. His warm lips and heated tongue suck and tease the tight butt of my nipple while his strong hands hold them in place. The combination of sensations causes a blistering ache in the delta of my thighs, one that hurts so good.
"Fuck, Getty,"
he murmurs against my breast as one hand runs down to my hip, fingers kneading the flesh there as I thread mine into his hair and moan in response to the bliss he's creating. Fingers feathering over the tops of my thighs. They tug my waistband, skim across the top of my sex. Fingertips tickling right at the top of my seam, a subtle request for access. And I'm so lost to experiencing this with him, the hushed murmurs of desire and the touches laced with intent, that all I can think about is how much more I want of the way he's making me feel. His fingers dance over my most intimate of flesh as his mouth finds mine again. This time, his kiss feels more demanding, hungrier, and it's my only focus until his fingertips slowly part me and brush gently over my clit. My gasp of pleasure is swallowed by his kiss, the sudden tensing of my leg muscles, his gauge of my definite responsiveness. And oh my God, going from having no one touch me but my own hand to being treated with such reverence, soft and desirous and attentive, is like creating a spark in a room full of propane. Explosive, fiery, unrelenting. His touch rocks me. It doesn't take much. Between the generosity in how he caresses me and the greed in his kiss, seconds tumble into one another as every part of my body burns bright and fast toward climax. My hands on his shoulders, fingernails into steeled flesh, breath robbed, head digging back in the pillow, back arched, hips bucking. Xander catapults me into the oblivious free fall of my orgasm. Xander! I cry out his name in a plea for him to keep going, a plea for him to stop for a second. And I can't decide which I want more as his fingers softly milk the last of the vibrations for me.
"Getty."
Not yet.
"Getty."
More insistent. Hands suddenly on my shoulders, shaking me, my mind shocked to the present, to the dark room around me. Xander standing over me, my fingers slick between my thighs. I freeze, trying to grasp dream from reality.
"You were having a nightmare. Called out my name. We're thrashing around,"
he says as he sits down beside me. And if there were any way he could see my eyes and the mask of mortification that must be blanketing my face, he'd know the truth. That my dream was the furthest thing from a nightmare. But thank goodness for the moonless sky and darkened room, or else he'd know that I'd just gotten off dreaming about him. That there was a damp patch in my panties from fantasy sex with him. I'm okay. I stutter breathlessly as I slowly withdraw my hand out from beneath the drawstring of my pants so he doesn't notice the movement. I push myself up, my body coated in a light mist of sweat, my muscles still contracting from the remnants of my orgasm. My self-indulged one, it seems. Could this get any worse? Having the man you're fantasizing is giving you an orgasm be the one to catch you in the act, so to speak. You sure? He reaches a hand out and runs the back of it down my cheek. You were moaning and moving. Then you called out my name for help. It scared the shit out of me. Must have been a bad nightmare. It takes a second to find my voice. The right words to say get lost in the embarrassment and the post-climax fog of endorphins. Yeah, I'm sorry. I run a hand through my hair, pull the covers a little tighter around me. I don't even remember what it was about. But thank you, I appreciate you checking on me. Was this because of me? He asks, concern in his tone. The blood drains from my face momentarily as I wonder if he's caught on to what was really happening. Was it because of the things I said to you tonight that stirred up bad memories? No. I'm quick to cut him off, feeling like an ass that he's sitting here worried his honesty caused me to have a nightmare, when in fact it was quite the opposite. But it's not like I can tell him that. I watched a scary movie the other night. I'm sure it had to do with that. Smooth, Getty. Real smooth. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, I will be. Thanks. I'm sorry I woke you up. Please, go back to bed and put me out of my misery. I'll let you get back to sleep then, he says as he stands from the bed, a handsome shadow in the night. I'm glad you're all right. Good night, Xander. Good night, Getty. We can't see each other's eyes, but we are sure as hell holding each other's gaze through the darkness, because I can feel it. After a moment of suspended silence, he nods his head and walks to the doorway as emotions war within me over wanting him to go and asking him to stay. I'm going to leave your door open, just in case you need me, he says, before his shadow leaves the doorway toward his room. I hold back the immediate urge to go shut it should my nocturnal need arise again to have fake sex with him. Sinking deeper into the mattress, I scrub my hands over my face and can feel the smile on my lips. I go back over the dream in my mind because, unlike what I told him, I remember every single part of it. Each kiss, every touch, the sound of his voice thick with desire. With a deep breath, I shake my head and feel like such a fool. How did I not know it was a dream? My lack of modesty and constant insecurity over my ability to orgasm should have been a dead giveaway. Even asleep, I should have caught that. How am I going to face him in the morning? How am I going to look him in the eye and ask him if he wants a cup of coffee with his roommate who was getting off while fantasizing about him? I close my eyes, but can't sleep. There's no way in hell with the buzz of my orgasm still echoing through both my head and body. Because if I thought a little piece of my heart was lost to Xander for his kindness, then a huge part of my awakening libido just pledged allegiance to him too.
Chapter 14. Xander. There's a bite to the air, a chill that burns in my lungs and stings my cheeks. It may be the start of the summer season, but shit, mornings are cold here. Hopefully I'll be heading back home to Los Angeles before I get a chance to acclimate. And I hate that my feet falter at the idea. Hate that the next fucking thought in my head is, what is Getty going to do when I leave? This isn't a thing. She isn't supposed to become a thing. But fuck me, she is. Then, of course, there's the voicemail from Riley today, my adoptive mom. The one who saved me from my silence and deafening fear after my mother died and my dad came back to finish me off. The one who had to have known the truth all along from day one. I don't even have to replay the message because I can still hear it plain as day. "Xander, it's me." Her laugh. Nerves I'm not used to hearing in it vibrate through the connection. "Of course it's me. Who else would it be, right? I just wanted to hear your voice. Let you know I was thinking about you. A lot. I miss you. Of course, I'm worried about you and want to call and text you to make sure you're okay, but I also know you'll call when you're ready. Oh, and thank you for texting Scooter and then Ace back. He's taking this hard. All of it. So thank you for responding and letting him, us, know you're okay. I'm sorry I'm rambling, but there's so much I want to say to you. So much I want to ask. But I know you'll come home once you figure whatever it is you need to work through." Silence for a few seconds. A shaky sigh. Her not wanting to let go just yet. "He won't admit it, but Colton misses you too. He's moody and a bear to be around and won't talk about what happened that day between the two of you." Another sigh. A few words started and then stopped. Her concern is palpable in the silence, and I know she's struggling to not give me her 2 cents on the matter, to keep the disappointment out of her voice and not rail into me that I'm the one who needs to man up and apologize for all of this. "It doesn't matter. I hope you find whatever you're hoping to find while you're gone, and I can't help but feel like there's something you're not telling us. All we've ever wanted is the best for you, Xander. I love you." I've listened to the message several times this morning. It's become a type of fuel to feed my guilt over what I did, how I acted, and reinforcement that I need to really get my shit together. Open the box, face the facts, deal, cope, yell, rage. Move on. Live life with a new norm I can't shove away but can start to put behind me. Quit being such a pussy. Accept that whatever else is in that box doesn't affect who I am or what I've made of my life. It is what it is. Easier said than done. God, how I wanted to pick up the phone and call her back, ask her the questions I need to ask. Did she know? Why didn't she tell me? What was her reasoning for keeping the truth from me all this time? Then I could get angry with her answers, shout and rage and get all this pent-up emotion out, then apologize 10 times over for the ways I've hurt them. But pride is a hard thing to swallow when you feel like it's all you have left. Right now, my own need to cope is more important than the urge to call her. But fuck if I don't feel guilty at the sadness in her voice. Push it away, Donovan. You've got to face the facts first, and then you can face Riley and Colton. Fix you, then them. You'll know what to say then. How to say it. Accept who you really are. When I reach the porch steps, I brace my hands on my knees and gulp in the bitter air. My chest hurts from pushing myself too hard. But after Getty last night and my less than satisfying jerk-off in the shower this morning while thinking of her, I needed to work off some of my frustration. When I grab a Gatorade from the refrigerator, thoughts about our unexpected kitchen interlude litter my head. And isn't this why I went on a run? To clear my head? But the minute I'm back here with the scent of her perfume and a pair of her discarded socks sitting on the family room floor, she crawls right back into my damn head. Everything about her gets to me. The look on her face when I was close to her ball-tightening kiss, that little jolt of fear that I felt go through her muscles and sweep across her face, her fear over something, how I had to step back and take stock. Remember, she's not some road groupie wanting to get it on with points champion Xander Donovan, the golden boy. No, she's clearly a woman on the mend from something, one running from a past that was obviously shitty. That in itself is enough reason for me to pause and step back. Because when she gets that look in her eyes, like she has to look over her shoulder and make sure no one's there, she reminds me of my mom. The way I remember her to be. Skittish, always apologizing, withdrawn. And that's a huge problem. It's a bright fucking beacon warning me away, and yet I keep walking right into its light, wanting to help, to be there for her, to get to know her better when I shouldn't. Hell, I'm the furthest thing from qualified to help her. What I should be thinking about is sex, and more sex. With her, preferably, and not my own hand and a bottle of lube. I can't get involved more than that. I have enough to do with my own issues that I need to figure out. And yet even though I warned her, I can't figure out why she keeps occupying my thoughts. Living day in and day out with her is like tempting an alcoholic with a bottle of gin. You want to taste, want to sample, but know it's just going to bring you back to being selfish, wanting only what you want without regard for anyone else or the damage it's going to do. Well, gin's not my thing. It sure as shit doesn't mean I wouldn't take a sip if I'm thirsty. And last night, damn was I thirsty. What I wouldn't have given to take advantage of the situation, a gorgeous woman whose kiss tastes as good as her laugh sounds, but I couldn't willingly let her spread her legs without being up front with her. Well, I could have. I could have been a prick, enjoyed the coming weeks with her moaning beneath me without a scratch on my conscience about how my time here will come to an end. Have some fun, some great sex, and then part ways with nothing more than a thanks for the good time and an empty promise to call every once in a while. But I can't treat her like that. There's something about Getty that has gotten under my skin. At first, I thought it was the want what you can't have type of thing, the temptation after promising myself to cut out the complications of adding a woman to the mix. I'm supposed to be here for me, but it's not that. Then I thought it was the innocent woman thing, her big doe eyes and blushing cheeks and obvious unease with men tell me she's not used to attention from the opposite sex. Fuck yes, it's attractive, gives me visions of being the one to teach her a few things, but I'm not the kind of guy who racks up points for deflowering the virginal type. There's nothing sexy in that. It's not a game, not something you do knowing you're going to walk away. Maybe it's just because I actually like her, think she's smart and naturally beautiful without trying to be, and when I can pry her out from behind the protective wall I know all too well, her personality is killer. And it's the mad respect I have for her for doing what my mom never did, getting out of an abusive relationship. Because while she may have never said it out loud, the signs are there. The ones someone who has lived in an abusive household can spot like a road sign, even all these years later. And a woman that does that deserves the happily ever after she never got the first go-round. So I'm fucked. I want her, but I can't give that to her. And hell if I'm going to be the one to add on to the hurt that already lingers in her eyes. I'm not that much of an asshole. But I'm also not going to deny how much I wanted to slide between her thighs last night, clear the counter behind her with a swipe of my arm, and take and taste and satisfy until the sun came up. Instead, I showed restraint like I've never had to before. I stepped back, told her I wouldn't be staying long-term, gave her an out if she wanted one, and hopefully earned my conscience the A-OK to be free of guilt when we do sleep together, because it's her choice now. A clear conscience, a conflicted heart, and a frustrated dick. Quite the trio. I have to hope that when she says yes, she still doesn't get hurt in the end. Because she will say yes. I saw the answer in her eyes and heard it in the way she called my name. But I still walked away, albeit with an ache in my balls, before shutting the door so I wouldn't be tempted to go back. Now I glance in her room before I enter mine. Recall how goddamn bad I wanted to slide into her bed last night, pull her against me, and comfort her after her nightmare. But that's being selfish, because I'm lying to myself. I wouldn't have been able to stop at just feeling her body against mine. Not hardly. Let's be real here. Go fix her car, Donovan. Do something useful other than waiting with your dick in your hand for her answer. No time like the present. Besides, I'm already sweaty and dirty. Maybe even earn me some brownie points, too. When I walk into my room to grab a clean shirt, the box in the corner catches my eye. Especially the chicken scratch writing on the envelope taped to the outside and the Los Angeles postal origin. The letter in said envelope from the person who is technically my aunt explained that my uncle, my only living relative, died of an overdose. Is it bad that I couldn't care less? Is it heartless that after a failed attempt to foster me when I was 12 for the monthly stipend to fund their habit, the both of them ceased to exist to me? That I'm grateful for their fuck-ups because it led to Riley and Colton adopting me? Why all this time later would she think I want to look at stuff she came across while cleaning out my uncle's things? Maybe she's just being decent, returning the contents because it's all I have left of my childhood. Then again, an autopsy report? Placing it as the first thing in the box so I'd be sure not to miss it. Maybe it was her final fuck you. So it's no wonder I'm hesitant to see the rest of the contents. Besides, it won't be the first time I'll say goodbye to Mom, or my dad. But that's just it. Will delving further into the box bring back more? Will it make me remember things my mind tried to protect me from? Fuck, I mutter, while my mind keeps running. Fuck you and your doubt that makes me fear the worst, and fuck you and your hope that makes me want something more. Thoughts of burning the box rise up as I stare at it. I long to watch it go up in flames so I can hold tight to the memories I have. Of thinking my mother walked on water. Bodies are buried for a reason. Shouldn't their secrets be too? Torching the box would make it easier all around. Rid myself of the source of anxiety that caused me to lash out and risk every single thing I've been given and worked for. But since when has anything in regard to my childhood been that easy to get rid of? Is it too much to want to connect to some good thing in the box? The kind of thing every kid deserves to have from his past? Would it be too much for there to be pictures? Something with smiling faces and my mom's arms wrapped around me with love? Something I can utilize to will back a positive memory to help smother the bad ones? But what if there aren't any good memories there? My fingers toy with the flaps of the box. The internal war continues to rage. Fuck it. Just open the damn box. Shit or get off the pot. Look at one thing per day until you can handle more. That's why you came here in the first place, right? The sound of cardboard scraping against itself fills the room. Curiosity and dread rifle through me simultaneously. The stapled packet of paper is on top, right where I left it. My fingertips fidget with edges while I chew the inside of my lip, and I don't need to see the outlined diagram of a body with marks indicating stab wounds or read the words describing what I can still see in my mind. I feel stupid for the nerves that have me hesitating, upset with myself for having them, but no, men are creatures of avoidance by nature. We want to dominate, be in control, and yet the slightest crack in our foundations can rock our world. And I've survived too many earthquakes already in my lifetime. I set the report down and shuffle through the contents, purposely not looking at them closely. I need a good memory today, something to help ease the power this box holds over me. So I dig through the unorganized mess, intent on finding the smooth, distinct texture of a photograph. When I touch one, I know it instantly. My fingers make out what feels like a rubber band on the thin stack, and I sigh in relief. I might retrieve another memory, a piece of normalcy from those first 7 years of my life. My hands shake as I step back and sit down on the bed, nervous over the glimpse of my past I'm going to get. She's beautiful. It's my only conscious thought when I see my mom for the first time in almost 20 years. Dark hair, light eyes, and a genuine smile. Sure, her clothes are worn and the car she's sitting in front of is a patchwork of Bondo and mismatched colors, but she's even prettier than I remembered. Time must have dulled the memories. And sitting in her lap is a little brown-haired boy with skinned knees, a baseball cap crooked on his head, and a mitt on the grass to the right of them. It's me. The picture of a carefree little boy I don't ever remember being, but who seems perfectly content in his mom's lap. I stare down at it until my eyes blur, try to commit it to memory, as if the picture is going to vanish. I'm so lost in the photo I forget there are more behind it. Once I remember, I continue the process with each one, studying it, trying to pull a memory from the image, thankful for the chance to reconnect with a lighter side of my childhood. I look like her. That's what I see as I flip through them. The same eyes, the same shaped mouth, a similar nose. It's weird to actually be looking at the pictures and be able to draw a comparison of myself with someone. Then I come to a picture of my dad. He seems less scary than I remember. Faded jeans torn at the knees, thumbs hanging in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his hair long and unkempt, his body scraggly, bruises visible on the inside of one of his arms. I stare at his face for the longest time, not to remember him, but rather to make sure I'm nothing like him. I take in everything about the picture, pick it apart, study it. And no matter how hard I try, all I see is the monster standing in the darkened doorway, covered in my mom's blood, and the vacant look in his eyes as he held a gun on Riley when he tried to kidnap me so I couldn't testify after I'd regained my voice. When I'm convinced we're nothing alike, I flip to the last picture in the batch. My mom's lying next to a sleeping me, my back to her front, her arm wrapped around my abdomen holding me close, and a soft smile on her lips. Without thinking, I run my fingertip over her face, and all of a sudden, I can hear her voice humming, "Are you sleeping?" in my head. It's weird, and I don't know what to make of it, other than I vaguely recall how she used to curl up beside me on my bed, her lips to the top of my head, and the heat of her breath warming my hair as she sang the song to put me to sleep. My heart pounds from the memory I never knew I had. A disbelieving smile spreads on my lips as I close my eyes and try to recall more, flipping through the pictures over and over, hoping to jog something else loose. Excited about the prospect of having more memories from my first 7 years to block out all the pain, I move back to the box to see what else it holds. I grab a stack of papers, then notice the cover sheet on the first packet I pull is the rap sheet for one Lola Sullivan. I glance over petty misdemeanors and then toss it back in the box immediately. I have zero desire to taint the image I've just gotten back of her in my head. There are newspaper cuttings that mention the murder and the search for my dad. Tiny 1-by-1 squares with no compassion for the woman who, at the time, was my everything. The next packet of paper is thicker. It's a case file from the Los Angeles Child Protective Services, with my name on it. By the width of the file, I have a feeling its contents won't surprise the man I am, but might derail the little boy in me still looking for closure. It might blow the only memory I have of my mother when she's not covered in blood, the one I just got back, to smithereens, and I don't think I'm ready for that just yet. So I take the pictures, the reports, everything I don't want to face, and put them back in the box, tuck in the flaps so they stay closed, and walk out of the room without looking back. But I have a new memory to hold on to when there used to be none. I'll face the rest another day.
Chapter 15. Getty. The bar is packed. The warm weather and the cloudless sky in this unusual summer full of storms has caused a massive influx of tourists to flood the island. The bar's abuzz as I take orders left and right from the other servers, so much so that I haven't had much time to think about last night. Well, that's a lie. It's all I've thought about. A few botched orders, more than normal, prove the point. But the bar's so busy, they've gone mostly unnoticed. My mind drifts to Xander as I work, to our laughter at the restaurant, to the toast, to make-believe revelations about what outsiders would assume about us, to kisses that curled my toes and melted my insides, to honest confessions about what he can and can't give me, and then to the question he asked me to consider. If I could handle knowing there wasn't going to be more than the one thing he said was a disaster in the first place. Friends with benefits. A rum and coke, a margarita with extra salt, a draft Guinness. My knee-jerk reaction is yes. He was honest, upfront, and kisses me like the world is ending tomorrow, with every ounce of his being. A Macallan neat, a gin and tonic, a round of IPAs. Is that really smart, though, Getty? Wouldn't you become too attached? No. Yes. No. I'd use the sex to help me get over my issues, prove to myself that not all men are like Ethan. I hope. But isn't that kind of whorish? Definitely not something a caster would do, which pushes me to want to do it even more. A vodka cranberry, a Jack and Coke, a dry martini. But am I really capable of such a thing? I don't know how to have casual sex. I actually don't know how to have sex at all, according to Ethan. What am I doing even thinking about this? It's a stupid idea. Such a tempting one, though. My doubt is ugly. And Xander is so pretty. I snicker under my breath at the thought, knowing he'd reject the description immediately. Oops, Jack and Diet Coke, not regular Coke. Messed that one up. 2 seltzer waters, 1 glass of Merlot. Then the dream comes back to me. And damn, all doubts go out the window. Yes, it was a dream. My rational brain reiterates the fact I know all too well. But at the same time, a man doesn't kiss like he does and not know how to make love. Not make love, Getty. Sex. Just sex. No love involved. The L word is never to be mentioned. Just nitty-gritty, scream out as you come, render your legs boneless, romance novel type sex like I've never experienced before. That's all he's alluded to. That ache he caused between my thighs comes back with a vengeance. I shift some, spill the overfull drink onto my hands as I move it to the server's tray. A Coors Light, in a bottle. Another rum and coke for table 6, this time with a lime, a strawberry daiquiri. Just go for it, Getty. You want to be spontaneous? Be spontaneous. He rearranged the silverware drawer for you, for God's sake. Justification at its finest. But it is a good point. If I'm going to sleep with someone, at least I'd know he's a good guy and probably has some experience under his belt. By the way, the bar suddenly fills up with the local women busily texting one another when he comes in to watch a game or have a drink. I can assume he's had no shortage of women or experience in the sack. An old-fashioned, 2 Sculpins on draft, 1 Red Bull in absolute. Oh. But a lot of women means he's most likely used to experienced partners. And I'm far from that. I stop and stare off into space for a moment, twist my lips. Remember how he kisses, his hands framing my face, the scrape of his unshaven chin against the skin of my neck, his cologne in my nose, and taste on my tongue. Done. I'm gonna go for it. Really going to do it. Screw the nerves and the doubts and my insecurities. Easier said than done. But I'm not living, not proving the old Gertrude Castor Adams is gone if I don't take a chance. So I'm taking a chance. Decision made. No backing out now. 4 microbrews on draft. Gertrude. That voice. The unrelenting condescension. The one that controlled my life for so very long. The one who believes I'm in the wrong. I'm startled. My mind races. Pulse thunders. Nerves start to hum. Body becomes flushed. But I don't move. Don't waver. I keep one hand on the pull, the other holding the glass at an angle and my eyes fixed on it. I don't look up, just keep pretending I didn't hear what I thought I just heard. There's no way. Can't be.
Can you go grab me some more limes?
It's Liam's voice that pulls me back from my panicked fog. Sure. My voice is barely audible because I'm afraid if I speak normally, my father will recognize my voice. I all but run from the counter, a half-filled glass of beer left sitting on the catch grate, and my body trembles with that flustered shock. I never look up, never acknowledge him. My only course of action is to hope that if I stay in the storage room long enough, he won't be there when I come back. Hearing his voice say my name would have been a figment of my imagination. After I grab the limes, I sag back against the refrigerator, exhausted from all the emotions running through me. Defiance, anger, fear, worry, homesickness when I shouldn't feel it. I close my eyes, lean my head back, and fight the urge to run out the back door and not come back. To not have to face him. Because I knew my father would find me. He's Damon Castor, after all. The man with no boundaries, no morals. Well, unless you are one of the lucky few he deems worthy of esteem, according to his ridiculous standards. As for me, he rules his family like his real estate empire, with an unrelenting iron fist. I'm just surprised Ethan wasn't standing beside him. Or maybe he was. It's not like I looked up. The thought has bile rising in my throat. Ethan, the man my father had chosen to walk on water beside him, the one who broke every single part of me with his harsh demands and constant criticism.
It's unacceptable for you to walk away from me.
Disdain drips from his aristocratic voice. I shouldn't be surprised he followed me in here. I set my shoulders and straighten my posture before I lift my chin and open my eyes to meet the ones that mirror mine in color. He looks older. The immediate thought surprises me, and I reject it instantly, because that means my leaving has been hard on him, and it should be. He should have picked his daughter's well-being over satisfying his protégé and upholding his public image. But that will never happen. Hasn't been the case since my mom died what feels like forever ago. Father? My teeth are clenched, and hands are squeezing the bag of limes so hard I wouldn't be surprised if the peels ruptured under the pressure. How did you find me? The flare of his nostrils tells me I'm insulting his long-reaching fingers.
Easily enough. The diamond in your wedding ring was laser engraved with a serial number. The pawn shop registered it. We went down to speak with them and followed the trail you left. The contact phone number was that bitch of a woman I refused to allow your mother to see. A quick search into Darcy's life revealed a new mortgage she'd taken out, and I'm sure you can figure the rest out.
My resolve falters. I thought I had done everything right. If I went to that much trouble to disappear, did you think for once I didn't want you to find me?
Now, let's stop your melodrama and focus on getting you home and away from the disgrace of this job behind a bar like some two-bit floozy hard up for money.
His disgust radiates off him like a venom, poisoning the small room around us. No, it's great to see you, Gertrude. No, you look good with a little sun on your face and your hair not slicked back to perfection. No, I missed you, sweetheart. The small part of me that hoped maybe my leaving might have changed him dies a quick death at his comments. A job's a job, Father. My bank accounts seem to have been suspended somehow. I say, after clearing my throat to shake away the nerves vibrating in my voice. Would you rather me have taken my clothes off to make money? The shock that passes over his face is priceless. Gertrude would never have spoken back to her father 6 months ago.
Remember who you're speaking to and that
you deserve respect at all times. I repeat the mantra of my youth to him, but this time with a tinge of sarcasm. The years of conditioning have me wanting to cower from the glare in his eyes, but I do my best to hold my own. I can fall apart when I'm alone. I can let go of my emotions, but not right now. Right now, I have to be the same strong woman who left and walked out of the life she was told to live.
Your insolence is... Getty?
Liam narrows his brow when he notices my father, a stranger dressed in slacks and a dress shirt standing just inside the door.
Everything okay?
Sorry. I nod my head with dread in my heart that my father is going to unleash his pompous self on my boss. I was just coming with the limes. I hold them up to show him the proof.
Okay. You sure?
I know he can feel the tension in the air, see the contempt on both of our faces. But I try to reassure him by meeting his gaze, and the look I'm giving him to convey, "Just leave it," prompts him to nod his head and return to the bar without another word. I have to get to work.
Actually, you don't. You have obligations to fulfill and a husband to tend to and...
Ex-husband.
Casters don't get divorced, Gertrude.
I shift my feet, sigh audibly. Sweat mists down my back and my body vibrates in anger as we start the same argument we had days before I left. I try to head it off at the pass. Why are you here? He startles his head, like the answer's so obvious and I'm an idiot for asking. Clearly, I should be thanking him for coming to my rescue from this low-class life. And when I don't, his annoyance presents itself in the lift of one eyebrow.
To have you collect your things and bring you back home, where you belong, beside Ethan, as a part of the community.
Walk back into the lion's den? No thanks. No. Mentally, I cringe and wait for the wrath of Damon Castor to come at me full-fledged. No one stands up to him, let alone his only child.
You're being ridiculous and immature.
His voice is low and even, but his jaw ticks in irritation.
I'll make reservations for dinner tomorrow night. My car will pick you up at 5, and we will come to some sort of agreement on how to end this ridiculous charade of yours. Figure out a good explanation for your extended absence, and I'll bring you home with minimal exposure.
Always worried about what people think. I sigh. And if I don't go?
You will be there. Or life might become difficult for you here on this island.
Our eyes meet and hold, his threat loud and clear, his thumb pressing back down on me after less than 10 minutes in his presence. Gritting my teeth is the only reaction I give him before skirting past him and out of the storage room. But I don't head to the bar. Instead, I make a right turn and head straight into the ladies' bathroom and shut the door behind me, make sure it's locked, and lean my back against it. Nerves and anger give way to the adrenaline-laced anxiety. My legs turn to rubber, and my frantic breaths make me dizzy before it all crashes down around me. I don't recognize the ragged sob that slips from my mouth as I slowly slide my shoulders down until I'm sitting on the tiled floor. And that says a lot, that I'm sitting on this germ-ridden floor, but the complete onslaught of emotion overwhelms me. Am I surprised he found me? No. But I'd expected to have more time before he did. And it's silly, really, because more time wouldn't do anything to fix this situation. The letter I left for him, Never mind, the way that I left should have been enough in itself to prove to him that I'm done living that life. Done being demeaned and ridiculed and thought of as a twisted dowry to keep the business intact. I left to create a life with passion and creativity, or so I could try something new without fear of mistakes, to live day to day without caring about social status or if I'll disgrace the family name by his outdated standards. I hate that the minute I saw him, my knees began to buckle and I wanted to run the other way. But I am relieved that I didn't. I showed that I'm not the same yes-father woman I used to be, so fearful of the consequences of disobedience. Yet I'm furious with myself because I wasn't yet 100% the woman I want to be, saying no, asserting my will, walking away without worrying I hurt his feelings because he's still my dad. And deep down, some part of me wishes, hope against hope, that he might wake up from his self-appointed power trip and accept me for me. Love me for me. I swipe my tears away, knowing there's no chance in hell of that happening. He is who he is, and is not going to change. Accepting that is the hard part. At least he came by himself, left Ethan, his puppet, home to run his empire. Aware I need this job desperately, I shove up off the ground and square my shoulders. It's a start, Getty. Tomorrow night, you won't be blindsided and will handle him better. The little voice in the back of my head says I don't have to go to dinner with him at all if I don't want to. Maybe I'll just listen to her.
Chapter 16. Xander. The music thumps out a bruising rhythm in my earbuds. A hard beat pairs with a screaming guitar and angry lyrics. Energized, I welcome the weight of the wrench in my hand and the distraction of fixing Getty's car to quiet the noise in my head. But at least this noise differs from the racket that's been filling my head as of late, giving me a reprieve of sorts. My mind is in constant overdrive. The photos play on repeat, through it like negatives on a reel. A ghost of a memory I can almost see, but not clearly. I prefer the almost there ones to the in living color nightmares any day. With my head under the hood and grease on my hands, I feel a little more connected to my old life. Feel a bit like my old self as I work on the engine. Something to my right catches my attention, and I startle when I look up to find a woman standing a few feet away. Her hands are clasped in front of her, an envelope somewhere in their mix, a nervous smile on her lips as she stares at me. Stepping out from beneath the hood, I take my earbuds out and wipe my hands on a red rag and wait for her to say something. Anything. But she just stands there, feet fidgeting and smile widening while her cheeks slowly turn red. Fangirl down. It's the term my brothers use when they come to a race and witness the tongue-tied, finger-twisting, feet-shifting phenomenon that happens occasionally when I come face-to-face with female racing fans. The pang of regret is there instantly, over how I've shut my brothers out. But I needed to, and I know they'll forgive me. This is nothing compared with what we've all been through before. "Can I help you?" I ask as I take a step forward. "Yes, Hi, hello," she says, and then rolls her eyes with a chuckle as she smooths down the skirt over her hips. "I'm Mabel from Mabel's Closet in town." The storefront comes to mind, resale clothes on mannequins, lacy curtains that look like they belong in a funeral home. A local townsperson or two always going in or out. Quaint, classy, completely feminine, and definitely a place I've steered clear of. "Oh, yes. Hi. Xander," I say as I hold out my hand and then lift my eyebrows in apology for its greased-up state. She reaches out anyway, a nervous chuckle, cheeks turning redder, and shakes it. "Can't say that I've been in there, but I know the store. What can I do for you?" Everyone here on the island is so excited that you're here. I haven't seen this much chatter since I can't remember when. Maybe when Dolly Parton came through a few years back? My ego dies a slow, silent death. A few months off the gas pedal and I've become irrelevant enough that I'm being compared to Dolly Parton? But my reaction goes unnoticed, as Mabel continues on without a care in the world, and without any need for me to be an active participant in our conversation. I mean, you should see the phone calls and texts that buzz around Main Street when you go on your morning run, or to the hardware store. I mean, the thought right there of you in a tool belt and no shirt is enough to make the women around here suddenly need to nail something. Hammer something, or... you know what I mean. I can't help it. I throw my head back and laugh at this frumpy woman with round cheeks and a kind smile who means no harm with her ramblings that are making me blush. In an instant, I realize just how small of a town this really is, and how oblivious I was to everything going on. She looks at me, lips in a perfect-shaped O, and eyes narrowing as I shake my head back and forth. You are exactly what I needed right now. My smile widens with each passing second. Well, I am a married woman, but I always wanted to try the cougar thing. She offers me a wink. I've never been town gossip before, just the one spreading it, but you're easy on the eyes, and I could probably teach you a thing or two. I like you, Mabel from Mabel's Closet. I laugh and think about how much I already love this new friend I've made. I like you too, hottie, as the ladies are calling you in town. She chuckles and shakes her head. How was the food at Mario's last night? That new cook they hired sure can whip up some mangia bene. And once again, I'm reminded of the size of this town and how everyone knows everyone else's business. It's definitely annoying, and yet a part of me likes the predictability. Yes, ma'am. I nod. Now, I know you didn't come here to talk about pizza, so what can I do for you? Oh, sorry. I'm sure you have plenty of stuff to do, and I'm here blathering away, taking up your time. I came to see Getty. Is she home? I'm sorry, Mabel, but she's at work right now. Took an extra shift. Is there anything I can help you with? I ask out of courtesy, surprised the town gossipers didn't already know Getty's whereabouts. No. Yes. I can sense her hesitancy. She normally stops by once a week to pick up her check, and so I wanted to make sure she was okay, but feel stupid now because obviously she has you here to occupy her time now, and... Check? My interest is piqued. She works at the store? Oh no, honey, that's silly. I sell all of those designer clothes she has on eBay for her. I'd do it for free for her, but she gets upset if I don't take 10% for my time. And so this here is a check for that pile she brought me last week, to try to get the money to fix that heap over there you're working on. Her words take a moment to sink in, and before I can fully process everything, Mabel continues on. What I'd give to have her eye, to be able to go to an estate sale and find these beauties, except I'd have a much harder time parting with them. She sure does have a good eye, doesn't she? I murmur in agreement, even though I already know she hasn't gone to any estate sales. The piles of clothes around her room. My assumption that she was a spoiled trust fund kid with so many designer threads she didn't need to take care of them. The obvious burner cell phone. The lack of interest in having internet access. She's not just starting over after a messy divorce. She's running from someone. I'm such an asshole, like a royal prick of an asshole. It's the thought that's on repeat in my mind as I try to wrap up the conversation with Mabel, who keeps chatting away. Getty's not a spoiled brat in the least. Her only use for the clothes from her past is to sell them to help secure her new future. Like selling clothes to get her car repaired. Talk about feeling like a jerk after my call daddy and ask for money comment the other night. Yes, that's me. Asshole with a capital A. I can give her the check, Mabel. I'll just set it inside on the counter for her. It's the least I can do. Her eyes narrow, and I kind of like that she cares enough about Getty that she's worrying over whether to trust me. If she only knew the purse I win in a single victory on the track. I assure you I'm not going to take it. You sure? I should feel insulted, but I don't. I promise. She looks down at the sealed envelope in her hand and then extends it out to me. Okay, well, you make sure she gets it. She's a sweet girl and deserves for good things to happen for her. Agreed. I'm glad she has you looking out for her, Mabel. I let out a whoop as Getty's car sputters to life. It may have taken longer than I figured it would, between Mabel's pit stop and a quick run over to the auto parts store for some oil to service her car while I was at it, but mission accomplished. And I'll take anything to make me feel useful, considering my carpentry skills are definitely still being called into question, and I feel like a fish out of water away from my everyday life. That damn deck is going to be the death of me. When I rev the engine a few times, the sound reaffirms that I'm a bit less of a dick, since Getty can save that money Mabel brought her today for something more important, like treating herself. After I let the car idle for a few minutes to make sure she's running okay, I turn her off in order to get cleaned up in time to pick Getty up from her shift. I owe her an apology, but don't know how to go about bringing it up without the walls around her going up too. When I slide out of the car and out from behind the raised hood, I do a double take at the black luxury town car parked across the street with dark tinted windows. I stare at it momentarily, thinking how out of place it seems in this quaint little town, before shutting the hood and heading for the shower. Time to eat some crow, Donovan. Maybe I need a beer first to make it go down a little smoother. Or maybe I just want to watch the woman who's pouring it for me. My bet's on the one that wears the sexy socks.
Chapter 17. Getty.
I've got a surprise for you.
I grow still at the sound of Xander's voice at my back and have to close my eyes momentarily. Tears of frustration over the encounter with my father have been burning the back of my throat for hours, and yet the immediate relief at knowing Xander's here tells me how much I've grown to depend on him in a sense. And with the relief comes a reminder of last night's dream in full 3D color. Oh God, help me. There's no way I can look him in the eyes and not blush. Or think about the imaginary warmth of his mouth on my breasts, hands on my thighs, tongue on my...
Getty?
When I turn around from straightening bottles behind the bar, the first thing I see is that boyish grin of his. It distracts me momentarily as it tugs on my heart in ways I never expected. I look up to meet his eyes and blush like a kid with her hand caught in the cookie jar. Guilt, presumably written all over my face. Our eyes hold for a moment. His searching, mine feigning normalcy. And in that flash of a second, I realize the anxiety I've felt all day over my father's arrival is gone. While it may be a momentary respite, it's pretty powerful that Xander can do that for me. Then, reality returns when he lifts an eyebrow and waits for a response. A surprise, huh? I could use one after today. I try to sound unaffected, and yet I know he'll catch the tinge of resignation in my voice. Super busy here.
That's so.
Impenetrable blue eyes search mine, gauge if I'm telling the truth, and I'm not sure if he believes me. With the regulars sitting at the opposite end of the bar, the longer our gazes hold, the harder it is to bite back all the secrets I'm holding from tumbling out. Because right now I need someone more than ever. Sure, it was tough in the beginning when I left my old life, but for some reason it's easier to run when there's no one in front of you bringing you back to that person you used to be. And so right now, I just need someone, a friend, him. A lot of tourists today. I break our gaze and focus on wiping down the rest of the bar top, doing my best to keep it together.
Looks empty now.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened today, Socks.
Nope, I say, tight smile back in place. But when I look back up, it softens at the concern in his voice. Does this surprise have anything to do with chocolate? His smile deepens.
Even better.
I untie my apron and throw it into the bin for laundering, which completes my cleanup duties, since I'm not closing tonight. Better than chocolate? How about a foot massage? My aching feet guide my thoughts. His laugh mixes into the noise around us as I wave bye to Liam and come around the bar.
Definitely better. But I can make both of those happen if you really want them to.
Really? While I'm referring to the surprise being better than what sounds like nirvana to me, the fact that he even offered puts a genuine smile on my lips.
Really?
He affirms as he places his hands on my shoulders and directs me to the side exit of the bar. The heat of his hands, the sudden public display of whatever this is between us, and the quick little squeeze he gives them leave me knowing I needed this comfort from him at the end of my day. But when I push open the door and see my car sitting in the parking spot across from me, the emotion I've been holding back comes crashing down on me. I gasp his name. Then my hands automatically go to my cheeks where the tears I've fought all day finally win the battle. The means to escape sits right in front of me. Xander has given me a working car to pack my shit in and drive away from the sight of my father and the impending dinner date tomorrow night. Forgo the fear and just move to another town, another place, create another life until I'm strong enough to not give in to the conditioning I've spent a lifetime living under.
Getty?
Concern. Worry.
I hope that means you're happy.
I wipe away the tears coursing down my cheeks so that I can look at him with a smile. Xander, the man who represents new beginnings and the ability to make a choice when I never even realized I wanted this choice to make. Run or stay? And this, right here, his selfless act somehow triggers my confidence, tells me to throw my doubt aside and choose to stay. Keep this new life I've created on my own, to straighten my spine in opposition to my father, show up for dinner instead of be a coward and run again, and prove to him I'm much more than he ever thought of me. I choose to stay. Emotion washes over me, the kind that chills your skin and warms your soul, all while stirring that slow, sweet ache in your lower belly because every part of you has just awakened to things you were sleeping through. Without preamble, I step into him, bring my hands to his cheeks, lift onto my tiptoes, and press a chaste kiss to his lips in silent thank you. My reaction seems to stun him, and a part of me likes being able to do that. Smiling through the tears, I step back, top teeth worrying my bottom lip, eyes locked on his. Thank you. My voice comes out a whisper, and I feel like I've said this to him so many times since I held him at mini-blind wand point. But this time it means so much more than he can even fathom. Something glances through his eyes, and his lips transform with a shy smile when he reaches out to wipe the tears off my cheeks. With a simple nod, he accepts my gratitude.
Want to take a ride?
My back is aching, and feet are sore, and all I'd thought about was heading home to soak in a hot bath. But nothing has ever sounded better. Only if you take the wheel.
Deal.
With the sun slowly dropping toward the horizon, the coastline stretches for miles ahead of us, The ocean is all I can see out the passenger window, besides interrupted snippets of the pine trees standing tall in the rocky terrain. The windows are down, and the chilled air whips through my hair. But I welcome it after the scent of alcohol all day long in the bar. And the blast of air is so loud in our ears that it's too hard to talk. So we drive in comfortable silence, both contemplating our own thoughts. And thoughts are something I have a lot of right now, when I wish I had none. I replay the scene with my father in my head, just like I did 100 other times during work today. No, my resolve hasn't wavered, but at the same time, I wonder what he's going to say, how he's going to try to force my hand into returning to my duties, and the marriage he refuses to accept is over. The emotions rush through my mind like the wind through the window, constant and powerful. Shut it down, Getty. Let it go. So I try to do just that. I glance over to Xander and smile before closing my eyes, resting my head back on the seat, and allowing myself to enjoy letting someone take control of the wheel for a bit so I can just be a passenger. I'm not sure how long we drive, but the deceleration of the car and a sudden bump of the shocks have me opening my eyes. Xander has pulled off the main road that meanders along the entire coastline of the island onto a rutted asphalt road. I look around in curiosity, but all I see are dense trees and a dirt road sloping downward in front of us. And just as I'm about to ask what's going on, the trees open into an isolated clearing. The waves churning in the ocean beyond us provide a breathtaking view. It's a clear day, and whitecaps dance on the water, and the wind rustles the trees. It's an astoundingly beautiful scene. Wow. One word. That's the only possible way to describe it. Yeah. Wow. But when I glance over at him, he's looking at me, and for a brief moment the thought ghosts through my mind that he's not talking about the view. I maintain our connection for a beat before shifting my gaze back to the water, a surge of sudden attraction causing my nerves to hum when they shouldn't.
Mabel dropped a check by the house today while you were at work. It's on the kitchen counter.
The subject change comes quickly enough to give me whiplash, and while I try to remain outwardly calm, my insides are vibrating with anxiety. So I sit there and wait for the questions to come. The barrage over what she's paying me for, why I'm so broke. Thanks. Time to change the subject. How'd you know about this place? It's incredible.
Liam told me about it.
Oh? When were you talking to him? I feign disinterest as warning bells sound, worrying that maybe Liam said something to Xander about walking in on me in the stockroom today when I was with my father. Or maybe he asked Xander who it was, since I made sure to suddenly become busy any time he asked about the unfamiliar man.
You were in the back, I think. He came over and asked me a few things, said it was a cool place to watch the storms move in.
I chew the inside of my lip as I stare out at the tranquility of the sea. But there's no storm moving in.
Isn't there, though?
Oh, shit. The question and the searching tone in his voice catch me off guard, and I'm instantly leery of stepping into this conversation. At the same time, I long to talk to him about it. I keep my eyes focused anywhere but on him, draw strength from the beauty around me with the trees rustling high above us, making the only sound.
Who came to the bar today, Getty?
Panic flutters. My mouth goes dry. My fingers twist together in my lap. My thoughts collide with fear. I want to tell Xander, but am afraid what he will think of me once he knows how weak and stupid I was in the past, how I allowed myself to be treated. No self-respecting woman puts up with what I did. So, what does that say about me as a person?
I told you, I was adopted.
Xander's unexpected comment startles me enough that I shift and turn to look at him, wondering where he's going with this.
If you were half as nosy as most people these days, you'd already have pulled all of this up. But I respect you more because you haven't. I appreciate you letting me tell you on my own terms, especially because the reason I came to Pine Ridge won't be in any of those articles. I'm the only person who knows why.
I nod slowly, curiosity piqued. I'd rather you tell me when you want to. He's leaned back in the seat, one elbow propped on the window frame with his hand on his forehead, while the thumb on his other hand is tapping on the bottom part of the steering wheel. When he turns his head slightly and looks at me, there's a far-off look in his eyes, and his Adam's apple bobs as he swallows.
I grew up on the wrong side of town. Drugs, alcohol, violence, you name it. They were always in my house for as long as I can remember, but that's not to say I remember much. When I was almost 8, I woke up in the middle of the night. My mom was screaming for help. She'd been stabbed many times. My dad was covered in her blood. He threatened to come after me if I ever told anyone.
Oh, Xander. My comment is reflexive. So is the movement of my hand that reaches out to squeeze his thigh in sympathetic and silent support. I can't even attempt to wrap my head around what his eyes have seen or the pain he's lived with, both as a little boy and as a grown man.
I'm not. It was... shit,
he says as he blows out a sigh and shakes his head.
I don't mean to sound so matter-of-fact about it, but that's the only way I can not let it get to me, because it does that enough already.
I keep hoping he'll look my way so that I can tell him somehow with my eyes how sorry I am. I know my words won't amount to much. But he doesn't look my way. In fact, he seems to focus everywhere else but on me as he works through the memories in his mind.
I didn't talk for months. Couldn't. I was seriously messed up when I was placed in that home for boys I mentioned. All of their stories were equally as horrible as mine, and with no other suitable family members to adopt us, we kind of adopted each other. And we had Riley.
A smile ghosts his lips and softens his features momentarily. The love he has for her is blatantly obvious.
She ran the house and was a mother to all of us, in a sense. Her patience and compassion are the reason we all made it, how we survived.
The smile grows wider.
One day, this man came to the house to see her. When he walked in, I knew who he was immediately. It was Colton Donovan. You see, the one thing that my dad did with me was watch racing, and so the minute I saw Colton, for a second, I forgot about everything my dad had done. I was sad and scared and lonely and heartbroken, and there was this larger-than-life person in this new place. And I know it makes zero sense, but seeing him made me feel close somehow to the little bit of good in my old life. He knelt down, and there was something about him, a connection, a moment, something that somehow made a little boy want to speak for the first time in months. It wasn't much, but it was a start.
Now it's my turn to smile as the comfortable silence settles around us. To imagine what Xander looked like as a scared little boy looking up to this giant persona and having a connection. And there are so many questions I want to ask him, so many things I want to say, and yet I do neither because I'm utterly fascinated how that broken boy could be the kind-hearted man sitting beside me. The one who would mess up a silverware drawer just because it affected my own triggers somehow. Thank you.
For what?
For telling me? He looks my way for a split second, and then shifts in his seat so his back is against his door, gaze focused to his thigh where his fingers intertwine with mine. I can sense he's uncomfortable by his lack of response, that he hates discussing his past. And yet for some reason he's doing it, so I sit patiently and wait.
At some point, Riley and Colton started dating, and they seamlessly included us in their relationship. All of us boys felt like we were a part of it with them. It was so cool as a kid to come from this broken life and then be a part of something we all knew was special. Fairy tales weren't a popular topic in a house full of boys, but we knew theirs was one.
His smile flashes again. Good memories leading the way.
Once I'd found my voice again, I was able to give a statement to the police about what happened, formally identify my dad as the killer, and true to his words, he came back for me.
Jesus, how much can one little kid take? Xander.
No, just let me finish,
he says with a shake of his head and a squeeze of my fingers.
I'm giving you the short version, but even that's pretty fucked up.
I'd say.
I know it sounds like a soap opera, so bear with me. He tried to take me from the house, kidnap me, in a sense. He held a gun on Riley when she refused to let him take me. There was a police standoff, and they ended up killing him before he killed her.
He pauses, his voice stoic, disassociated from the traumatic events. And while I hear it, I also attempt to fathom the selflessness of this Riley woman who risked her life to save his.
Riley and Colton married, and right when they were about to have a baby of their own, my long-lost uncle sought me out.
He blows a breath, while my mind reels, trying to comprehend how he's as normal as he is with his violent family history.
He wanted to foster me, when all he'd ever wanted before was to chase his next high. I was petrified of going back to my old life, and luckily, Colton and Riley feared what would happen if he was successful in getting custody. And so, with the support of my brothers, they adopted me to save me. And then we all lived happily ever after. Until a few months ago.
He finally looks back up to me, face serious, eyes intense. And after being hit with all of that, I can't even begin to imagine what he could say now to shock me. But I know, whatever it is, it's the reason he's come here to the island and into my life.
A package arrived at my house from that uncle's wife. A letter attached said he'd died, and enclosed were some things he'd kept that I might want to have.
He shakes his head, and I immediately want to know what was in the box.
I have nothing of that life, my childhood, or anything of my mother's at all. No pictures, no trinkets, no proof that I even existed until I arrived at the house, besides her state-written obituary. Obviously, I was anxious to see what was in it.
You don't have to continue. I need him to know that this is enough, that I get why he's doing this now. He's crossing that boundary we set on night 2, the one we don't cross and we don't ask about, the one he's obliterating right now in the hopes that maybe I'll be comfortable enough to tell him who the man was at the bar today. I showed you mine, now you show me yours type of thing. but he continues anyway.
The first thing I pulled out of the box kind of rocked my world. Fucked with my head to the point that I shut the carton, taped it closed, and promised myself I'd never look at it again. Didn't need to know more. Didn't need to open the skeletons in my closet, regardless of how much I wanted one little piece to prove I existed.
He falls silent, runs a hand through his hair. His internal struggle feels palpable in the small space between us.
I told myself what I saw didn't matter. It wasn't the truth. And then I started realizing that Riley and Colton had to have known about it, and they'd kept it from me all this time. They'd lied to me, and the combination of the two made me kind of spiral out of control.
His self-deprecating laugh fills the car, while his cryptic comments leave me wanting to ask about what he saw in the box. About what was so devastating it would derail him to the point he'd hurt the family he'd been given a second chance to have. As much as I want to, I tell myself that he's being an open book, and I can't just flip to the epilogue to see how this story ends up before he wants me to.
I fucked up every possible way, Getty. Had no regard for my job because Colton was technically my boss. I kept my brothers at arm's length, pushed Riley away, was late to meetings, blew off sponsors. It was bad,
he admits with a resigned sigh.
And then, one day, Colton stepped in and told me I'd lost my sponsor because of it. God, I was such a selfish prick to him. So fucking angry at the world, and I took it out on him. So he fired me, told me I needed some time to sort through whatever it was that was messing me up, and once I dealt with it, then I could come back and we'd talk about what's left of my career. If there was one left to talk about.
And so that's why you're here. I finish for him, shocked and hurting for him all at the same time.
That's why I'm here.
He nods.
I hurt a lot of people, fucked up so many things. I was way off base in blaming Colton and Riley for not telling me about what I learned on that damn sheet of paper, and as much as I want to make things right with my family, I can't yet. Not until I deal with going through the contents of that box and the fallout I fear, so that I've proven to myself I've got a handle on it. Then maybe I can prove to them I'm the man they believed me to be.
He blows out a loud breath and leans his head back on the seat.
God, you probably think I'm such a pussy that I let this one stupid thing, filled with who the hell knows what, fuck me up that much.
He keeps his eyes closed, and I debate whether he wants me to answer. A man's ego is a mysterious, fragile thing, and all I've known are my father's and Ethan's, and theirs are so overinflated they'd never admit to anything like this. To them, vulnerability is an emotion to be manipulated, toyed with, taken advantage of. And yet, here's Xander, freely telling me things, readily making himself vulnerable, when I get the impression it's not something he does often. So sitting here, looking at him, dark hair tousled by the wind, lips pursed as he contemplates the situation, dark sunglasses hanging in the neck of his shirt, allowing me to see his eyes, and strong hands linked with my slender ones. I go with my gut. That's all I can do. No, Xander, I don't think you're being a wimp. At all. That's a lot for anyone to handle. I'm just trying to figure out how you're such a normal, functioning guy who hasn't lost it sooner. His laugh rumbles through the car. It's long and deep, and I can tell a little levity was what he needed from me right now. And I'm glad I could give him that.
I'm far from normal.
Yes, Not normal at all. Just pretty.
Getty?
He warns, but the laugh he follows it up with has more humor than cynicism this time. When our eyes meet, I can feel a part of me. The walls I've kept high to guard my past, my reasons, my motivations, start to crack. And with that simple notion, I realize the spotlight has been turned toward me. Suddenly feeling trapped, I abruptly get out of the car. The breeze is chilly but feels good on my skin. I gulp in a deep breath and try to calm my nerves as I walk toward the front of the car. The slam of a door tells me Xander's not going to let this go. Crossing my arms in a false pretense of toughness, I lean my hip onto the hood of the car. He follows suit. Are we really going to do this? My question encompasses all aspects of our relationship. Cross boundaries, tangle sheets, and hopefully not break my heart when he sorts himself out and returns to his old life.
What this are we talking about?
He muses with a lift of his eyebrow while one side of his mouth curves up into a knowing smile. His eyes tell me yes to all of it, and yet the tone of his question remains benign. Are you answering a question with a question, Mander?
Only if you're going to keep avoiding answering it.
Our eyes clash in a battle of wills as the smirk on his lips challenges me to talk. I sigh in resignation. What was the question again? I ask, knowing damn well what it was. He laughs when I ask another question and bumps his shoulder against mine. Reaching out, he links our fingers and narrows his eyes.
Yes, Getty. We're really doing this. Crossing boundaries.
He twists his lips and just stares at me for a second.
You know, I had no intention of telling you any of that. Zero. But I want you to trust me. How can you trust me when I'm not being honest with you?
And there he goes, laying down the gauntlet to see if I'll pick it up and reciprocate. I tilt my face up to the sky and focus on the swaying pine trees above me to buy time as I gather my courage by the bootstraps. My father came to visit me today. My voice is steady, even, and yet all I hear in my own ears is the sound of my nerves, my anxiety over letting someone know about my old life. I hate the feeling that comes over me, anticipating the flush of shame when I confess who I used to be, what I used to let happen to me. Then I try to pull my hands from his, create some space between us, anything so he can't feel my hands grow damp or the nerves tremor through them, but he squeezes them tighter.
No,
he says resolutely, and brings the back of my hand to his lips and kisses it. Tears burn in my eyes at a kindness I don't deserve from this man who has withstood so much more than me and yet is standing here asking me to trust him. And in the safe moment he's created for me to purge my fears. My gaze scans the horizon, the ocean and its continuous ripples before I find my voice again. My name is Gertrude Castor Adams, or rather Gertrude Castor since I'm no longer married. I laugh nervously because the name that's been mine for almost 26 years sounds foreign to my own ears. And I'm not sure if I expect him to recognize the last name, but a part of me sighs in relief when he does nothing more than brush his thumb over the top of my hand in reassurance. I grew up in Silicon Valley. Computer giants may have run the town, but my father built an empire selling real estate to these overnight millionaires. Recognition flashes across his features, and yet he remains quiet, allows me to move at my own pace, and my mind's a scattered mess, unsure how to start, where to go. So, I begin when it all changed. When I was 11, my mother died of a pulmonary embolism, a freak thing after a routine knee surgery.
Oh, Getty.
The sound in his voice almost breaks the dam holding back the tears that I don't want to shed. He knows the pain of losing a mother. I take comfort in the thought and clear my throat to continue. At a young age, I recognized my father as being a controlling elitist, or as much as a child can understand that concept. But I never knew the full obsession of his need to maintain his societal status until after she died. It was crazy how much she'd sheltered me from it. But once she was gone, I was the only one left to bear the brunt of his wrath. A teenager who needed her mother more than anything, and his solution was etiquette classes and debutante balls. Education was imperative. The best private schools where who you were friends with was way more important than your grades. I shove away the memory of being told I couldn't play with kids who were just as miserable as I was in the prison of a school. How I was forced to go to social events and boring teas just because of who was hosting it or its attendees. Barbies were unacceptable child's play. Video games were akin to the devil. But hours spent with the Women's Junior League was time well spent. I was miserable. All I wanted was to be a normal teenager who listened to music way too loud and talked back enough to get put on restriction so I could have time to myself. My laugh sounds miserable at best. My junior year, I was introduced to Ethan Adams. I knew of him because his father ran a commercial development company that was growing by leaps and bounds as much as my father's was on the residential side of the business. Little did I know that chance meeting, or I guess I should say orchestrated meeting, would be the beginning of the end of me. So many memories flash through my mind from that time. My father was this cold, harsh man. He demanded perfection. A lady never makes mistakes or causes a scene, Gertrude. I sneer at the thought. So when I met Ethan, he was like a source of the warmth I'd been missing in my life. He made me laugh. He focused on me when for years I'd been focusing on how to make my father happy. He courted me properly. Stolen kisses here and there because sex was for marriage and he planned on marrying me. He made me feel loved when for so long after my mother's death, our house had been like a morgue. He made me feel hope. Like if I just hung on through my father's demands long enough, then he'd marry me and whisk me away and it would all be better.
Now I know how hard it was for you to sit here and listen to me without saying anything.
The strained resignation in Xander's voice pulls my eyes toward him. I can sense his anger at where he thinks this story is going. There's concern, warmth, compassion there, too. 3 things I haven't felt in so very long, and yet I now know why I'd been hesitant to believe they were genuine. Because Ethan had made me feel that way, and look how that turned out. I know. I smile, because it's so easy to do that with him. I nod, ready to unload more of the weight from my chest. What I didn't know until after the storybook wedding was that I was basically a dowry in a business merger. The tying bond between 2 families that allowed my father to take over the Adams empire when Ethan's father passed away and gain someone to take over all of his when he eventually retired.
A pawn.
Disgust laces his tone. Yep. A lone tear slides down my cheek. I rub it away instantly. I'll allow myself only one. Retell this like the story it is, Getty. like you're the narrator, and then you can break down in private later over the memories that still hold your heart hostage. My breath is audibly shaky when I draw it in. It was gradual at first, but it didn't take long for Ethan's true colors to shine through. He was as cold and callous as my father was, maybe even more so now that I've had time to reflect on it. Our wedding night should have been my first indication, but I was too nervous to really comprehend how bad of a situation I'd gotten myself into. Silence falls as the memory that stains my soul and stands out as the one that hurt the most replays in my mind's eye. And I'm so glad that Xander is polite enough not to ask more, because the wounds are still raw all this time later. The fairy tale first time was anything but for me. There were selfish demands and disregard of my pain instead of soft words of encouragement and proclamations of love. A few grunts, some criticism from Ethan, and then I was left alone in a gigantic bed with tears drying on my cheeks and blood on the sheets as he left the hotel room for a while, only to return later with the scent of perfume on his collar and alcohol on his breath.
Getty.
Xander's searching tone pulls me from the black memory. Sorry, I was just... Never mind. I force a smile to my lips to tell him I'm okay. If I'd ever felt controlled under my father's thumb, living with Ethan was more like a noose around my neck. Perfection was expected, and anything less was punishable. Organization, white glove cleanliness, appearance, manners, meals, everything. His paranoia grew over fears he was going to lose his position in the company and lose everything. That fear was taken out on me. Ridiculous accusations, constant criticisms, complete control over my life. My voice breaks on the last sentence, too many memories haunting me to remain unaffected.
So you left.
Xander prompts in a way that tells me I don't have to explain about the reasons anymore. That he understands how personal they are, and he doesn't need to know the specifics because he can infer. Yes. I swallow over the lump in my throat. I filed for divorce in secret and left in the middle of the night, but somehow he was prepared for it because he'd already frozen all my accounts. My father did the same to my trust accounts when it shouldn't be possible. I can all but see the cogs of his mind clicking into place. How upset I became at his accusation of being a trust fund baby. Why I have expensive things but need my job desperately.
And now, they're here,
he says in affirmation. Just my father. That I know of. And I hate that momentary panic of wondering whether Ethan is lurking nearby in town. I push it away. Focus on getting it all out. I knew he'd find me eventually. The long-reaching arms of Damon Castor are inescapable. But I needed enough time to make sure I was strong enough to face him, that their hold over me had lessened. And those words, hold over me... I'm so embarrassed to even admit that I let someone have that. Shame has me averting my eyes from his. I look out to the water, watch the ocean breeze create patterns in the water, and bite back the self-reprimands over the life I used to live.
Getty, don't. Please don't.
He tugs on my hand for me to look at him, and I can't just yet.
No one knows anything about being in your shoes unless they've walked in them. But I'm not thinking that. Not at all. I'm thinking how much courage you must have had to leave that life. One others thought was full of privilege and perfection, but instead it was like a prison.
Not so courageous now, though. When I saw my father standing in the bar today, and my first thought was to run again. I choke on the words. Another tear falls. The heat of the confessions feels like they've stained my cheeks red. And then you brought the car, and it was running, and... My words trail off, and my train of thought gets momentarily lost in the emotion.
What did he want, Getty?
There's concern in his voice, and maybe some anger. He wanted me to stop my charade, as he called it, and come back home. That, as Ethan's wife, I need to uphold our family's social status. I mimic in my father's stiff baritone and laugh listlessly. I told him a word he's never heard from me before. No. That I was staying put. Xander squeezes my hand, and when I turn to look at him, his smile is wide and proud. Then he told me he's picking me up tomorrow night for dinner so he can talk some sense into me, make a plan to mitigate the gossip when I return. Xander must sense the resignation in my voice.
If you go, I'm going with you.
His words shock the hell out of me and are nothing close to what I'd expected to hear. Yet I've never heard anything sound better. I couldn't ask you to do that. Please, go with me.
You're not asking me. I'm offering.
He nods his head resolutely, as if the discussion is over. He's not going to respond well to your presence. And why am I apologizing for a man who obviously has no regard for me?
Even better.
Xander smacks his hands together and rubs them.
There's nothing I like more than to thumb my nose at authority.
We stare at each other with matching smiles, hips resting on this heap of a car amid the beauty of nature, and there is a sense that something has shifted between us. Trust has been exchanged. Boundaries have been crossed. So many doors have been opened. Even though all our questions haven't been answered, or our fears completely confessed, we both seem okay with the secrets that still remain. This is a huge step forward for the both of us. A leap of faith. We stand with my head resting on his shoulder, and our fingers entwined, in the middle of an unexpected bright spot in my new life. And I feel utterly naked, even though I'm completely clothed. It's unnerving. It's exhilarating. It's empowering. And it's about time. Chapter 18. Getty. Out of habit, my eyes scan the streets on the drive home through town, as if we're going to accidentally run into my father. I hate that I'm back to this feeling after being on my own for over 4 months. It reminds me how I felt in those first days, like a fugitive on the lam about to get caught and dragged back to jail at any moment. Xander pulls into the driveway, and the minute we enter the house, I'm immediately restless. Maybe it's the "now where do we go from here" realization, or just a sudden thrust back into my reality when the lookout point was more of a reprieve. Keeping busy, I put dishes away, fold a load of laundry, change the sheets on my bed. Xander's on the couch when I enter the kitchen, legs stretched out, feet crossed at the ankles, his laptop on his thighs. He doesn't look up or bug me, and I'm thankful for the space he's given me, because even though I'm relieved at having told someone, my mind is now working 1,000,000 miles an hour. I grab a drink and then put it back down, my stomach suddenly in knots. Unsure what to do next, I walk into my bedroom, where a blank canvas looks tempting to me, but for the first time, I'm not sure what to paint. Resigned to this unsettling feeling, I opt for a long, hot shower that does nothing to ease the discord. After I dry off, I slide on my robe, and the smile is automatic when I see Xander's products on the counter tipped over, crooked, backward. The irony is it's so perfectly messed up that I know he did it on purpose. His intent makes the act so much sweeter, and my next decision that much easier to make. The house is quiet when I exit the bathroom, and I catch myself moving toward the sliding glass doors leading to the outdoor deck. By the light of the moon, I can make out the tools still strewn around the platform, the errant 2x4s waiting to reinforce the existing structure, the patchwork quilt of wood still waiting to be sanded and painted. But it's the lights on the water that hold my attention. The boats coming home to their families, or ones leaving on a new journey. I watch them for what feels like forever, my legs chilled beneath the robe, and my breath fogging the window in front of me. I stand motionless in the darkened hallway because, like at the restaurant, I lose myself in the story I create for each one of the glimmering lights. Because sometimes thinking about others makes it so much easier to forget about yourself.
Getty?
Xander's voice is soft as he steps up behind me, and I don't jump. Because for some reason I knew he'd find me, bring me back when I'm trying to forget myself. I keep my eyes on the lights, their stories still loud in my head, but my body is most definitely shifting its attention toward his undeniable presence.
You're quiet. Have been since we came home. You okay?
Like that's not a loaded question when it comes to the two of us. I meet his eyes briefly in the reflection of the glass, before looking back toward the lights. It takes me a moment to answer him. Yes. No. I don't know. He chuckles softly, and I know he's thinking of the last time our conversation involved this phrasing. When he rests his hands upon my shoulders, it takes everything I have not to sag into him. His touch ignites something within me, and it's like I can't think straight when he does it. But I'm not sure if I want him to move his hands, because I'm so sick of thinking and worrying that I welcome the lack of thought. And if his hands on my shoulders can mess up my head, I wonder what the weight of his body on mine could do. It's a fleeting thought as his chuckle fades and the silence descends around us once again. The draw of his breath and a car driving by outside are the only sounds.
It's okay to feel a little all over the place after bearing your secrets to someone.
I want to believe him that this is normal, but I'm so far from recognizing normal anymore, I don't know what to think. When I don't respond, he continues.
I know I do.
I'm sorry. I don't want you to feel...
I told you. No more apologies, Getty.
His voice is stern, implacable.
You didn't do anything wrong.
He squeezes my shoulders gently, and my eyes flash up to meet his in the reflection again. Our gazes hold through the darkness, a mixture of concern and understanding in his.
Talk to me. Turn around and tell me what's going on in that beautiful mind of yours.
Hesitation is my friend tonight. And so is the glass in front of me that allows me to look at Xander without really looking at him. Call it feeling exposed or vulnerable, but for some reason right now, I can't look him directly in the eyes. I don't know. I pause, take a deep breath, and try to find the words to express how I'm feeling. It's like I'm so sure that I did the right thing in leaving, so positive that I didn't make up how I was being treated in my head or overreact, like Ethan used to tell me I was doing. Regardless, I can't help the doubt from creeping in, and I hate it. am so ashamed of it because I'm stronger than that now. A different person than that weak woman I used to be. But after all of those years being controlled and criticized and told I was wrong, I loathe that I feel so strong one minute and the next fall apart. It makes me question my sanity. My chest constricts as I lay the contradictions that rule my life out on the proverbial table and hope he understands what I'm trying to say, that he doesn't judge me as weak for the admission.
That's okay. So very normal.
The heat of his breath hits my neck as he leans his forehead against the crown of my head. Such an intimate action, when all I want to do is pull away because I don't deserve this from him. What I deserve is for him to give my shoulders a good hard shake, to knock some sense in me and tell me I need to buck up. But he doesn't. He gives me patience, understanding, and compassion when I least expect them.
You can't undo something in a few months when it's been hammered into your head year after year after year.
I don't want to be that person anymore, Xander. I don't want to be Gertrude Castor Adams. My voice is soft, but conveys my inner turmoil. His hands on my shoulders pressure me to turn around so that I come face to face with him, my back now to the sliding glass door. His blue eyes are full of determination when they meet mine.
You're not her anymore. You're Getty Castor from Pine Ridge who likes messy silverware drawers, thinks a mini-blind wand is a formidable weapon, and is the only woman I know who can rock a pair of mismatched knee-high socks and make them look sexy as hell.
Whatever. I roll my eyes and try to step to the side. His words hit my ears, but fail to sink in.
No. Let me finish.
He steps closer, and I can't deny the powerful feel of the heat of his body against mine. Next, his hands are framing my jaw and directing my face up to his.
You're Getty Castor, a fighter in every sense of the word. A person who is 10 times better than any man who puts her down. A woman who knows it's okay to be afraid sometimes, so long as she also realizes it takes a hell of a lot more bravery to be scared and succeed than to fear and give in.
Tears well in my eyes. Even with his hands on my cheeks, I subtly disagree with a shake of my head because words aren't possible right now. What he's telling me is so much harder to accept than the lies and the doubt.
You're Getty Castor, he continues. First-time beer drinker and apprentice deck carpenter who has a wicked imagination when it comes to making up other people's life stories like in the restaurant. Now, you just need to finish figuring out what you want your story to be.
No. It comes out without any conviction and with a sob lodged in my throat, because his words are causing all my hopes and wants and desires to surface when they've been pushed down for so very long.
Yes.
His voice is soft, yet definitive. When I lower my eyes, he just lifts my head higher, so I have no choice other than to look at him.
You're Getty Castor. Artist extraordinaire. Painter of sunsets instead of stormy seas.
Or of white squalls. My words are barely audible. The moment feels at once too real, too raw, and yet poignantly perfect.
Or of white squalls.
He repeats just as quietly. His smile is genuine. His gaze is steadfast on mine, and there's something in the way he says the words that tells me he really means them. He doesn't see that other woman I used to be when he looks at me. He sees the new me. Getty Castor. We stand in that suspended state of anticipation for what feels like forever. His hands are still on my face, and his breath feathers over my lips as my heart pounds in a new rhythm. One filled with expectation, hope, and a fear so very different from what I'm used to. It's the kind that makes your palms sweat and stomach drop because the man standing before you is so incredible inside and out that you're afraid he isn't real. Xander, it's not a question. Rather, it's an admission of wanting and telling him yes and I don't know at the same time.
Getty.
He closes the distance at such an achingly slow pace that by the time his lips brush ever so slightly against mine in a kiss that hints at things to come, I feel like I've waited years for it to happen. Our lips meet. Once, twice, a third time before he leans back, eyes searching, demanding, wanting. And yet we are completely motionless and utterly silent. Desire flows like a raging river through me, while nerves, doubts, and insecurities fight their way upstream. I'm nervous.
Of what?
And the curiosity, laced with hope in his voice, tells me he's asking me to verbalize my decision about wanting to be with him. My understanding, there's only so much he can give me. I clear my throat as my hands fidget where they rest on the bare skin of his waist. I avert my eyes before I speak so he can't see my embarrassment. I'm not any good at this.
What are you talking about?
This. My cheeks burn with mortification, and I wish I'd just kept my mouth shut. I shrug, embarrassment stealing the words from my lips as I open and then close them again. Sex. When I finally say the word, it's barely audible, my insecurities overruling the heat of his touch on my skin and the ache it makes me feel. His answering chuckle is low and rich, and all I hear is Ethan's mocking tone in the sound. Needing space, I try to shrug out of Xander's hold on my cheeks, to be alone, to lick my shameful wounds in private. But his hold remains steadfast.
Getty, look at me.
He waits until I comply. I can tell my jaw is set with the hurt I don't want to convey. But when my eyes find his, the mocking look I expect isn't there. In fact, what I see is exactly the opposite. Disbelief, understanding, compassion. A million questions and answers pass between us in a single moment of connection. And then something shifts. Maybe it's the rub of his thumb over my parted lips, or the way that soft smile lifts up one corner of his mouth and carries through to his eyes. I can't place it. It's as if someone has vacuumed all the air from the room and replaced it with electricity. My skin burns with desire where he touches me, and a strange mix of anxious arousal surges through me.
I don't believe you for a second. If the sex wasn't good, I assure you it wasn't you. There is no way you can kiss the way you kiss and not be any good at it. That's not possible.
He murmurs as he leans forward and brushes his lips against mine again.
I have a feeling it was your partner who wasn't any good.
I murmur against his mouth, willing myself to believe him. When he leans back, the lift of his eyebrows is a subtle warning not to doubt him. His eyes are begging me to trust him. I do, but I'm scared. I want him, but don't even know where to start.
Let me show you differently,
he says, before he takes my hand in his and leads me down the hallway toward his bedroom. There is no turning back now. My heart beats faster with each step, and my body becomes more attuned to every single thing about him. The bunch of the muscles in his back as he walks, the intricate splash of ink on his shoulder, his hair, must, his unmistakable but subtle scent of cologne, the confidence in his stride. When we enter his bedroom, I'm glad he's holding my hands, so they can't tremble out of control. He stops in front of the bed and pulls me to him so we're face to face, eyes locked on each other's, our matching shaky breaths the only sound in the room around us, and the glow of the moon the only light in it. With his eyes trained on mine and the rush of blood pounding in my ears, I feel his fingers fumble with the tie on my robe. The smooth silk rubs against my bare skin. Then the cool air of the room hits me as the sash falls to the ground and the fabric parts. We stare at each other for a beat before the heat of his hands slides over my waist. I hold my breath in reaction to the unknown that's exhilarating and terrifying all at once. He doesn't break our visual connection as he slowly runs the palms of his hands up my rib cage and then back down the curve of my hips. His touch crosses to the middle of my back and then moves up the length of my spine before his fingers knead into my shoulders. Then they retrace their path all over again. He continues this slow, tantalizing seduction. But it's the look in his eyes that holds me rapt. He watches my reactions to every single brush of his hands over my skin, every inhalation, every flutter of my eyelashes, every time my eyes widen from the temptation he offers. My body aches in delicious ways that are brand new to me. Each nerve at the delta of my thighs and along my nipples is left frenzied and standing at attention in the wake of his touch. Foreplay was a waste of energy before. Seduction, non-existent in my marriage. My pleasure, my needs, my wants, all of that forgotten in the face of Ethan's greed and disregard for me. But he's not Xander. Xander is hypnotizing me slowly, pulling me under his spell by giving me time to settle my nerves, showing me tenderness with his patience. And we haven't done anything more than kiss.
Getty.
His voice sounds strained, rough with desire as his hands run up my ribcage, this time rubbing his thumbs over the tips of my nipples. And I can't respond. Not with his touch owning my mind and body. My back arches, lips part in a gasp, and my head falls back as he takes a moment to appreciate my breasts. But this time, he pushes my robe off my shoulders so that it slides down my arms and pools at our feet. He threads his fingers through my wet hair at the base of my neck and fists it, while his other hand splays wide against my lower back. And there's something to be said about the fact that his eyes haven't left mine yet. They haven't wandered over my bared body, like I'd expect from a man. It's like he knows I'm scared, partly self-conscious and a whole lot of flustered, and is making sure I know he wants me for so much more than just what my body can give him. The notion is heady as he steps against me. The cool air of the room, the undeniable heat of his body, and the anticipation of what's to come all overshadow the nerves humming through me as I stand there naked and vulnerable. He pulls gently on my hair to angle my head to the side and exposes the curve of my neck. His lips meet the top of my shoulder, and he laces a row of open-mouthed kisses up to that sensitive spot just below my ear.
Let me worship you, Getty.
The deep timbre of his voice fills my ears, warms my soul, and erases any remaining doubt I have. But there isn't much.
Let me show you how sex is supposed to be. Supposed to make you feel. Let me worship you.
I'm not sure who moves first, but within a beat, our mouths meet in a kiss to rival all kisses. It starts out slow and sweet, parted lips, tentative tongues, contented moans, as his body moves into mine. My breasts press against the firmness of his chest, and I lose myself to him. In him. The flex of his muscles beneath my hand, how he moves my head to control the angle of our kiss, the scrape of his 5 o'clock shadow over my chin, the vibration of his chest as he hums in strained appreciation, the taste of him on my tongue, the strength of his body when he pulls me tighter into him, the unmistakable thickness of his erection, hard and straining against the inseam of his jeans. And then our patience slowly evaporates. The tenderness of the kiss turns from want to need, from tentativeness to greed, from wait and see to now or never. There's a desperate hunger in his actions now, a nonverbal demand for more. While our teeth nip at each other, soft sighs intersperse the definitive moans of desire. With one hand cradling the back of my head, his other grabs my ass so he can grind himself against me. The ache burns bright as we dance together and push our willpower to the point of no return. And then it's gone. Lost to the seduction, forgotten in our mutual need. It's like a switch is flipped in both of us simultaneously. Our kiss turns more possessive, our bodies fixated on the next step, the next high, the next connection. My hands are on the button of his jeans. His palms cup my breasts. His tongue licks a line down the curve of my shoulder before his teeth take a playful nip there. My hands are covered by his, so we can push his jeans down together. And I know I've seen his dick before, but hell, if the feel of his erection rebounding up when it's released from the confines of the denim doesn't make my breath hitch. I don't get much time to think about its hardness resting against my lower belly because Xander pushes me backward so that the backs of my knees hit the mattress. With his mouth on mine, derailing all other thoughts, he directs me back onto the bed. We move in unison, our bodies responding to each other's demands without any forethought about it. I'm on my back, across the bed. Xander's knees frame my hips. His hands braced on either side of my head, and he leans back to look in my eyes. With my mouth still vibrating from his kisses, a slow, crooked smile lifts up one corner of his.
Do you know how hard it is to do this and not take a step back to admire you naked and lying here in my bed? I know you're scared. Know you've been hurt, and I know you worry about what I'm going to think of you, that I might compare you to other women. Listen to me when I say this, Getty. I'm not him. There is no history in this room. No history between us. Just here, just now, just you and me, and fuck, yes, I want you more than I've wanted anyone in as long as I can remember. God, you're sexy as sin. I'm kind of wishing you had those knee-high socks on right now.
The smile on my lips is instantaneous. His attempt to soothe my fears and then make me relax reminds me why I'm here with him, despite knowing this can go nowhere. I push the thought away, focus on the here and now and how he's making me feel. Worthy, sexy, and wanted for the first time in forever. How he's worshipping me with his slow, sweet seduction. I let out a laugh as I think about his fixation on the socks. And then it turns into a desperate moan when one of his hands slides between my thighs as he shifts on his knees to push my legs apart. With feather-light touches, he runs his fingertips up one thigh, over my lower belly, and then down the other. After doing that a few times, he trails them up the insides of my parted thighs, so just a whisper of a touch is felt along the outside of my sex. Each time he traces the same path, his touch becomes a little firmer, his fingers more intent. He sits on his knees, face angled down, watching my body tense in anticipation of his touch. When he lifts his eyes, a shadow blankets one side of his face, but the intensity of his gaze blazes through the moonlit darkness.
There are so many things I want to do to you, Getty. We'll get to all of them. I want to dip my mouth down and taste you. Spread your pussy. Use my hands and my tongue to work you into a frenzy until you come. I want the lights on, so I can look into your eyes and see your face when you lose yourself to the things I do to you. So you can't hide from me. Or from you. I want to look down as you wrap your lips around my dick and look up with your mouth full of me.